After traversing into the world of Dragon Ball, Luo Tian became a scion of Planet Vegeta. At the very beginning, he traded a single technologically enhanced starch sausage for a simplified manual of Ultra Instinct from Whis, never expecting that by cultivating it, he would accidentally awaken the power of an angel. From that moment on, Luo Tian strove tirelessly to become an angel. Many years later, at the 88th regular assembly of the Gods of Destruction, Supreme Kai, and trainee angels across the entire universe, all the deities sat gathered around the same table. Suddenly, Beerus sprang to his feet. Luo Tian, stand up for a moment. Luo Tian blinked in confusion. Huh? Beerus continued, just stand up for a moment, it will be over right away. Luo Tian rose to his feet, puzzled. Beerus declared loudly, what I wanted to say is, everyone here is trash. Luo Tian replied, Beerus, sit down. I want to play too. Beerus retorted, you are an angel. How can you have no sense of martial ethics? Year 737 of the AI era. In the 7th universe on Planet Vegeta. It was early summer dusk. The night sky was like a veil of mysterious black silk with stars shimmering and swaying upon it. Luo Tian raised his head to gaze up at the starry sky, lost in silent contemplation. Hey Luo Tian, you're really carefree, huh? You still have the leisure to stand here daydreaming. A young yet cold and arrogant voice suddenly sounded from behind Luo Tian. Luo Tian did not even need to turn around to know who was speaking. The one speaking was none other than the Saiyan Prince Vegeta. Vegeta was only 5 years old, short in stature with upright black hair. He wore battle armor, and the tail behind him swayed lightly. You'd better take a good look at your combat power, Vegeta said as he lightly pressed the scouter on his eye with his small hand. Beep beep. The scouter displayed a reading. 3 seconds later, Vegeta froze, his eyes filled with doubt and confusion. Combat power 200. Vegeta was dumbfounded and cried out, what kind of joke is this? How is that possible? 3 days ago, your combat power was still 1,000. A year ago, your highest combat power was as high as 20,000. Why is your combat power dropping the more you train? Vegeta was not wrong. Luo Tian's highest combat power had once reached the height of 20,000, frightening King Vegeta so much his face nearly turned green. The main issue was that Luo Tian's rise had been too rapid. He reached 20,000 before King Vegeta could even react. By the time King Vegeta considered making a move against Luo Tian, he felt he no longer had much confidence in winning. Moreover, Luo Tian appeared to have little ambition, and both his parents were trusted confidants of King Vegeta. Thus, in the end, the matter was quietly left unresolved. Vegeta, Luo Tian sighed softly and strode forward, coming to stand beside Vegeta. Luo Tian was also only 5 years old this year, yet he was about 2 centimeters taller than Vegeta. You should address me as Prince. Vegeta was displeased with how Luo Tian addressed him. With a swish, Luo Tian extended his hand and swiftly snatched the scouter from Vegeta's eye. Thighs, my scouter. You give my scouter back. The color drained from Vegeta's young face as he shouted loudly. Still, this guy was incredibly fast. How had he done that? Vegeta, remember this, do not rely on the data from that thing. As Luo Tian spoke, he gently pinched his fingers. Crack. The scouter let out a crisp sound and instantly shattered into several pieces, many components slipping from Luo Tian's hand and falling. You dare destroy my scouter. Vegeta was furious, his anger flaring to the heavens. Let me see if I can fix it, Luo Tian murmured. Vegeta was utterly bewildered. Fix it? What was that supposed to mean? Luo Tian drew in a deep breath, his expression turning solemn, and a cluster of radiant flame, like a small star, suddenly emerged in his hand. The radiant flame appeared somewhat turbid as it swiftly enveloped the shattered scouter. In an instant, the broken device began to restore itself at a speed visible to the naked eye. Vegeta's eyes widened as he revealed boundless shock. What was happening? After about 30 seconds, the scouter Luo Tian had personally crushed was restored before Vegeta's very eyes to its original form. Even the components that had fallen to the ground earlier had all returned into the scouter on their own. What was that move just now? Vegeta was so stunned that even his speech became halting, his young face filled with utter disbelief. Angel's power, Luo Tian slowly uttered. Angel's power. What is that? Vegeta was taken aback. You're still too young. You'll understand when you grow up, Luo Tian said, patting Vegeta's shoulder. TCH, who are you calling young? You talk like you're older than me. Vegeta bared his teeth. It doesn't matter. Luo Tian turned and walked away. Vegeta was speechless. You destroyed my scouter, and now you say it doesn't matter. Vegeta suddenly understood. You came here on purpose, just to show off your special ability, didn't you? Give me back the scouter. Vegeta shouted. Luo Tian casually tossed the scouter back to Vegeta. Vegeta caught the scouter in one swift motion and quickly placed it back over his eye. Immediately after he pressed the button on the device. Beep beep. A signal came from the scouter and Luo Tian's combat power reading instantly appeared on the display. Combat power 100. It dropped again. Vegeta was increasingly confused and hurriedly asked, I heard you've been training according to some strange book. Did that training cause your combat power to drop? Luo Tian slowly halted his steps, took a book from his chest, and tossed it to Vegeta. Slap. Vegeta caught the book and quickly glanced at the cover. There really is a book. Ultra Instinct Training Guide. Vegeta muttered under his breath, a bewildered look on his face. That's right. I cultivated according to this and gained my current abilities. Not bad, right? Luo Tian said with a smile. Where did you get this book? Vegeta asked, dazed. Remember the cat and the blue-skinned person who came to our planet last year? Luo Tian asked with a smile. You mean the god of destruction Beerus and his attendant? Vegeta's face changed again and again, his body giving a violent shudder. Exactly, Luo Tian nodded. I used a single high-tech super flavor starch sausage to trade with that blue-skinned man Whis for this book. So you cultivated the technique in this book and your combat power dropped from 20,000 to the current 100. Vegeta was stunned. Luo Tian nodded once more. Vegeta looked at Luo Tian as though he were an idiot. Was this guy stupid, or what? At the age of 4 you already possessed a combat power of 20,000. Among us Saiyans you were absolutely a super genius warrior. Father even planned to train you as my personal bodyguard. Yet you spent a year forcing your combat power down from 20,000 to 100. You're truly something else. Luo Tian and Vegeta's relationship was still fairly good. The two were close in age. Luo Tian had once been a genius warrior and was frequently held up by King Vegeta as the model child of others. From a young age Vegeta had always lived under the pressure cast by Luo Tian. In his young heart the shadow had nearly grown as vast as Planet Vegeta itself. Fortunately, starting from last year, Luo Tian's combat power stopped increasing and instead plummeted straight down. Vegeta suddenly felt that every day was sunny. Even in his dreams, he could wake up laughing. Luo Tian held a certain admiration for Vegeta. In the Dragon Ball storyline, Vegeta's character is depicted with remarkable success. He transformed from a proud warrior into a deeply responsible father and husband. In Dragon Ball Super, however, the protagonist, Goku, has become a mere fighter. Have you exhausted your battle power just to learn such a dull skill? Vegeta seemed to understand. That's about the gist of it. Luo Tian nodded gently. I'm giving you this book, I've already learned it. Now I just need to practice diligently, and I should see further improvement. Ugh, I don't want this piece of junk. Vegeta decisively shook his head. Nonetheless, out of curiosity, he flipped through the contents of the book. Free and unrestrained intent, the ability to perceive surrounding dangers instinctively, allowing various parts of the body to react without conscious thought, maximizing movement speed and reflexes. Conditions: 1 must have a peaceful heart free from distractions, optimistic and proactive. Upon seeing the description of free and unrestrained intent, Vegeta immediately displayed a look of disdain. Without thinking, letting the body instinctively sense danger. Even though Vegeta was only 5 years old, he quickly grasped the meaning of this sentence. So if I learn this, I can use it to avoid various dangers, right? You can understand it that way. Luo Tian nodded gently. Luo Tian, we are Saiyans. We are a warrior race. Can one simply dodge to achieve victory in battle? Vegeta's expression grew increasingly contemptuous. Luo Tian did not respond. Moreover, the training condition mentioned here is to have a peaceful heart. Don't joke with me. Vegeta chuckled lightly. Have you heard of Super Saiyans? A peaceful heart. Super Saiyans are the mightiest warriors in this universe. They are inherently violent. If one truly had a peaceful heart, they could never become a Super Saiyan. You make a valid point. Perhaps we should stop discussing this. Luo Tian replied. Vegeta. Luo Tian has crossed over. As a fan of Dragon Ball, Luo Tian accidentally stumbled upon a manga by Beerus, which seemed to open the door to a new world, deeply captivating him with her story. On a night when the moon hung low over the willow branches, Luo Tian inexplicably found himself in the Dragon Ball world, becoming a Saiyan from Planet Vegeta. Amidst confusion and surprise, Luo Tian felt a surge of excitement and disappointment within him. The excitement came from finally crossing over to the Dragon Ball world and being a warrior from the battle-hardened Saiyan race. The disappointment stemmed from the fact that he really wanted to become an angel. While enjoying Dragon Ball Super, what he loved most were the angelic beings within, because the angels are true gods possessing eternal life and boundless abilities. Moreover, among the angels there are 3 stunningly beautiful celestial sisters. They are Beerus from Universe 6, Margarita from Universe 11, and Kusu from Universe 10. Especially Beerus her manga. TSK. Although the skin color of the angels is quite different from that of the Scions or Earthlings, it no longer mattered. Since they are gods, changing the color of their bodies should be quite easy, right? Luo Tian is of the same age as Vegeta, and his parents were the most outstanding warriors under King Vegeta, belonging to the elite fighters. Shortly after Luo Tian was born, his parents died during a mission when their spaceship suffered a devastating impact from a meteor in the vastness of space. The Scions are a warrior race constantly battling in foreign lands, leading to many deaths. Thus, on the vast planet Vegeta, only a few thousand people remain. There are countless orphans like Luo Tian. Sometimes Luo Tian really wanted to sarcastically remark the so-called warrior race, the Scions, do not even possess the most basic ability to survive in space. This alone is enough to be fatal. If someone cannot defeat you, destroying the planet you live on is such an easy task. Luo Tian's talent and aptitude are quite good, with a battle power reaching 600 at birth, nearly on par with Vegeta. At the age of 4, Luo Tian further raised his battle power to 2,000. However, for Luo Tian, it was still far from enough. However, King Vegeta was terrified and trembling. It was from that moment on that Vegeta began to live under Luo Tian's protagonist halo. Fortunately, after that day, for some unknown reason, Luo Tian's battle power began to slide down like a downhill slide. King Vegeta secretly investigated, and it seemed that Whis, a companion of Beerus, had eaten a sausage with a strange taste that Luo Tian had, and in return he gave Luo Tian a book. During that year, Luo Tian kept studying the cultivation methods in that book. Yet his battle power continued to decline. In just 1 year, Luo Tian's battle power had dropped to 200. While King Vegeta felt relieved, he was also somewhat heartbroken. A fine genius warrior had been rendered useless. That companion of Lord Beerus was truly a burden. Moreover, what kind of horrible sausage did you feed that person named Whis? Why did you have to sabotage him? King Vegeta even called Luo Tian over one time, seriously advising him to stop studying that strange book. However, Luo Tian remained unmoved, continuing to follow his own path, diligently studying the cultivation methods in the book. King Vegeta did not persuade him further. In short, for King Vegeta and many Scions, Luo Tian was considered completely finished. Yet Luo Tian was still thoroughly enjoying himself. Others only thought Whis was a companion of the god of destruction. But as a Dragon Ball fan, Luo Tian clearly knew that Whis was the true god. He was also the angel that Luo Tian wanted to become. In the Tournament of Power during the storyline year, the universes that lost would be personally erased by the Omni King. In an instant, all the gods and planets of that universe would vanish without a trace. Only the angels would remain. Or one could say even the gods of destruction were originally selected elites from the universe. Angels, on the other hand, are born as gods possessing extraordinary power. Moreover, only by becoming an angel can one better cherish beings like Beerus, right? What qualification does a mere human have to conduct deeper research with them? Let's start cultivating from Ultra Instinct. At least within the storyline of Dragon Ball Super, Son Goku's path towards Ultra Instinct is actually moving towards the way of angels. However, this path appears to be quite difficult. However, as long as he can become a true angel, no matter how rugged the road, it is not a problem for Luo Tian. After a year of diligent research, Luo Tian finally managed to dissipate most of the energy he had previously cultivated and managed to condense a rather murky angelic power. Although it is murky angelic power, it still possesses some basic effects of angelic power. What can angelic power do? Through a year of research combined with his experience as a Dragon Ball fan in his past life, Luo Tian has gained a clear understanding of angelic power. Angelic power is equivalent to a universal energy. Or it is more appropriate to call it universal magical energy. There is nothing you cannot achieve. Angelic power can be transformed into, but is not limited to, destruction, healing, restoration, magic, fire, object manipulation, insight, resurrection. It can even reverse time, going back to a few minutes ago. Of course, the angelic power that Luo Tian can currently condense is still unable to reverse time due to its insufficient purity. Even so, for Luo Tian, it is still a small step towards the path of becoming an angel. In fact, to put it simply, the so-called cultivation of Ultra Instinct is the refinement of angelic power. During this cultivation process, Luo Tian will gradually comprehend the essence of Ultra Instinct. Luo Tian scattered the energy he had cultivated before because that energy was of little use and was far weaker compared to angelic power. Do not be fooled by the fact that the angelic power Luo Tian has currently condensed is not very pure. According to Luo Tian's understanding, if the purity of true angels' angelic power is 100, then his current angelic power's purity is only 1. However, even with an angelic power purity of only 1, if it were to be transformed into destructive power, it could easily annihilate the heavens and the earth. If one had to assign a combat power to this little bit of angelic power, Luo Tian felt that it would easily reach a height of at least 1 billion. This is still with the purity of angelic power being only 1. The main reason is that Luo Tian has not completely dissipated all of his energy. If he were to dissipate all of his energy completely, Luo Tian believed that the purity of his angelic power would increase and his combat power would grow exponentially. Luo Tian looked up at the starry sky, vigorously shaking his head. I am thinking too much again. In the starry sky, spaceships occasionally landed on Planet Vegeta. Seeing more and more Saiyans returning to Planet Vegeta, Luo Tian felt a mix of emotions. According to the timeline, it would not be long before Frieza would destroy Planet Vegeta. It's time to leave this planet. Luo Tian did not wish to play the hero, indulging in the cliché of saving Planet Vegeta. Moreover, the true mastermind behind the destruction of Planet Vegeta was not Frieza, but the god of destruction, Beerus. It is not that the god of destruction, Beerus, has a grudge against the Saiyans. Rather, the existence of Planet Vegeta has severely disrupted the balance of the universe. Of course, Frieza also harbored a bit of personal vengeance. Vegeta, have you considered battling in outer space recently? I can take you to a great place. As Luo Tian was about to leave, he turned back and asked Vegeta a question. He contemplated departing Planet Vegeta aboard Vegeta's spaceship with no intention of provoking Frieza. Luo Tian's principle was to develop quietly and become an angel, eventually marrying Bardock. What? Do you want to follow me into outer space for battle? Vegeta quickly understood Luo Tian's meaning. When are we leaving? Luo Tian inquired. If I won't take you along, you'd only be a burden. Vegeta snorted, raising his head high. Your battle power is only 100. It would be embarrassing for this prince to take you out. Don't you know that I practice healing techniques? Luo Tian smiled mysteriously. Healing techniques. Vegeta was visibly taken aback, scrutinizing Luo Tian without blinking. Luo Tian wore a smile. Vegeta suddenly recalled how Luo Tian had just restored the shattered detector. Have you thought of it? If I can restore a detector, how much easier would it be to heal your injuries? Luo Tian smiled. If you don't believe me, let me show you right now. Show me. Vegeta was momentarily stunned. With a swift motion, Luo Tian appeared behind Vegeta in an instant. His speed was so astonishing that Vegeta couldn't even react. Vegeta rubbed his eyes vigorously, shaking his head as he searched for Luo Tian's whereabouts. I'm behind you, came Luo Tian's voice from behind Vegeta. Vegeta was taken aback, mechanically turning his head to stare at Luo Tian behind him with wide eyes. Bang! Luo Tian struck, landing a blow to the back of Vegeta's neck. Of course, Luo Tian infused a hint of angelic power into this strike, converting it into a high-intensity energy. He did not turn the angelic power into destruction. Had he transformed it into destruction, Vegeta might have been reduced to dust by that blow. Nevertheless, Vegeta was sent tumbling forward, spewing blood as he fell. Thud! Vegeta collapsed onto the ground, lying there feeling utterly defeated. His face displayed shock, his expression shifting rapidly with endless horror in his eyes. I was injured by that kid Luo Tian with a single blow. How is this possible? I must have been careless and didn't dodge. Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, how could someone with a battle power of only 100 injure me? Vegeta's young mind was still quite simple in its thoughts. Let me try using my healing technique now. Luo Tian stepped forward, a murky aura of angelic power swiftly enveloping Vegeta. Instantly, Vegeta's injuries began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. In less than 10 seconds, his wounds were completely healed. Vegeta sprang up from the ground, somewhat shocked as he felt the changes in his body. Luo Tian also sensed Vegeta's aura and realized that his battle power had not increased as a result. That's because just now Vegeta was not in a state of near death. Even if he was healed, his battle power would not double. Has it really healed? Vegeta was astonished. I told you so, right? Remember to call me when you depart. This planet I'm taking you to is quite unique. After saying this, Luo Tian flew up into the sky, quickly departing. Vegeta remained rooted in place, unable to regain his composure for a long time. Wait a minute, did I overlook something? Are we just going to let the fact that you injured me slide? Luo Tian soared into the air, gliding over the blue planet of Vegeta before soon returning to the town. At this moment, the streets of the town were bustling with activity as more and more Saiyans were summoned back by Frieza. It could be said that since Luo Tian's birth, he had never seen so many fellow Saiyans together. Among the returning troops, Luo Tian noticed that Son Goku's father Bardock had also returned aboard a spaceship. Bardock was Son Goku's biological father who had returned from an alien world due to Frieza's summons. Bardock resembled Son Goku closely. The only difference was a long scar on his face, a mark from battles he had endured. Additionally, a furry tail swayed behind him in the wind. Bardock, long time no see. I can't believe you're still alive. A Saiyan named Lutra cheerfully greeted the newly returned Bardock. Do you know why Frieza summoned us back? Who knows? It's said that he discovered a super large star that requires many Saiyans to attack in order to bring it down. Bardock turned to inquire of Lutra. By the way, it seems those in Frieza's army are asking around about the Super Saiyans, Lutra added. Super Saiyans. Bardock paused slightly. Is it the legendary Super Saiyan? Yes, that heroic legend. Lutra nodded proudly. The Super Saiyan, a widely celebrated heroic figure among the Saiyans. It is said to be the most powerful individual in the entire universe. Of course, when referring to the universe here, it is not the 12 universes, but rather the entire 7th universe. In my understanding, Super Saiyans can be divided into two types, ordinary Super Saiyans and the legendary Super Saiyans. Luo Tian approached, smiling slowly like a little adult. Upon seeing Luo Tian suddenly appear, Bardock and Lutra were momentarily taken aback. I wondered who it was. It's our genius youth Luo Tian. Lutra said with a smile, unable to resist pressing down on the scouter on his eyes, then exclaiming in amazement, shaking his head and sighing. You should check your battle power. I really don't know how you ended up with only 100 left. This is nothing to worry about, Luo Tian replied nonchalantly. Lutra. Bardock. Bardock also gave Luo Tian a deep look filled with questions. Bardock had heard some news about Luo Tian. After all, Luo Tian was once an outstanding genius warrior possessing a battle power of 200 at the age of 4. Yet just a year later his battle power had dwindled to 100. What on earth happened? Of course, Bardock was unaware of Luo Tian's training methods involving that strange book, as he had been away fighting for many years. TCH, as if you know so much about Super Saiyans. Lutra scoffed disdainfully. You should really look at your battle power values. A once great genius has been reduced to this. Luo Tian, how much do you know about Super Saiyans? Bardock asked curiously. As I just said, Super Saiyans are divided into ordinary Super Saiyans and the legendary Super Saiyans. The legendary Super Saiyan is a prodigy that appears once every 1,000 years. We Saiyans can forget about that. Luo Tian smiled as he replied. However, you can become an ordinary Super Saiyan through diligent training. Bardock displayed a thoughtful expression. Ha! Lutra laughed heartily from the side. Luo Tian, in that last sentence you said we can become ordinary Super Saiyans through hard work. Why did you not include yourself? I'm afraid I can't become a Super Saiyan anymore. Luo Tian sighed. Is it because you've already become useless? Lutra snorted again. No, I might directly skip the Super Saiyan transformation and become a Super Saiyan god. Luo Tian looked up at the sky slowly, saying, Lutra, Bardock, you really can boast. I can't even keep up with your pace. Moreover, to become a Super Saiyan, one must first possess a certain amount of S cells, and the way to give birth to these S cells is quite simple, having a peaceful heart. Luo Tian smiled as he explained briefly to Bardock and Lutra. S cells, peaceful heart. Lutra was taken aback. What are you talking about? Bardock, you're quite good, your mindset is relatively calm, and you already have S cells emerging within you, but it's still far from enough. Luo Tian ignored Lutra and continued to look at Bardock. However, as long as you maintain your current mentality, I believe you will soon become a true Super Saiyan. I will become a true Super Saiyan. Bardock was momentarily stunned. Haha, Bardock, you can't be serious. Lutrala laughed even more joyfully from the side. Luo Tian shook his head, choosing not to argue with Lutrala. The reason Luo Tian said this to Bardock was that he knew at the moment when Planet Vegeta was destroyed, Bardock might travel back to 1,000 years ago. And the legend of the Super Saiyans actually originated from Bardock. Let me complete this story. Luo Tian was just about to leave when two guards swiftly approached from a distance and landed beside him. Luo Tian, His Highness the Prince, said to gather at the spaceship launch base at exactly 10 p.m. tonight. There will be no waiting for latecomers. One of the guards stepped forward and said, Next time wear a scouter for easier communication. The other guard pointed at the scouter on his own eye. Next time. Understood. Thank you both. Luo Tian nodded. There would be no next time. If my calculations are correct, Planet Vegeta will soon face a devastating blow. There will be no next time. After finishing their words, the two guards immediately took their leave. Luo Tian, are you going out? Bardock asked, slightly taken aback. Yes, Luo Tian nodded. Didn't Frieza himself say we must remain on Planet Vegeta? For now, That's his business, not mine, Luo Tian replied, shaking his head before turning and walking away. That brat really is insufferably arrogant. Rutora gritted his teeth. Does he truly believe he's still that prodigious youth of old? Bardock watched Luo Tian's retreating figure in silence, his expression grave. Super Saiyan, Bardock murmured to himself. He then strode back toward his dwelling. Jine him home. He called out to his wife Jine, who was slicing meat inside. Jine, mother of son Goku, served as a logistics officer, overseeing meals and other support duties for frontline combatants. Not all Saiyans were warriors, many owing to low battle power, served in auxiliary logistical roles. After all, a race's strength is inseparable from the resilience of its support systems. And since Jine's battle power was comparatively low, such work was all she could undertake. Bardock, Jine's face lit up with delight as she rushed forward to embrace him. It had been a long time since they last saw each other. Today's reunion was rare and precious. Perhaps this tender reunion would soon give way to parting. Such is the cruel reality for a warrior race. The streets are unusually lively, Bardock observed, sighing. It's been ages since I've witnessed such a spectacle. Yes, everyone's returned, Jine agreed, nodding. Where's Raditz? Bardock asked. He's gone out to play, and he's already been assigned as a combatant. Soon he'll partner with Prince Vegeta on missions to other planets. Jine replied. Prince Vegeta himself, partnering with that formidable figure. Bardock wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. Indeed, Jine affirmed. Is Kakarot still in the incubation chamber? Bardock asked. He's been there 3 years. Time to bring him out. Shall we go see him? Jine answered. They entered the inner chamber, where Bardock found Kakarot sleeping peacefully inside the incubation chamber. The infant bore an uncanny resemblance to Bardock, undeniably his son. He's grown so much, Bardock mused. Yes, he looks exactly like you, especially that distinctive hairstyle. Jine nodded. A brief silence fell between them. After nightfall, I'll steal a spherical starship and send this child into exile on another world. Bardock murmured thoughtfully. Huh, why do that? Jine frowned, bewildered. And subject him to the perilous fate of an exiled heir. It's for Kakarot's sake. Bardock sighed softly. What's happened? A sudden unease stirred within Jine's heart. Frieza is plotting something grave. I feel death drawing near. His face darkened further. That very night, Bardock stole a spherical starship and placed Kakarot inside. Under cover of darkness, he carried the vessel on his shoulders, accompanied by Jine, to a desolate mountain wilderness. Cold winds howled across the barren slopes, biting with icy chill. No soul stirred in the surrounding solitude. Come to think of it, you worrying over your child doesn't quite sound like a Saiyan at all, Jine teased lightly. Perhaps your innocence has rubbed off on me, Bardock smiled wryly. Inside the starship, Kakarot cried incessantly, as though sensing the imminent, irrevocable separation from his parents. Kakarot, hush now, Bardock said gently. Bardock, let's flee together. Jine suggested. No use. Their scanners would locate us in moments. Bardock shook his head and set the starship down upon the Earth. I've programmed its course for a distant planet called Earth. Jine made several adjustments aboard the vessel, then turned to Bardock and to Kakarot inside. Though Earth's resources hold little strategic value, its abundant food makes it an unassuming yet ideal world. If my fears prove unfounded, we'll come for you soon. Remember, never gaze too long at the full moon. Bardock instructed. I'll tell Raditz as well, Jine added. You must survive, Bardock whispered, waving farewell to Kakarot within the starship. Goodbye, Jine murmured, her voice thick with sorrow. Kakarot stared wide-eyed at his parents, his infant face crinkling into a silent, bewildered question. Are Mom and Dad abandoning me? With a sharp whoosh, the starship shot skyward, lifting off before their tear-filled eyes, vanishing swiftly beyond Planet Vegeta's atmosphere. Later that evening at precisely 10 o'clock, Luo Tian arrived punctually at the starship launch facility. 5 Saiyans stood assembled there. Besides Vegeta, they included Raditz, the elder brother of Son Goku, as well as Nappa and 2 others. Of these 5, only Nappa had matured into adulthood. The rest were roughly Luo Tian's age. Hey Luo Tian, you're late, Raditz called out. Thanks. I'm not needed to be thanked, Luo Tian replied. Raditz blinked, confused. Huh, I wasn't praising you, Raditz muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. Let's depart, Vegeta commanded, addressing the group. Your Highness, can we truly leave now, eh? Nappa ventured hesitantly. Didn't Lord Frieza decree we remain confined to Planet Vegeta, under no circumstances permitted to depart? Humph, where I go is none of his concern, Vegeta scoffed. You may stay or not. Your choice. Nappa bowed his head hastily, affirming his intention to accompany them. 1 minute later, whoosh. A compact starship pierced the planet's atmosphere and soared into the starlit void. The boundless cosmos stretched in infinite silence. A flattened, disc-shaped starship circled slowly in the starfield near Planet Vegeta. Aboard it sat the galactic tyrant Frieza, seated in a miniature pram, his smile serene, his eyes glinting with sardonic amusement. A Super Saiyan, and even a Super Saiyan god. My Lord Frieza, I believe this is merely a cliched legend of heroism, Belupiru remarked, shaking his head. Belupiru, a frog-like attendant and de facto caretaker, oversaw Frieza's daily needs. Of course I know that, Frieza retorted, a cool disdain threading his voice. Yet I tolerate no uncertainty. His gaze drifted toward the distant blue orb of Planet Vegeta, his eyes narrowing to slits. Saiyans are creatures of towering pride. They will never submit as loyal servants to me. It is time they were erased. Still, I Frieza am merciful. So I shall let the planet itself become their tomb. What a pity. Saiyans were after all exceptional warriors. Belupiru sighed. Moreover, this directive comes directly from Lord Beerus himself. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Beerus. Belibulu's voice trembled. Frieza narrowed his eyes at Belibulu. Just then a subordinate stepped in from outside, ready to report. Then they heard Frieza say that he did not wish a third person to know. The subordinate was at a loss, unable to advance or retreat. What have you heard? Frieza smiled at the newly arrived subordinate. Lord Frieza, I heard nothing at all. Oh, in fact, I am deaf. The subordinate quickly knelt down. Oh, is that so? Frieza chuckled, and his eyes emitted 2 beams of energy. In an instant, Frieza's subordinate was reduced to ashes by the 2 beams of energy, dead beyond resurrection. Bilibulu displayed a grin, seemingly unfazed, as if such incidents were commonplace for him. But speaking of that, what happened to the once genius Saiyan? Frieza inquired with curiosity. Great Lord Frieza, that person just now came to report about someone named Luo Tian. Bilibulu wiped his sweat. Frieza? After a minute, another subordinate of Frieza hurried in and briefly reported on the matter concerning Luo Tian. Oh, his battle power dropped from 200 to 100. In just a year. He truly is a genius, Frieza said with a smile, looking at the subordinate. The subordinate dared not lift his head, kneeling obediently. I was somewhat hopeful. I even naively thought his battle power could rise from 200 to 100. Frieza shook his head in disappointment. Lord Frieza, while Saiyans are a warrior race, unless they transform into Oozaru, it is impossible for their base battle power to reach such heights. Bilibulu sneered. Frieza did not continue on this topic, but instead asked with a smile, by the way, how many Saiyans have returned to Planet Vegeta? In about a month, the Saiyans outside will mostly return. Only a few will take longer to make their way back, Bilibulu replied. I can't wait that long. Let's plan to act in a month, Frieza said with an increasingly sinister smile. Will this raise suspicions among the survivors? Bilibulu asked. Ho ho ho. Just say they were unfortunately struck by a giant meteorite, and it will be fine. Frieza laughed heartily, doubling over with laughter. While laughing, Frieza suddenly spotted a small spaceship shooting into the starry sky from Planet Vegeta, leaving a bright trail and quickly flying towards a distant star region. Frieza's smile froze and his expression turned grim. Immediately investigate and find out who is so bold, daring to leave Planet Vegeta at this time. Bilibulu quickly ordered his subordinates. The investigation results came out swiftly. Oh, Vegeta, Luo Tian. Frieza stroked his chin thoughtfully, his gaze growing colder. Lord Frieza, shall we bring them down? Bilibulu bowed respectfully, then with some concern asked, however, if we act against their prince now, it will surely cause unnecessary trouble. The returning Saiyans from afar might halt their progress, and your plan would. Bilibulu did not finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. Let them go, Frieza said with a sullen face, shaking his head. Indeed, if they chose to act now, it would be the Saiyan prince who perished, preventing the Saiyans from returning to Planet Vegeta. A brief silence. Bilibulu, have you ever heard of raising pigs? Frieza suddenly smiled. What do you mean? Bilibulu asked, puzzled. When raising pigs, you must first fatten them up nicely. Then they taste better when eaten, Frieza said, grinning at the departing small spaceship. Lord Frieza means to treat Vegeta and the others like pigs. Bilibulu suddenly understood. That's exactly what I mean. Let's keep them, Frieza chuckled. Isn't that a bit too many pigs? Bilibulu asked. Frieza thought for a moment, agreeing that there were indeed too many pigs, and instructed. Then let's keep Vegeta and Luo Tian along with 2 random Saiyans, leaving a total of 4 pigs. Ha ha ha, adding 1 more will make it the same number as the Ginyu Force. Bilibulu laughed heartily. Just after laughing, Captain Jinyu of the Jinyu Force walked in, a look of disbelief on his face. Bilibulu, you went too far. We are not pigs. Jinyu glared at Bilibulu with a dark expression. Ha ha ha, just a joke, just a joke. Bilibulu scratched his head awkwardly. Is there something you need? Frieza turned to Jinyu. Lord Frieza, for the attack on Planet Vegeta, we the Jinyu Force are willing to be the vanguard. Jinyu bowed respectfully. No need for that, a planet-destroying bomb, and no one gets away. Frieza waved dismissively. Are you going to destroy Planet Vegeta? Jinyu said with some regret. That planet has quite a decent resource. Isn't it a pity to destroy it? Are you teaching me how to do my job? Frieza's demeanor turned cold. I suddenly feel like I haven't seen a planet being destroyed in a long time. Jinyu reacted quickly and laughed. Frieza's cold expression gradually transformed into a smile. Whoosh. As they were speaking, another spherical spaceship flew into the starry sky, passing near Frieza's ship. Frieza? Who is it now? Frieza squinted his eyes. Lord Frieza, it is a Saiyan infant with a battle power of only 2. A subordinate quickly reported. Should we bring it down? Bilibulu asked. A battle power of only 2. Frieza laughed. Let it be. Even if it grows, it won't amount to anything. In Luo Tian's spaceship. After flying for about an hour, Luo Tian turned back to look behind and found that the Frieza army spaceship had not followed. Prince Vegeta, which planet shall we go to next? Raditz asked. Luo Tian, what do you think? Vegeta turned to inquire. How many spherical spaceships do we have on our spaceship? Luo Tian did not answer the question, but casually asked. How many? I think there are 4. Raditz rubbed his head and replied. After all, our spaceship isn't very large, so we only have 4 of these spherical mini-spaceships. That's great. Besides me and Vegeta, you 4 can each take one and leave, Luo Tian instructed. Raditz's smile gradually froze. Naba looked astonished. The other 2 Saiyans were also puzzled. Hey Luo Tian, aren't you planning to take them along? Vegeta whispered to Luo Tian. Luo Tian nodded. What's the point of bringing so many people? It doesn't hold much significance. Moreover, the target is too large and would easily be discovered by Frieza's people. Did you hear that? You 4 hurry and get lost. Vegeta decisively ordered Raditz and Naba and the other 2 Saiyans without courtesy. Naba. Raditz. The other 2 Saiyans. So you called us to form a team, but you 2 fly solo. Hey Luo Tian. Vegeta began to speak, but Luo Tian gently raised a hand, silencing him before he could continue. Luo Tian then pointed to the scanner device worn over Vegeta's eyes. Vegeta was no fool. He instantly understood and removed the scanner, pressing a finger over its microphone. What is it? Do you have something to tell me? And fear others might overhear. Vegeta snorted, eyeing Luo Tian with mild curiosity. I merely wish to avoid unnecessary complications, Luo Tian replied with a faint smile. Do you suspect that Frieza fellow? Are you worried he's eavesdropping on our conversation? Vegeta quickly caught on. You're truly sharp, Luo Tian said, giving him a thumbs up. TCH, spare me the praise. Vegeta scoffed, then casually asked, so what's the name of that unique planet you mentioned? Namek. Luo Tian enunciated each syllable deliberately. The vast starry sky, the endless universe. Frieza's spaceship. Frieza remained seated in a stroller, a faint smile gracing his face. Yet beneath Frieza's smile lies a hint of coldness. Lord Frieza, according to the latest intelligence, 4 mini-spherical spaceships have separated from Vegeta's spaceship. A subordinate stepped forward to report, Nappa Raditz and 2 other inconsequential Saiyans have departed in those 4 spherical spaceships. Oh, they separated. Frieza squinted his eyes. It seems this little Saiyan prince and the former genius warrior Luo Tian intend to act independently. Bilibulu pondered. Doria Shaloria. Frieza called out. At his command, Doria and Shaloria hurried in from outside and immediately bowed in respect to Frieza. Doria and Shaloria are 2 brothers who look almost identical, stout, with pink skin, their bodies marred by ugly flesh lumps. You 2 will act separately. One will kill the 2 inconsequential Saiyans apart from Nappa and Raditz, while the other will bring me Vegeta and Luo Tian. Frieza decisively commanded, smiling as he mused. Although they are merely 2 insignificant little monkeys, let's capture them and raise them like pigs. Yes, Lord Frieza. Doria and Shaloria bowed in unison. I want them to realize that no matter what schemes they conjure, they are nothing before absolute strength. Frieza sneered repeatedly. Doria and Shaloria remained silent. Go now, Frieza waved his hand. As they were leaving, do not underestimate them. Frieza added another instruction. The brothers left, heading towards the spaceship launch bay. Hey Doria, what do you think about me capturing Vegeta? Shaloria suggested. Shaloria, with your level of combat strength, aren't you afraid of capsizing in the gutter? Doria scoffed. You need to understand that little monkey Vegeta's combat power is at least 15000. My combat power is 17000, which is 2000 higher than his. Shaloria confidently patted his chest, the lumps of flesh on him quivering slightly. Don't forget there's also the former genius warrior Luo Tian, whose combat power once reached a peak of 2000. Doria frowned. Brother, don't worry, that kid named Luo Tian has already been rendered useless, hasn't he? Shaloria said with a smile. Doria fell into contemplation, somewhat hesitant. Doria, my dear brother, rest assured nothing will go wrong. Shaloria smiled. They're just two little scion brats, how could they possibly turn the tables? Just be cautious and never let your guard down. Doria finally made up his mind, nodding in agreement. Wait for my good news. Shaloria climbed into the spherical spaceship. Luo Tian's spaceship. Namek, what is so special about that planet? Vegeta paused slightly. You'll know once you go there, Luo Tian replied with a smile. Being all mysterious. Vegeta huffed, unable to resist rolling his eyes. Luo Tian, however, was not angered. He knew well that Vegeta had such an unruly character. Luo Tian liked the rebellious Vegeta. If he were to train him to be a docile little sheep, then he wouldn't be Vegeta anymore. By the way, Luo Tian, this healing technique of yours is definitely tailor-made for this prince. Vegeta's face lit up with excitement, his eyes filled with endless anticipation. As long as we cooperate well, this universe will belong to us too in the future. Once I become the emperor of the universe, I will appoint you as my great general. After saying this, Vegeta seemed a bit thirsty, walking to the bar of the spaceship and pouring a cup of water, gulping it down. Luo Tian paid no mind to Vegeta's words, instead letting out a gentle sigh, looking at Vegeta and asking, My prince, what is your greatest wish? Greatest wish? Why do you ask that? Vegeta, having finished drinking, wiped his mouth, slightly taken aback, unsure of what to make of it. Luo Tian smiled mysteriously, lowering his voice. Think carefully, but it's related to our trip to Namek. Namek? Wish? Vegeta fell into contemplation. What does Namek have to do with my wish? I really don't understand. What is my greatest wish? I remember now. My greatest wish is, of course, to become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta hurriedly said, Do you think? Can this wish be fulfilled on Namek? You don't need to rely on Namek to fulfill that wish. I can help you achieve it myself, Luo Tian replied. You? You can make me a Super Saiyan. Don't joke around. Vegeta scoffed. If you could make me a Super Saiyan, why don't you become one yourself first? I'm not interested in becoming a Super Saiyan, Luo Tian shook his head. Then what are you interested in? Vegeta asked curiously. Angels, Luo Tian said. Angels again. Is it that angelic power you mentioned? Vegeta was astonished. That magical power that has healing abilities. Luo Tian said nothing further. What a strange guy, not even interested in becoming a Super Saiyan. Vegeta murmured softly, and then curiously asked, So tell me, how can one become a Super Saiyan? To become a Super Saiyan, the first thing you must do is to cultivate a peaceful heart, Luo Tian sighed. From now on you must maintain a tranquil state of mind. If I have no intention of keeping a peaceful heart. Don't deceive me, that's the foundation for cultivating angelic power. I don't want to be a healer, I want to be a powerful warrior. A warrior who can crush Frieza into the ground. Vegeta gazed up at the starry sky, his eyes filled with endless anticipation. At this age, Vegeta was most prone to daydreaming. So much so that he would still live in illusions even as he grew older. Luo Tian suddenly turned his head and quickly scanned the area behind him. What is it? Vegeta also turned to look behind. Someone is chasing us, Luo Tian suddenly said. Is it Frieza's people? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, quickly picking up the scouter and putting it over his eyes. Beep beep. Immediately a battle power reading appeared on the scouter. Battle power 17000. Vegeta's expression changed drastically, his voice trembling. It's 2000 higher than yours. Luo Tian said calmly. Vegeta mechanically turned his head, fear flashing in his eyes as he gritted his teeth, clenching his fists tightly. It's Doria's brother Shalolia? What does that guy Frieza want? Perhaps he just wants to invite us for tea and chat, Luo Tian smiled. Do you really think that's possible? Vegeta immediately removed the scouter, covered the microphone, and rolled his eyes. Hurry and find a planet with a moon to land on. This prince wants to transform into a great ape and eliminate him. There's no need for that. Have you forgotten that I can heal? Luo Tian smiled nonchalantly. As long as you get seriously injured by him, I can heal you again, and your battle power will see a significant boost. In an instant, Vegeta's eyes lit up, and he foolishly smiled at the starry sky outside. Right? I have excellent healing. What do I have to fear? Wait a minute, you don't have a scouter. How do you know someone is chasing us? Vegeta asked curiously. I already told you not to rely on the scouter, Luo Tian said with a smile. You need to learn to sense the opponent's aura, allowing you to discern their strength and location. There is such a miraculous skill. Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. There is still much for you to learn, Luo Tian smiled slightly. As if you understand much more than I do, Vegeta rolled his eyes. Stop joking around, let's find a planet to land on. After all, we Saiyans cannot survive in the vacuum of space. That's our greatest weakness. Luo Tian sighed helplessly. Although he could now condense a low purity of angelic power, it did not mean that he had become an angel and could survive in space. That was clearly unrealistic. To truly become an angel, there was still a long way to go. At the very least, comprehending true free and unfettered state was the first step. Luo Tian estimated that if he could cultivate the purity of angelic power to around 10, he should be able to awaken the Super Saiyan God state. With the purity of angelic power reaching around 15, he should be able to unlock the Super Saiyan Blue. If he could cultivate the purity of angelic power to around 20, he would probably be able to attain the free and unfettered state. If the purity of angelic power reached 30, he should be able to unlock the true free and unfettered state, which is the silver-haired form. Of course, all these are just Luo Tian's estimates. Is there a connection between cultivating angelic power and the Super Saiyan God? Of course there is. In fact, the Super Saiyan God is the first step for Saiyans to become divine. It's a small step in transforming energy into divine power. In his past life, Luo Tian often saw Dragon Ball fans debating the merits of Super Saiyan 4 versus Super Saiyan God. The main content of the debate was which is stronger, Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan God. To put it simply, Super Saiyan 4 is the result of a quantitative change in energy, while Super Saiyan God represents a qualitative change in energy. When it comes to which of the two is stronger. In Luo Tian's view, when the foundational differences are negligible, the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 possesses a strength that is greater than or equal to that of Super Saiyan Blue. Why should it be greater? Because the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 lasts longer. Even if one falls unconscious, they can maintain that state. However, Super Saiyan Blue cannot achieve this. Thus, even if both parties possess equal strength in terms of endurance, Super Saiyan Blue might indeed lose. Of course, these are merely Luo Tian's speculations from his past life, and their accuracy is uncertain. Now that Luo Tian has traversed into the Dragon Ball world, he can take this opportunity to verify who is truly stronger. Luo Tian believes that guiding Vegeta towards the path of Super Saiyan 4 is the best choice. However, before that, he needs to address a critical shortcoming of the Saiyans. As a warrior race, the Saiyans lack the ability to survive in the vacuum of space. This is what Luo Tian finds most ridiculous. Shulshalia, why are you chasing after me? Vegeta had already established contact with Shulshalia through a communicator. Vegeta, Lord Frieza demands that you and Luo Tian return to see him immediately. Shulshalia instructed. This prince can go wherever he pleases. Vegeta scoffed. Then I will have to personally bring you back. According to my investigation, it seems there are no planets with moons nearby, right? Your spaceship is not as fast as mine, so you and Luo Tian better behave. Even without a moon, I can still make you eat dirt. Vegeta retorted. How about we battle on that planet ahead? Oh, it seems you are quite confident, Vegeta, Shulshalia chuckled. Whoosh, whoosh. The two spaceships streaked across the starry sky, leaving bright trails as they rapidly descended towards a yellowish-brown planet. About a minute later, the spaceship landed on the planet. Creak. The hatch of the spaceship opened. Luo Tian and Vegeta flew out. This time Vegeta followed Luo Tian's suggestion and did not bring a communicator. He also did not want Frieza to know about Luo Tian's healing abilities. The two soon encountered each other. Vegeta, you should really take a good look at your combat power. Shulshalia chuckled lightly. My combat power is 1700 while yours is only 15000. I must say, as the Prince of the Saiyans, your combat power is indeed impressive. What is this? Vegeta snorted. Luo Tian. This once genius warrior now only has a battle power of 100. You truly are a genius. The more you train, the weaker your battle power becomes. Shulshalia exclaimed, filled with endless disdain. Luo Tian ignored him and didn't bother to take action himself. Having a little brother who loved to fight nearby was quite convenient. You two can come at me together. Shulshalia scoffed, waving at Luo Tian and Vegeta. There's no need. Dealing with someone like you is enough for me alone. Vegeta let out a cold grunt, his energy erupting as a bright flame enveloped him, spreading rapidly across his body. Then Vegeta transformed into a streak of light and charged swiftly towards Xiao. Swish! In the next moment, Vegeta's figure flickered and vanished right in front of Xiao. In an instant, he appeared behind Xiao. Bang! Vegeta quickly threw a punch, striking Xiao in the kidneys. Xiao's body lurched forward. Vegeta pursued, delivering a powerful kick that sent Xiao soaring into the sky. Whoosh! Vegeta shot upwards, swiftly appearing directly above Xiao. Bang! Vegeta executed a diving kick that landed squarely on Xiao's chest. Instantly, Xiao plummeted from the sky like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the ground and leaving a human-shaped crater. Vegeta descended from the sky, forcefully stepping on Xiao's head. Crack! The scouter on Xiao's eyes was shattered by Vegeta's stomp. Vegeta jumped again, rising to a height and unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. The energy blasts rained down upon Xiao below. Rumble! Dust swirled around Xiao's location, and debris flew through the air. Smack! Vegeta landed opposite Xiao. Huff, huff, huff. Vegeta gasped heavily, feeling waves of fatigue wash over him. Just now he had pushed his energy output to the limit. As the smoke gradually cleared, Xiao's body was revealed seemingly unharmed. No, it couldn't be said he was completely unharmed. Xiao was covered in dirt, his armor battered and broken by Vegeta's blows. However, he did not suffer any serious injuries. After all, there was a gap of 2,000 in battle power, which was still quite significant. Not bad, Vegeta, your previous attack had a nice rhythm. Xiao smirked contemptuously, brushing off the dust from his clothes. What? Vegeta's expression changed dramatically. How's that? Your attack seems ineffective, Vegeta. Xiao stepped towards Vegeta. Damn it. Vegeta gritted his teeth and raised his hand, firing an energy blast at Xiao. Bang! Xiao suddenly slapped, deflecting the energy blast Vegeta had fired. Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply and his expression grew increasingly grim. Now it's my turn to attack, right, Vegeta? Xiao laughed heartily, stepping closer to Vegeta. Not good. Vegeta gritted his teeth and charged at Xiao, launching a punch at his head. Smack! Xiao merely raised his hand slightly, catching Vegeta's punch with his palm. What's this? Vegeta, is this your attack? It seems that with a 2,000 battle power difference, the gap is not trivial at all. Xiao laughed heartily. Vegeta's face turned extremely ugly. Bang! Xiao slammed his forehead heavily against Vegeta's head. Vegeta let out a cry of pain as blood flowed from his forehead. Bang! Xiao showed no mercy, kicking Vegeta upward. Immediately after, Xiao shot up into the sky, appearing right above Vegeta. Ha ha ha! Xiao laughed loudly, delivering a kick to Vegeta's waist. Awoo! Vegeta cried out in pain again, his body plummeting like a meteor from the sky. Rumble! Vegeta crashed heavily onto the planet's surface, shaking the ground violently and leaving a large crater. Smack! Xiao landed at the edge of the crater, stomping hard on the ground. Vegeta was violently jolted out of the crater and soared to a height. Smack! Xiao grabbed Vegeta's tail and effortlessly lifted him up. Hey, don't die on me, Vegeta, my little Saiyan prince. Lord Frieza specifically ordered me to bring you back alive. As Xiao spoke, he showed no mercy, lightly slapping Vegeta's face twice. He didn't go all out, fearing he might accidentally kill him. After all, Frieza didn't want Vegeta dead for now. He only commanded Xiao to bring Vegeta and Luo Tian back. Vegeta bled from his mouth, feeling his life nearing its end. However, Vegeta thought of Luo Tian, this powerful healer, as his backup and did not give up. Hey! Vegeta opened his mouth wide and sank his teeth into Xiao's hand. Xiao let out a piercing cry and slammed Vegeta hard onto the ground. After hitting the ground, Vegeta scrambled clumsily toward Luo Tian. Are you a dog? Xiao rubbed her bitten hand, gritting her teeth in fury, and spoke coldly. So you still have the strength to flee. But can you truly escape from my palm? As she spoke, Xiao cast a sly, smiling glance toward Luo Tian. Hey, Luo Tian, the once celebrated prodigy. Will you come with me willingly, or must I first break you down like Vegeta before presenting you to Lord Frieza? Xiao regarded Luo Tian with amused curiosity. Hold on a moment. Luo Tian replied, raising his right hand gently. A swirling, turbid orb of angelic energy coalesced within his palm. Instantly, radiant flames, luminous as distant stars, engulfed Vegeta. His wounds began healing at a visible, astonishing pace. What are you doing? Xiao Lia faltered slightly, a sudden unease prickling her senses. Nothing. Just wait a moment, just a moment longer. Almost done. Luo Tian flashed a broad grin. You're healing Vegeta. Xiao Lia wasn't foolish. She grasped it instantly. Congratulations, you answered correctly. Luo Tian nodded. Do Saiyans even possess healing techniques? Xiao Lia blinked in mild surprise, her brows knitting tightly. So you deliberately refrained from enhancing your combat power, just to master healing. All right, Vegeta, Luo Tian called out. With a sharp crack, Vegeta sprang upright from the ground and swiftly inspected his body, astonishment flooding his face. You've already healed him completely. Xiao Lia's brow furrowed deeply. Not bad, I suppose, Luo Tian replied with a faint smile. What does it matter if you wield healing arts? Even if Vegeta recovers 2 or 3 more times, he still stands no chance against me. Xiao Lia sneered contemptuously, raising her hand toward Luo Tian's chest as though gripping invisible energy. But I won't let you heal him again. First, I'll cripple you beyond movement. With a thunderous boom, she unleashed a searing energy sphere. The orb screamed toward Luo Tian, but he didn't flinch. Hey! Vegeta roared, a thunderclap of fury, and lashed out with a single brutal slap, sending the energy sphere soaring skyward. What a... Xiao Lia froze stunned. In her estimation, that blast carried enough destructive force to gravely wound them both. Granted, Vegeta might have dodged it, but what truly shocked her was that he hadn't evaded at all. Instead, he'd struck the sphere mid-flight and sent it flying. With a piercing shriek, Vegeta became a streak of blinding light, surging forward before driving his forehead like a battering ram into Xiao Lia's chest. Ugh! A crimson arc erupted from her lips, her face paled instantly. Then came an upward hook, clean, devastating, smashing squarely beneath her jaw. Xiao Lia tumbled head over heels through the air before crashing hard onto the earth, dazed and broken. Pock! Vegeta spat, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Wiping blood from her mouth, Xiao Lia staggered upright, disbelief etching deep lines across her face as she stared first at Vegeta, then at Luo Tian, standing nearby, utterly bewildered. This can't be real. Her voice trembled with shock. Why do I sense your battle power has surged? Xiao Lia, don't you know? Vegeta chuckled softly. Know what? She asked, startled. Saiyans grow vastly stronger when reborn from the brink of death. Vegeta burst into hearty laughter. What did you just say? Her expression twisted, first disbelief, then dread. Luo Tian, can you sense my current battle power? Vegeta asked. Roughly 18,000, Luo Tian mused. Only 3,000 more. Vegeta frowned inwardly, unsatisfied. That's already impressive, though it may well plateau from here onward, Luo Tian remarked. Huh. Vegeta stared blankly. What does that mean? What does plateau even imply? He dismissed the thought. 3,000 was 3,000. His battle power now stood at 18,000, still a full 1,000 above hers. Defeating her was effortless. True, the numerical gap was modest, but in reality Vegeta held overwhelming advantage. Xiao Lia had already fought, expended energy, weakened, and sustained injuries, while he had not only fully recovered but ascended beyond his peak. 18,000. Impossible, utterly impossible. Xiao Lia shrieked, eyes wide with incredulity. You'll soon find out just how possible it is. Vegeta scoffed coldly and lunged, materializing directly before her. She recoiled, pupils contracting in raw primal terror. Die! He drove a crushing kick into her torso, launching her violently into the sky. Boom! Vegeta unleashed his full power, waves of colossal energy erupting outward, swallowing Xiao Lia whole. When silence finally settled, only scattered fragments remained. Huff, huff, huff. Vegeta gasped heavily, his reserves nearly depleted. To obliterate her utterly demanded immense cost. Indeed, his energy was spent. Quick! Luo Tian, restore my strength, he commanded. Vegeta, don't lean on my healing for every need, Luo Tian sighed. For simple stamina recovery, eat a chicken leg, consume nourishment. That's nature's own alchemy. Vegeta fell silent. Fine, forget it. He refused to beg. Now that Xiao Lia is gone, Frieza may track us via the locator system aboard our spaceship. Luo Tian paused in thought. We'll need to disable that system. No need for such trouble. Vegeta grinned slyly. I've just conceived a brilliant plan, one that could defeat Frieza himself. Oh. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. Strike me near fatal blows, then heal me. Each cycle will amplify my battle power exponentially. A feverish glint lit Vegeta's youthful eyes, rapture dancing across his features. Cough, such a request. I've never heard its equal. Luo Tian murmured. Humph. Under your healing I'll ascend swiftly to Super Saiyan. Vegeta laughed heartily, clapping Luo Tian's shoulder. Trust me, Luo Tian. When I become Super Saiyan, the strongest being in the cosmos, I'll reward you beyond measure. Striking you half dead isn't unthinkable. Luo Tian shook his head gently. Any issue? Vegeta blinked. There's something you must understand first, Luo Tian replied. What? Vegeta tilted his head curiously. How much do you know of Frieza's battle power? Luo Tian asked. How much could it possibly be? Vegeta guessed lightly, then smirked with confidence. At most 200,000. Once mine exceeds 20,000, I'll transform into a great Saiyaman and grind him into dust beneath my heel. You underestimate Frieza too much, Luo Tian slowly shook his head. Then tell me, what is Frieza's battle power? Vegeta inquired. Luo Tian slowly extended 5 fingers. 50000. Vegeta's expression slightly changed, though he wasn't too shocked. He then lowered his head to analyze. This guy's battle power exceeds my expectations. It seems I need to raise my battle power to over 500 and transform into a great ape to contend with him. You can transform into a great ape, but does that mean Frieza won't transform? Luo Tian added lightly. What did you say? Frieza can transform. How is that possible? Vegeta momentarily froze, displaying a face of disbelief. As far as I know, Frieza not only can transform, but he can also transform multiple times. Luo Tian sighed. He can transform several times. Vegeta couldn't help but shudder. At least 3 times, I suppose. Luo Tian said. Vegeta didn't want to speak anymore, his face turning as grim as it could be. As for battle power, during the first transformation, it seems the battle power can reach a height of 1 million. 1 million battle power. Vegeta's voice rose several decibels. There's nothing to be surprised about, Luo Tian replied. Vegeta, because there's even more shocking news ahead, Luo Tian answered. Vegeta, during the second transformation the battle power is at least 2 million. Luo Tian continued. Vegeta felt increasingly uneasy, his expression stiffening slightly. During the third transformation the base battle power is approximately 3 million. Luo Tian stated. 3 million. Vegeta was so frightened that his face turned pale. This meant my base battle power must be at least 300. I would need to transform into a giant ape to compete with this guy. I haven't finished yet, Luo Tian smiled. Vegeta fell silent. This is just Frieza's base power. If Frieza raises all his energy, then his maximum battle power can reach 120 million. Luo Tian said calmly. Vegeta's mouth twitched, his body shivered, and he plopped down on the ground, his face as pale as a ghost. Vegeta gasped for breath, feeling as though he was on the verge of suffocation. Battle power of 120 million. Is this for real? If all of this is true, I feel like even a fart from him could kill me. Vegeta's mentality shattered. If this is true, then what a terrifying monster this guy is. He remained silent for a full 20 seconds. Vegeta slowly regained his senses, rolled his eyes, and glanced at Luo Tian. This is impossible. You're just making things up. Stop trying to scare me. I'm not lying to you, it's what the god of destruction Beerus mentioned during a chat with Whis that I overheard. Luo Tian casually provided a reason. The god of destruction Beerus. He said that. Vegeta's expression was astonished. None of this is the main point. Luo Tian shook his head. Vegeta, after all this isn't the main point. Frieza's battle power being that high isn't the main point. The key is with his battle power value. How many times would you need to be severely injured to surpass him? Luo Tian sighed. Let me calculate. If you're lucky, and each time you only gain 300 battle power, how many times would that be in total? Vegeta felt a stab in his heart again. If each time is a 300 battle power increase, then after being severely injured 100 times, his battle power would only reach 3 million. It would take 100 severe injuries to reach 300 million. Vegeta's mindset was starting to break. 100 severe injuries. Who could withstand that? In fact, Vegeta did not know that after being near death and then reborn, battle power sometimes doubles. Of course, sometimes it only increases a little. However, at times it could multiply by dozens of times. Just like in the story where Son Goku fought Captain Jinyu on Namek. During that time, Son Goku's base battle power was about 18000. After being severely injured by Vegeta, he was placed in the healing pod for treatment. When Son Goku's injuries healed, his base battle power rose to 3 million. Vegeta was similar, but his increase was slightly less than that of Son Goku. Vegeta's battle power when he went to Earth was 1800. After being near death and reborn, his battle power increased to 2400. After being severely injured in a fight with Zarbin, his battle power rose to around 35000. Later, Vegeta encountered the Ginyu Force again, was severely injured once more, and after recovery, his battle power skyrocketed, estimated to be over 500. This was also the reason why Ginyu Force member Goku, after seeing this battle power value, naively thought the scouter was broken. It was because of this incident that Vegeta's battle power skyrocketed, allowing him to confront Frieza, whose battle power reached 5300. After that, Vegeta was once again stunned by Krillin, and after being healed by Din, his battle power rose to around 2.5 million. Nevertheless, Vegeta still wasn't a match for Frieza's fourth form. However, later on, neither Son Goku Vegeta nor even Gohan could gain energy increases through near-death experiences, because such improvements have limits. They had already trained to their limits. Moreover, as far as I know, there is a certain limit to gaining battle power through this method. Once a certain threshold is reached, it will no longer increase. Luo Tian sighed and patted Vegeta on the shoulder, advising, "So don't take shortcuts. Cultivation is a gradual process and cannot be achieved overnight." Vegeta fell silent, his young heart suffering a severe blow. According to your battle power value, even if I become a Super Saiyan, I might not be able to defeat that Frieza, right? Vegeta's face was as pale as a ghost. Perhaps becoming a Super Saiyan is a kind of transformation. Luo Tian smiled. Vegeta was taken aback. For instance, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, the power would increase 50 times, Luo Tian said with a smile. Calculating like this, how much would your battle power need to reach to pin Frieza down? 3000. Vegeta immediately answered. Congratulations, that is the correct answer, Luo Tian nodded. Vegeta, a baseless fabrication. Vegeta scoffed. Is becoming a Super Saiyan really a transformation? Let's go, there's no need to dwell on this issue any longer. Luo Tian stepped towards the spaceship. Vegeta quickly followed, anxiously asking, "So, what about you, Luo Tian?" "Me, Luo Tian was taken aback. "Are you going to continue being this healer?" Vegeta inquired. "Don't you want to become a Super Saiyan?" "No," Luo Tian replied straightforwardly. Vegeta was left speechless. "In my current state, I probably can no longer transform into a Super Saiyan." Luo Tian shook his head. "Is it because your combat power isn't enough?" Vegeta asked. "Yes," Luo Tian nodded, adding, "but I might become a Super Saiyan god." Vegeta didn't want to speak anymore. "You're really full of hot air. I can't keep up with your rhythm. Then let the two of us compare to see which is stronger, a Super Saiyan or a Super Saiyan god." Vegeta snorted. After all, he was still a child. Though his mindset had just collapsed a bit, he quickly brushed aside the terrifying combat power of Frieza. Do we even need to compare? The title Super Saiyan God has two more words than Super Saiyan. Naturally, the Super Saiyan God is stronger. Luo Tian smiled. "Is that how you compare?" Vegeta snapped back. Luo Tian ignored Vegeta and walked straight to the spaceship. "But speaking of which, how do we destroy the positioning system of our spaceship?" Vegeta asked. "If it doesn't work, let's find a scientist and see if he can locate the tracker inside the ship." "Let me try first," Luo Tian said, slowly raising his hand and placing it on the spaceship. Bang! Luo Tian released murky angelic power from his hand. In just an instant, the angelic power enveloped the spaceship. "What? Can your so-called angelic power also destroy the spaceship's positioning system?" Vegeta was taken aback. "All right, it has already been destroyed," Luo Tian nodded. "Is it that simple?" Vegeta's eyes widened as he immediately flew to the spaceship, where Xiao Lilia was manipulating the controls to try to locate his own spaceship. "Beep, lost contact, please search again." A line of text appeared on the display screen. Vegeta's expression turned astonished, a bit dazed. "Is that it?" Whooshed. Vegeta quickly returned to Luo Tian's side, looking at him and asking, "Do you usually study science and technology?" "Let's go." Luo Tian did not answer the question. In fact, Luo Tian had merely attempted to find the spaceship's positioning system using his angelic power and unexpectedly succeeded. Since it can be found, it is too easy to destroy it. Luo Tian used a bit of angelic power to destroy the locator. The reason Luo Tian wanted to destroy the spaceship's locator was not out of fear of Frieza. Luo Tian did not want Frieza to disturb Namek during this period. After all, Luo Tian planned to visit Namek with Vegeta. If Frieza knew Luo Tian's whereabouts, he would surely send someone to pursue him, which would be quite troublesome with so many annoying flies following. At present, Luo Tian had a significant shortcoming. That was his inability to survive in space. If he encountered an opponent like Frieza who was not just playing around, he could easily destroy the planet where you reside. Even if Luo Tian could gather angelic power, he would still die in space. Although angelic power could also be transformed into air, how long could it last in space? Therefore, what Luo Tian most wanted to do now was to quickly find a way to solve this shortcoming. Luo Tian had already thought of a solution. That was to make a wish to the dragon of Namek, asking for the ability to survive in space. Believing that with the ability of the dragon of Namek, fulfilling this wish should not be difficult, Luo Tian and Vegeta boarded the spaceship. Whoosh! The spaceship transformed into a bright streak of light, swiftly departing from the yellow planet and soaring into the starry sky, entering the vastness of space. Namek, here I come. In another star region, on a certain planet, Dodoria easily eradicated the other two Saiyans aside from Raditz and Nappa. Nappa and Raditz trembled in fear. After all, Dodoria's battle power was evident, having reached a height of 2300. This is the consequence of your reckless actions. Dodoria's expression turned cold as he squinted at Nappa and Raditz. Nappa and Raditz's lips twitched, sweat pouring down their faces. However, Lord Frieza is still very merciful. As long as you two behave, you won't be harmed, Dodoria said with a smile. Nappa and Raditz remained silent. Stay in touch, be ready to respond, and follow Lord Frieza's orders. Can you do that? Dodoria asked with a grin. Nappa and Raditz nodded vigorously. That's good. Dodoria stepped forward. Nappa and Raditz's bodies shook even more violently, feeling as if their legs were no longer under their control. In the face of absolute strength, they knew clearly that even if they tried to escape, they would be caught and killed. All right, I'm leaving. You two take care of yourselves. After saying this, Dodoria did not continue to harass them and left in the spaceship. Once aboard the spaceship, Dodoria immediately attempted to contact his brother Shaloria. However, there was no signal from Shaloria. What's happening? Dodoria suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Could it be that my brother has encountered misfortune? Dodoria felt increasingly uneasy. Immediately, he pressed a few buttons on the spaceship's control panel. Snap! In an instant, the control panel displayed the location of Shaloria's spaceship. Dodoria then searched for Luo Tian's spaceship. Beep, lost contact. Please search again. Dodoria was taken aback, his expression changing. After a brief hesitation, he immediately contacted Frieza's spaceship. Frieza's spaceship. Frieza sat in a baby carriage looking out the window at the blue planet Vegeta. From this angle, the planet Vegeta had some of Earth's colors shining like a sapphire. Note, in the earliest movie, the color of the planet Vegeta resembled that of Jupiter. However, in the later new Broly movie, the color of the planet Vegeta was changed to blue. This book's settings are based on the latest movie or Dragon Ball Super manga. Lord Frieza, Dodoria has successfully completed the mission and is on his way back, Belibulu said respectfully. Does he have any other matters to discuss? Frieza asked without turning his head. He said his brother Xiao Li has gone missing and Vegeta's spaceship has completely lost contact. Belibulu replied, our technicians just conducted an investigation and indeed found that Vegeta's spaceship has gone off the radar. Oh, so they have destroyed the navigation system. Frieza was not particularly surprised. Perhaps. Belibulu nodded. Order everyone that as soon as they discover any trace of them, report it immediately. Frieza commanded Belibulu. Understood, Lord Frieza. Belibulu bowed respectfully. So, Xiao Li might have been killed by Vegeta and Luo Tian, right? Frieza's expression darkened slightly, his eyes narrowed as anger emerged. He was not angry because a subordinate had died, but rather because he felt he had underestimated those two little Saiyans, Vegeta and Luo Tian. Duo Li has requested to check the location of Xiao Li's spaceship. Let him go, Frieza nodded, not opposing the idea. An hour later, a flat, round spaceship landed on the planet where Luo Tian and the others had previously touched down. Duo Li quickly found his brother's spaceship. Immediately afterwards, Duo Li looked around and discovered the traces left by Vegeta and Xiao Li's battle. Among these traces, Duo Li keenly spotted the wreckage left by Xiao Li. He stepped forward to pick up a piece of his brother's skull, and his expression turned extremely grim. Xiao Li, you fool. I told you to be careful, and you didn't listen. As a result, you were killed by that guy Vegeta, right? Duo Li clenched his fists tightly, his entire body shaking with rage. Without any hesitation, he immediately boarded his spaceship and left the planet. Vegeta, Luo Tian, just you wait. I will definitely eliminate both of you. I will avenge my brother. Duo Li shouted loudly in the spaceship, venting his anger. Meanwhile, Luo Tian and Vegeta's spaceship was swiftly traveling through the starry sky. Luo Tian also conveniently disabled the listening system on Vegeta's detector. This angelic power is indeed quite handy. Truly a divine strength. Are you saying that on Namek any wish can be fulfilled? Vegeta showed a face full of surprise. Indeed, that thing is called a Dragon Ball. Luo Tian had nothing to hide, smiling as he explained in total 3 wishes can be granted, one for each of us. Have you thought about your wish? Of course my wish is to become a Super Saiyan. Oh, what's strange about that? Vegeta replied without hesitation, then couldn't help but ask Luo Tian, what's your wish? To become a Super Saiyan god. No, I want the ability to survive in outer space, that's all. Luo Tian replied. The ability to survive in outer space. What's so special about that wish? It's impractical. Vegeta looked at Luo Tian with some confusion. I don't want to die in outer space one day. Luo Tian smiled. Suit yourself. Vegeta shook his head, feeling Luo Tian was too foolish, then muttered softly, I've long heard that the Namekians possess all kinds of magical abilities, but I didn't expect they could create Dragon Balls and fulfill 3 wishes. So when you get to Namek, be a bit polite to the people of that planet. If you just act recklessly, you won't get any wish granted. Luo Tian nodded, and then instructed Vegeta. I don't need you to teach me how to do things, I certainly know what to do. Vegeta stood by the window gazing at the vast starry sky, unable to suppress a snort. While speaking, Vegeta suddenly noticed a spherical spaceship flashing across the starry sky, speeding away in another direction. Vegeta looked over from a distance, and at the moment the spaceship turned, he saw a child inside. Is that a Saiyan? Vegeta was taken aback, stepped forward, and picked up the detector, pressing a button. Beep. Battle power 2. Vegeta quickly detected the opponent's battle power value through the detector. Vegeta. I remember now, that little guy is Bardock's son. Oh, what was his name again? Vegeta pondered softly. Kakarot. Luo Tian replied. Yes, Kakarot, a low-class warrior. What a pity, with a battle power of only 2. Vegeta shook his head. He really brings shame to us Saiyans. Sometimes low-class warriors can surpass genius warriors through hard work. Luo Tian replied. Stop bragging. That's absolutely impossible. Vegeta snorted, expressing disbelief. Vegeta, I calculate that the one named Kakarot might become your lifelong rival in love and conflict. Luo Tian sighed. Vegeta. Love and hate. Is Kakarot a girl? Vegeta was taken aback. No, wait. I clearly see he's a boy. Luo Tian silently wiped his sweat. What? Do you think that guy could become my opponent? Vegeta scoffed. He will. Luo Tian nodded. TCH, baseless nonsense, Vegeta snorted. Which planet is he going to? Was he just banished from Planet Vegeta by father? Or did Bardock secretly let him go? Looking at the trajectory of that spaceship, there's a good chance it's heading to Earth, Luo Tian remarked. Vegeta approached to investigate Earth's data, his face revealing disappointment. This planet has no value, but the food on it is quite abundant. Vegeta continued. I understand now. It should be that Kakarot's father thinks his son is too useless, unable to endure the harsh competition of the Saiyans, so he sent him to that planet. It's just like my brother Tarbal. Father also thought he was of little worth, so he sent him to a planet with not much resources. Luo Tian said nothing more, but continued to study his angelic powers. If I'm going to take a nap, Vegeta ran off to the sleep chamber. Days passed by. 10 days later, Luo Tian stood by the window of the spaceship, seeing a relatively large green planet appear in the distant area. It was the planet Namek. Vegeta also came over to take a look, unable to resist, saying, This planet is not small, huh? However, after he finished speaking, he checked the battle power reading of Luo Tian again with his scouter. Upon seeing the results, Vegeta couldn't help but hit the scouter, revealing a look of confusion. What's going on? Why isn't your battle power showing? Is it malfunctioning? Vegeta took the scouter away from his eyes and examined it closely. It's because I no longer have any battle power. Luo Tian smiled slightly. You? What did you say? You have no battle power. What does that mean? Vegeta was momentarily stunned. It means exactly what it says, Luo Tian replied. From your expression, you seem rather excited. Vegeta was speechless, looking at Luo Tian as if he were an idiot. That's not important anymore, Luo Tian grinned. After 10 days of training, he had finally dispelled all the energy within him. Now the only thing Luo Tian possessed was divine power. Moreover, the purity of his angelic power surged from 1 to 5 after eliminating all other energies. It seemed that the energies he had cultivated before had indeed affected the purity of his angelic power. The purity of the angelic power had reached 5. From now on, let me focus solely on cultivating the angelic power. There will be no excess energy to distract this angelic power. Remember, be polite when you meet those Namekians, do you understand? Luo Tian looked at the distant Namek, reminding Vegeta again. For you teaching me how to do things. Vegeta snorted, looking displeased. Let's go land on Namek. Luo Tian said nothing more, controlling the spaceship to slowly land on Namek, appearing near a certain village. The spaceship stabilized and the hatch opened. Luo Tian and Vegeta flew out from the spaceship and appeared in the village. At this time, the able-bodied men in the village had all gone to work, leaving only 3 old men basking in the sun. When Luo Tian's spaceship landed, the 3 elderly Namekians had clearly noticed and immediately stood up, their expressions turning serious. Seeing Luo Tian and Vegeta appear, the village elder's expression changed, and he looked warily at Luo Tian and Vegeta. Who are you? What are you doing on Namek? Luo Tian looked at the 3 Namekians and quickly recognized one of them. He was Elder Muley. After the previous elder of Namek passed away, Elder Muley would become the new elder. As for the other 2 Namekian elders, Luo Tian noticed one of them appeared somewhat frail. Just as he stood up, he nearly fell to the ground, fortunately supported by his companion. Let me see what your battle powers are. Vegeta pressed the button on the scouter, quickly determining the battle power levels of Elder Muley and the other 2 Namekian elders. Hello, we are Saiyans, we came here. Luo Tian began. However, before he could finish, Vegeta interrupted him. We are here to fulfill our wishes on Namek. Bring out your Dragon Balls that can grant wishes. Let this prince have a look. Vegeta said unceremoniously. Luo Tian. What did I say earlier? Luo Tian scolded. This prince does not need anyone to manage how I act. Vegeta snorted. Swish. In an instant, Luo Tian moved and appeared behind Vegeta so fast that Vegeta didn't react in time. Slap. Luo Tian slapped down, hitting Vegeta's neck. Vegeta collapsed to the ground, his consciousness growing fainter. In the next moment, Vegeta slowly fainted under the watchful eyes of the 3 Namekian elders. I'm truly sorry, my companion is too rude. Luo Tian sighed. This? Elder Muley was momentarily at a loss. This child really acted decisively. He knocked his companion out in one blow. I can sense that your companion carries a wicked aura. Elder Muley paused, glancing at the unconscious Vegeta with some trepidation. What about me? Luo Tian smiled. Elder Muley looked at Luo Tian again, his expression slightly puzzled. Why do I feel a unique charm from this young man? It gives me a sense of wanting to look up to him. Who exactly is he? Elder Muley soon noticed the tail behind Luo Tian and guessed his identity. He is also a Saiyan. Is there such a charming Saiyan? Do I have a face full of sunshine and warmth? Luo Tian grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Elder Muley. The 2 elders. This child really knows how to talk. What are you doing here? Elder Muley asked Luo Tian. I came here for a vacation, Luo Tian replied. Elder Muley wiped his sweat silently. Your companion just said that you came to look for Dragon Balls. Thud. Just as they were speaking, the previously mentioned Namekian elder suddenly collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Delta. The elder beside him changed color and exclaimed anxiously. Delta, what's wrong? Elder Muley also looked worried and rushed forward to check. It's the negative energy syndrome again. The elder sighed. When did Delta get infected? Elder Muley said solemnly. I felt something was off about him earlier, but he insisted on not saying anything. The elder shook his head. I'm afraid. He has already. The elder named Delta probably does not have much time left. Negative energy syndrome. Luo Tian stepped forward, curiously looking at the unconscious elder on the ground. The fallen elder was wrapped in dark lines. Especially his face was shrouded in dark clouds. Muley and the elder beside him glanced at Luo Tian, then turned their gaze back to Delta. It seems like he has been invaded by some strange, evil energy. Luo Tian pondered. Young man, you're right. The environment on our planet is rather harsh, leading to rampant negative energy, which is what you refer to as evil energy. Muley sighed. Many Namekians have shown similar symptoms, and some even died. We call this condition negative energy syndrome. As long as we can eliminate the negative energy from his body, he can be cured, Luo Tian proposed. You make it sound easy. This kind of negative energy has already integrated with the body. Only a few Namekians have survived due to their strong resistance, while most have perished from its invasion. The old man said with a heavy expression. I will give it a try and see if I can help him eliminate the negative energy. Luo Tian stepped forward. You can eliminate the negative energy from him. The old man was taken aback. Don't joke around. Even the Grand Elder cannot deal with such negative energy. Young man, we appreciate your goodwill, but this negative energy is certainly not easy to remove. Muley's expression grew increasingly serious. Currently, we are cultivating a type of plant on Namek, and it is the best method to eliminate negative energy. However, to completely eradicate the negative energy from Namek, it will take at least another 20 years. This 20 years is a tremendous test for us Namekians. Luo Tian said no more. He raised his right hand gently, and a brilliant flame resembling stars appeared in his palm. Bang! In the next moment, Luo Tian flipped his hand, and the dazzling flame rapidly enveloped Delta. The moment the brilliant flame made contact with Delta, it swiftly eradicated the black lines on his body. 3 seconds later, the black lines on Delta's body were completely wiped out. Bang! Delta suddenly opened his eyes. Muley and the old man beside him stared wide-eyed, displaying a look of bewilderment. Bang! Delta performed a sudden leap, springing up from the ground. Muley and the old man were startled, nearly embracing each other. Cough, cough. Be careful not to pull your back, Luo Tian hastily said. What? What is going on here? Delta looked at his body in astonishment. Why do I feel like I have been reborn? Muley. The old man. The two exchanged glances, then looked at Luo Tian in surprise. It's not just a momentary revival, Luo Tian smiled. What are you saying, little guy? Are you cursing me? Delta retorted irritably. I feel like I've at least regained 10 years of youth. Only 10 years. It seems that my cultivation is still far from sufficient. Luo Tian shook his head in disappointment. Just now, when Luo Tian infused Delta with angelic power, he also casually restored a bit of his youth. In fact, the method of using angelic power to restore youth is quite simple. It only requires repairing the aging cells with angelic power. However, what disappointed Luo Tian was that it had only made this old man 10 years younger. Namekians generally have long lifespans. A living for 300 to 500 years is not a big issue. 10 years is really nothing to them. Elder Muley, what is this kid talking about? Delta glanced at Luo Tian curiously and turned to ask Muley. Cough, cough. Muley silently wiped the sweat from his brow. The other old man also had a wry smile on his face. Oh, I remember now, I seem to have negative energy syndrome. Delta suddenly snapped back to reality, looking at his body in surprise. Strangely enough, I feel like my body has completely recovered and the negative energy has completely vanished. What on earth is going on? Delta, you should properly thank this young man. He helped you eliminate the negative energy, Muley remarked. Is it him who helped me remove it? Delta paused for a moment. Muley and the old man beside him nodded in unison. After a brief hesitation, Delta immediately stepped forward to bow and said apologetically, Young man, I am truly sorry. Thank you for saving me. It's no problem, it was just a small effort. Luo Tian smiled, slightly unbothered. He then looked up at the sky, his expression turning serious. However, there is quite a lot of negative energy here. No wonder you all fell victim, Luo Tian sighed. Let me see if I can completely eliminate this negative energy. Oh, you can eliminate this negative energy. Muley was astonished. Delta displayed a shocked expression. The other old man widened his eyes in disbelief. I will just give it a try, Luo Tian smiled. The higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment. The three old men fell silent. This young man had good intentions, but his words were somewhat blunt. Luo Tian took a deep breath, his expression serious as he slowly condensed a brilliant flame in his hands resembling stars. The size of the brilliant flame was roughly equivalent to that of a Dragon Ball from Namek. Is this size acceptable? Luo Tian turned to ask the three old men. Muley, Delta, and the other old man also looked bewildered. What does it mean? How would we know if this size is acceptable? Change. Luo Tian called out softly. Instantly, the brilliant star-like sphere transformed into a golden one. As it became a golden sphere, it radiated a golden light. Transform again. Luo Tian controlled the golden sphere and quickly condensed a red pentagram at its center. Muley's eyes widened. Delta and the other old man were also left speechless. Wasn't that a Dragon Ball? The energy this kid condensed looked so much like a Dragon Ball. Go. Luo Tian raised his hand and threw the condensed Dragon Ball into the sky. Whoosh! The angelic powers, Dragon Ball, soared into the sky, bursting forth with golden light. Immediately after, the angelic power transformed into streaks of red flowing light shooting towards the planet's surroundings as if a red meteor shower was falling. The red meteor shower struck the negative energy, instantly engulfing and annihilating it. About an hour later, the angelic power had completely eradicated all the negative energy on Namek. Meanwhile, the sphere in the sky that closely resembled a Dragon Ball gradually became transparent. Bang! The sphere fulfilled its mission and completely vanished. All right, there shouldn't be any major issues now. Luo Tian looked up at the sky and called out to Muley. Muley was stunned. Delta and the old man beside him also displayed expressions of astonishment. I also cured the people suffering from negative energy syndrome, so there shouldn't be any problems now. Luo Tian smiled. In fact, for Luo Tian, this is also a way to cultivate the power of angels. This power must be continuously utilized to better hone it and enhance its purity. If left and used for too long, the enhancement of its purity will be relatively slow. This time, Luo Tian's assistance proved immensely beneficial for the Namekians. However, Luo Tian himself also reaped significant benefits. He felt that he had nearly released all the angelic power within him this time. Perhaps after recondensing it, the purity of the angelic power will increase. Are you an angel? Muley looked at Luo Tian with excitement. Not yet. Luo Tian shook his head. He understood that when Muley referred to angels, he meant those who save all beings, not the angels from the Dragon Ball world. However, Luo Tian's response referred to the angels from the Dragon Ball world. Muley wiped the sweat from his brow. What does that answer mean? What does not yet imply? Muley and the three elders quickly checked the negative energy in the vicinity. To their surprise, they found that all the negative energy seemed to have completely vanished. It was you who made the negative energy in our village disappear entirely. You are our benefactor. Muley was overwhelmed with excitement and even reached out to hold Luo Tian's hand warmly. As for Vegeta, who was lying unconscious on the ground, he was completely overlooked by Muley and the others. Don't mention it, it's nothing at all. Luo Tian smiled and said, being able to help you through this difficulty is for me a deed of kindness and virtue. Ha ha ha. Yes. Muley laughed heartily and then asked, by the way, I still don't know your name. I am Luo Tian. Hello, Luo Tian. I am the elder of this village. My name is Mu Li. Elder Mu Li replied, pointing to Delta and another old man introducing. This is Delta and this is. It doesn't matter. Luo Tian waved his hand. The unnamed old man beside him was wiping sweat vigorously. Why was it unimportant when it came to my introduction? Are you polite? Luo Tian, you came to Namek to search for the Dragon Balls, right? Mu Li asked friendly. That's right, and I came to travel as well. Luo Tian nodded. As for the Dragon Balls, it's easy to discuss. You saved Namek, so I have decided to take you to meet the Grand Elder. Mu Li made up his mind. Grand Elder. Luo Tian feigned ignorance. Yes, he is the soul of our Namekians, Mu Li replied. Just as Mu Li finished speaking, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Mu Li's expression immediately became respectful. It is Grand Elder. Mu Li hurriedly said, is it? Grand Elder, you already knew. What? You are coming in person. All right, I will wait for your esteemed arrival here. Immediately, Mu Li seemed to hear another message from the Grand Elder, and his eyes revealed endless shock. The negative energy of the entire Namek has disappeared, Mu Li exclaimed in surprise, really? He looked at Luo Tian with some astonishment. Just by condensing a ball of light, all the negative energy of Namek was eliminated. This little guy is indeed remarkable. All right, I understand. Mu Li responded respectfully. The call ended. Luo Tian, you have eliminated all the negative energy on Namek. Mu Li wiped his sweat. All the negative energy has disappeared, Delta exclaimed. The other old man remained silent, but the shock in his eyes was palpable. The three elders naively thought that only the negative energy around the village had been eliminated. However, they did not expect that the entire negative energy of Namek had vanished. A Dragon Ball-sized energy sphere effortlessly resolved the crisis that had plagued Namek for hundreds of years. Because of this negative energy, many Namekians had left this planet. Little did they know that today it was completely resolved. If you're going to do it thoroughly. Merely resolving the negative energy of one village is not enough. Luo Tian smiled indifferently. The three of them, Mu Li and the others, fell silent. Why do we feel like you were showing off? I am really not an angel. I am just an ordinary Saiyan. Luo Tian added. Mu Li. Delta. The old man. The three were left speechless. We did not say you are an angel. That was just a metaphor. Ahem. Luo Tian, the Grand Elder, already knows about your act of saving our Namek, so he intends to come personally to meet you. Mu Li replied. The Grand Elder is coming in person. Delta and the other old man asked in unison, their voices filled with surprise. However, after the two considered it carefully, they felt there was nothing wrong with it. This Luo Tian is indeed our benefactor among the Namekians. With just a wave of his hand, he resolved the crisis that had troubled Namek for hundreds of years. However, the Grand Elder is quite far from here. It will take about an hour for him to arrive. Mu Li continued. How can this be? Luo Tian sighed. Did I not say it was merely a matter of convenience? Since he is the Grand Elder of your Namek, I should go to pay my respects to him. Saying this, Luo Tian sat down on a chair nearby. Mu Li. Delta. The old man. The three silently wiped their sweat. You said you would go personally to pay your respects to our Grand Elder. Why did you sit down again? Oh dear, I accidentally sat down. What an impolite thing to do. Luo Tian said apologetically. The three of them were speechless. Suddenly Luo Tian's eyes lit up as he turned to look at the Dragon Ball placed on a pillar and pointed towards it. Hey, what is that thing? That decoration is so unique. Is that the Dragon Ball? Muli wiped his sweat again. Delta was both amused and exasperated. The old man simply chose to remain silent. After a brief hesitation, Muli hurriedly approached, picked up the Dragon Ball, and handed it to Luo Tian with both hands. Is this for me? Luo Tian asked calmly. This is the Dragon Ball. Muli replied. It really is just as I guessed. Luo Tian observed the Dragon Ball in Muli's hand thoughtfully, but the number of red stars inside is more than mine. There are 3 red stars in this one, while my sphere only has 1. Ahem. There are a total of 7 Dragon Balls, and the stars inside are numbered from 1 to 7. Luo Tian nodded. Muli, after I said so much you only replied with a received. Thank you, then I won't be polite. Luo Tian said, taking the Dragon Ball from Muli's hands. Muli smiled, feeling relieved. He believed that even if the Grand Elder knew he was collecting the Dragon Balls, he wouldn't be stingy. After all, it was Luo Tian who saved the entire Namek star. Such a favor is worth repaying. Moreover, if your wish is a bit excessive, you might not be able to fulfill it anyway. After all, to make a wish, one needs to use the Namekian language. You don't know the Namekian language, so any wish you make would need us to translate it. Luo Tian, may I ask if you have a wish you want to fulfill by collecting the Dragon Balls? Muli approached to inquire. Elder Muli, my father once told me that learning a foreign language can be very beneficial. Luo Tian placed the Dragon Ball on the nearby table, shifting the topic, and looked at Muli. Learning a foreign language. Muli was taken aback. I travel around, and my biggest dream is to master multiple alien languages. Luo Tian replied. Muli suddenly felt something was off. It seemed that this kid was trying to lead him astray. So Elder Muli, can you teach me the Namekian language? Luo Tian seized the opportunity. Before Muli could respond, Delta patted his chest and volunteered, of course, no problem. He'll take care of teaching you the Namekian language. Moreover, your ability to learn our Namekian language is a pride and honor for us Namekians. Delta chuckled. Muli didn't want to speak anymore. He felt that the kid's intention behind learning the Namekian language was not very pure. Luo Tian, when do you want to start learning? Delta asked. Let's do it now, Luo Tian replied. Delta. Ahem, what an impatient little fellow. Delta wiped his sweat. Then he generously explained some characteristics of the Namekian language and its pronunciation to Luo Tian. Luo Tian listened attentively and worked hard to learn. An hour quickly passed. Luo Tian had grasped some basics of the Namekian language. Although he couldn't fluently converse with the Namekians in their language, he should have no major issues making a wish to the Eternal Dragon. The Grand Elder had not yet arrived. However, Vegeta rubbed his head, opened his eyes, and became alert. After opening his eyes, he noticed Luo Tian chatting and laughing with 3 Namekians. Vegeta leaped off the ground, glaring at Luo Tian with a mixture of anger and shame. Luo Tian pointed at Vegeta and introduced, "Let me introduce everyone. This is Vegeta, the prince of our Saiyan race." Muli and the others were left speechless, wondering, is he really your prince? You are quite rude to your prince. He was knocked over with a single slap. Luo Tian, don't feed me those sweet words. Don't you know what you just did to me? Vegeta shouted angrily. Your Highness, I was merely testing your reflexes to prevent you from being ambushed in the future, Luo Tian replied. Nonsense. Vegeta was furious. This is for you, Luo Tian said as he picked up the Dragon Ball from the table and tossed it to Vegeta. Vegeta was momentarily stunned, but quickly caught the Dragon Ball. Then Vegeta snapped back to reality. His eyes widened in surprise as he eagerly asked, is this the Dragon Ball that can grant wishes? Luo Tian nodded quickly. Have you made a wish yet? Vegeta asked hurriedly. I was waiting for you, Luo Tian replied. I smiled. You are the prince. You should be the one to make the wish first. Besides, it said that once a wish is made, the Dragon Ball turns to stone. Muli exclaimed, what are you two doing? This conversation sounds a bit off. Why do I feel like you're trying to trick your prince? That's more like it. Vegeta's anger gradually dissipated. In the next moment, Vegeta wore a proud smile, then burst into laughter, hugging the Dragon Ball tightly and shouting, let me, Vegeta, become a Super Saiyan. Then there was silence. A cool breeze swept by, causing Vegeta's hair to flutter. He immediately turned and glared at Luo Tian, asking, what happened? Why is there no reaction? Luo Tian responded, there are 7 Dragon Balls in total. You need to gather all 7 to make a wish. Why are you in such a hurry? Vegeta was taken aback, feeling utterly defeated. Why didn't you say so earlier? You dare to fool me. Vegeta glared at Luo Tian in a huff. Someone is coming. Luo Tian's expression turned serious as he stood up and turned to look diagonally behind him. What? Vegeta was startled and also followed Luo Tian's gaze. Vegeta, the incoming person, has immense battle power. You must not act impulsively, Luo Tian advised. Immense battle power? Who are you trying to fool? Are there really powerful fighters on Namek? Vegeta snorted disdainfully. Immediately Vegeta pressed the button on his scouter. Beep. Warning, warning. Battle power. Boom. The scouter exploded after displaying a few erratic values. Vegeta gasped, closing one eye in shock as he stared into the distant sky. Who is it? Is that Doria chasing after me? Vegeta's expression changed drastically. Soon 2 green-skinned individuals gradually appeared in the sky. Is that a Namekian? Vegeta immediately focused on the 2 recently appeared Namekians in the sky. Luo Tian also looked up at the sky. The 2 Namekians were an elderly one and a younger one. Luo Tian recognized them. They were the Grand Elder of Namek and the only combat-type Namekian male. The current Elder can still fly. However, in 25 years, as the Elder's life reaches its end, he will only be able to sit in his chair, barely able to move. Nailu accompanied the Elder to this place, and he learned from the Elder about the eradication of the negative energy on Namek. Nailu is also eager to know who exactly eliminated all the negative energy on Namek and saved this planet, even restoring the health of all the sick Namekians. The 2 stood high above, looking down from their vantage point. Are they Saiyans? Nailu was taken aback and whispered to the Elder. Both of them are still just children, the Elder said with a benevolent smile. Let's go down. It would be rude to look down on our guests from up here. Yes, Master Elder. Nailu promptly replied. The 2 slowly descended from the sky and appeared in front of Luo Tian and the others. Master Elder. The 3 old men merely quickly bowed in greeting. Please rise. The Elder smiled and immediately turned to Luo Tian, kindly asking. You must be Luo Tian, right? First, thank you for saving Namek and all the Namekians. It's nothing, just a small effort on my part. Luo Tian waved his hand dismissively. Vegeta. Vegeta showed a face full of question marks. What does that mean? During my coma, Luo Tian saved this planet and all the Namekians. Did someone invade this planet? Was it Frisia's people? Is that a Dragon Ball? The Elder quickly noticed the Dragon Ball beside Luo Tian and immediately realized. You and this young friend are here for the Dragon Balls, aren't you? Yes, that's right, Luo Tian nodded. Who are you calling a young friend? Vegeta huffed angrily. You are our benefactor, and we can unconditionally offer you the Dragon Balls and assist you in fulfilling your wishes. The Elder sincerely said to Luo Tian. The Elder could see that there was no trace of evil energy around Luo Tian. It would be strange otherwise, because Luo Tian possesses angelic power. That is the aura of a god. Moreover, over the years, Luo Tian has honed his state of mind exceptionally well. However, when the Elder looked at Vegeta, his brows couldn't help but furrow together. This young friend carries an aura of evil. He seems rather unfriendly. All right, then, I won't be polite, Luo Tian said without holding back, expressing his agreement. To this the Elder did not mind. After all, to make a wish, one must use the Namekian language. If your desired wish is too unreasonable, we will not assist you in fulfilling it. As guests from afar, and since Luo Tian has saved our Namek, to show our gratitude, we offer you the best water on Namek. The Elder smiled. As he spoke, the Elder gently raised his hand, and a bottle appeared which he handed to Luo Tian. Luo Tian. Luo Tian took the bottle, opened it, and took a sip. The taste was quite good, sweet, and refreshing, somewhat reminiscent of the mineral water from my past life. Thank you, Luo Tian expressed his gratitude and remarked, Farmer's Mountain Spring a bit sweet. The Elder. What do you mean? The best water on Namek. Vegeta couldn't hold back any longer. We don't drink water. Do you have anything delicious to eat? I'm truly sorry, young friend, but we Namekians only drink water and do not eat anything, the Elder replied. Vegeta was speechless. A brief silence. Who had such powerful battle power just now? Was it the person beside you? Vegeta looked warily at Nailu beside the Elder. Nailu calmly glanced at him and did not respond. How is that possible? How could Namekians have battle power stronger than us Saiyans? Vegeta felt quite displeased. Nailu is the only combat-type Namekian on our planet, and it must be said he is indeed very strong. The Elder laughed heartily. Vegeta fell silent, feeling a sting in his heart. The proud warrior race of Saiyans was actually outmatched in battle power by a Namekian. It was truly disgraceful. Then I shall have the Elders bring the Dragon Balls to me now, the Grand Elder said with a smile. Suddenly he slapped his forehead and shook his head, lamenting, what a pity. I forgot to bring my own Dragon Ball with me. Grand Elder, I will go fetch it, Nihlu said, bowing respectfully. I entrust this to you, the Grand Elder nodded. However, Nihlu felt a bit uneasy. After all, the aura emanating from Vegeta was rather sinister. Nihlu thought it was somewhat unsafe to leave the Grand Elder here. Young one, can you accompany me to get the Dragon Balls? Nihlu looked at Vegeta and asked, why should I go with you to get the Dragon Balls? Vegeta retorted angrily. Vegeta, my prince, what did I say before? Don't you want to fulfill your wish anymore? Luo Tian scolded impatiently. Vegeta pondered seriously for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Then follow me. Nihlu soared into the sky and Vegeta immediately followed suit. Whoosh, whoosh. The two transformed into bright streaks of light, swiftly leaving the scene and flying rapidly toward the area where the Grand Elder's home was located. Nihlu had long sensed the evil aura from Vegeta and intentionally made it difficult for him, gradually accelerating his flight speed. Vegeta gritted his teeth and pushed his energy to the limit to catch up. However, the distance between them was increasingly widening. As Vegeta chased, he tragically discovered that the other party had already flown out of sight. Damn it! Vegeta felt quite displeased. After a brief hesitation, he raised his right hand slightly, his expression turning exceptionally serious. Bang! Suddenly, a shining sphere began to coalesce in Vegeta's hand. Huff huff. Vegeta gasped for breath. Clearly, the creation of this sphere had also consumed a significant amount of his energy. Namekian, do you really think you can shake off this prince? Today I shall show you what a true Saiyan is. Vegeta sneered coldly and violently hurled the glowing sphere into the sky. Immediately after, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. Bloom my moon. Vegeta shouted loudly, his youthful face filled with endless anticipation. With a resounding bang, the luminous sphere in the sky suddenly burst forth with bright flames, forming a full moon. Vegeta gazed up at the artificial full moon in the sky, his body gradually expanding as his mouth and nose protruded outward, revealing sharp fangs. At the same time, black fur began to manifest on Vegeta's body. The Great Ape Transformation. Vegeta transformed into a massive black gorilla. That was the direction, right? Vegeta turned his head to look at the spot where Nappa had disappeared, grinning widely. Boom. Vegeta dashed upward like a rocket, pushing his speed to the limit, leaving a blurred afterimage in the air. Nappa was flying ahead, sensing that Vegeta had been left far behind, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. This little brat. Are you still unconvinced? You should realize the gap between us now. However, in the next moment, Nappa suddenly sensed an overwhelmingly massive energy rising behind him. What's going on? Nappa's smile froze on his face. Such a powerful energy. Immediately, he turned to look back and saw a glittering sphere appearing high in the sky. What is that? Nappa exclaimed in astonishment. Before he could react, he suddenly saw a massive dark mountain hurtling toward him. Whooshed! The great ape form of Vegeta raced past Nappa with incredible speed. The enormous body created a forceful wind that knocked Nappa off balance. Nappa struggled to stabilize himself, staring at the massive creature before him, his expression changing rapidly. You, who are you? Nappa asked in shock, sweat dripping down his face. He could clearly sense the overwhelming energy of his opponent, at least 4 times greater than his own. Currently, Vegeta's battle power had indeed reached a height of at least 16000. Vegeta had just gathered energy for the artificial full moon, exhausting a significant amount of power, causing his battle power to drop from 18000 to around 16000. Thus, in his great ape form, Vegeta's battle power was 16000, while Nappa's was only 4000. The disparity was glaringly evident. Hey Namekian, were you not flying very fast just now? Why don't you keep flying? Vegeta huffed, a smug look on his face. You're that little kid from earlier. Nappa quickly snapped back to reality, staring at Vegeta in surprise. Who are you calling a kid? Vegeta, feeling quite displeased, reached out with his furry hand. Nappa was startled, his face changing as he hurriedly dodged. However, the gap between them was simply too vast. Vegeta's battle power had reached 16000, while Nappa's was only 4000. They were separated by a factor of 4. Nappa wanted to avoid it, but it was futile, like a mouse facing a cat, as Vegeta caught him effortlessly. Nappa attempted to struggle, but to no avail, his face turning pale. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. You should refer to me as Your Highness. Vegeta snorted coldly, opening his mouth to speak directly at Nappa. Nappa was terrified, feeling as if he was insignificant enough to fit between Vegeta's teeth. Yet Vegeta did not press the issue further, slowly loosening his grip and releasing him. Nappa paused for a moment. What did this guy mean? Lead the way ahead, Vegeta commanded with a huff. Nappa Silent could only grit his teeth and fly quickly. Vegeta followed leisurely behind, a look of endless pride on his face. A mere Namekian is trying to show off in front of me. After flying for a brief moment, they moved farther away from the artificial full moon in the sky. Once they exceeded a certain distance, Vegeta's body instantly returned to its normal state. Nappa glanced back at Vegeta and then at the artificial full moon in the sky, realizing that the moon had become a small dot. So it returned to normal after exceeding the range. Nappa quickly deduced. Furthermore, his energy had noticeably decreased at least by a factor of 10. So this transformation can enhance his power tenfold. What a terrifying race. Just one transformation and the power increases tenfold. Truly a warrior race. Nappa did not seek revenge on Vegeta. He certainly could not stoop to the level of a little brat. In the village of Muley, Luo Tian, we once again express our deepest gratitude for your great kindness. You saved our Namek and all the Namekians. The elder bowed respectfully to Luo Tian. Elder, you are too polite, Luo Tian quickly replied. If you continue to be so polite, I will have to stop being polite in return. I have heard that the Dragon Balls can grant 3 wishes. Since you are being so polite, I would like all 3 wishes, please. Luo Tian stated. The elder, Muley, Delta, and the old man. The 4 of them were utterly speechless. The Grand Elder coughed helplessly. Muley was filled with infinite emotions in his heart. Oh, Grand Elder, you have no idea how shameless this kid is. I have already been left bewildered by him. All right, then he'll give it all to you. The Grand Elder nodded and agreed readily. A brief silence ensued. I wonder what wish Luo Tian wishes to fulfill, the Grand Elder asked curiously, then explained. I don't mean to pry into your privacy. If you don't want to say, then you don't have to. Okay, then I won't say anything, Luo Tian nodded. The Grand Elder. You really won't say anything, huh? Aren't you going to mention your wish later? This kid is a good person, he just tends to anger people with his words. Nyla must be having a great time with your highness the prince, right? The Grand Elder could only helplessly change the topic, turning to look in the direction where Nailu and Vegeta had just disappeared. I'm not really sure if they're having a good time, but our prince just transformed into a giant ape. Luo Tian explained with a smile. Do you see that light point in the distance? It's the artificial full moon he created. Giant ape. I've heard that you Saiyans can transform into giant apes. This way you can enhance your energy, right? The Grand Elder's expression slightly changed. It can enhance it by tenfold, Luo Tian replied. The Grand Elder's eyes widened, revealing a face full of shock and bewilderment. A tenfold increase in combat power. This is terrifying. Why would he want to transform like that? Did those two have a conflict? The Grand Elder suddenly had a bad premonition. Now let us pray together, Luo Tian said. The Grand Elder. One after another, the elders from several nearby villages hurried over with the Dragon Balls. Upon arrival, these elders immediately approached the Grand Elder to pay their respects and reported the situation regarding the negative energy from Namek. The elders noticed that the negative energy from Namek seemed to have vanished. Those compatriots who had previously been ill mysteriously recovered. When the Grand Elder revealed that Luo Tian was their benefactor, the Namekians present instantly expressed their astonishment. Anyone could see that this Namekian's benefactor was surprisingly young, almost like a child. However, the Namekians still showed great politeness, immediately bowing in respect to Luo Tian. Now 5 elders had arrived from afar, and they had gathered 5 Dragon Balls. Along with Elder Mulus 1, there were a total of 6 Dragon Balls. Only the Grand Elder's Dragon Ball remained to complete the 7. About 5 minutes passed. Whooshed. 2 bright streaks of light flashed across the sky. Naru and Vegeta returned with the Dragon Balls. Upon returning, Vegeta was panting heavily and glanced at the Dragon Ball in nearest hands, suddenly feeling. What was I even doing here to get the Dragon Balls? Am I just here to run errands? It seems like I haven't done anything at all. Why did Luo Tian send me away? However, Vegeta quickly spotted that the 7 Dragon Balls had been gathered. Vegeta felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Naru also handed the last Dragon Ball to Luo Tian with both hands. Luo Tian placed the 7 Dragon Balls together. Then I will make my wish, Luo Tian said politely to the Grand Elder. All right, the Grand Elder nodded. However, Vegeta's eyes glinted, and he rushed forward, loudly shouting at the 7 Dragon Balls, Dragon Balls, make me Vegeta a Super Saiyan. Then, there was no further response. All the Namekians present stared at Vegeta as if he were a fool. Vegeta was stunned for a long time and did not notice any changes in his body. Luo Tian, you tricked me. Did you not say that gathering the 7 Dragon Balls would grant any wish? Vegeta shouted angrily at Luo Tian. No, you are mistaken. Luo Tian responded. It's 3 wishes, not just 1. Vegeta, Does that matter? Why can't I make a wish when it's important? I want to become a Super Saiyan. Why is there no reaction from my body? Vegeta asked in frustration. Ahem, this Prince Vegeta. It's not that gathering the 7 Dragon Balls allows you to make a wish directly. You need to summon the Eternal Dragon. The Grand Elder sighed helplessly and quickly explained. Summon the Eternal Dragon. What is that? Vegeta felt utterly defeated. The Grand Elder no longer said more and immediately summoned the Eternal Dragon in Namekian. As the Grand Elder's words fell, the sky suddenly turned pitch black. In the next moment, golden light erupted from the 7 Dragon Balls, forming a beam of light that shot into the sky, condensing and transforming in midair. Pop! The light transformed into a massive blue dragon. This dragon looked plump and had a certain cuteness to it. Those who have gathered the Dragon Balls, state your wishes, and I will do my utmost to fulfill 3 of them. The voice of the Eternal Dragon resounded in the air. What? What is this? Vegeta's eyes widened in endless shock. Luo Tian, Prince Vegeta, this is our Namekian Eternal Dragon, also known as Purunga, which means the God of Dreams. The Grand Elder explained with a smile. This was also Luo Tian's first time seeing the Eternal Dragon Purunga, and he felt a surge of emotions. From Luo Tian's current perspective, the Eternal Dragon Purunga appeared as a colossal entity, resembling a gigantic monster coiling high in the sky. This time, all 3 wishes are for you, the Grand Elder said with a hearty laugh. Can we make our wishes now? Vegeta had learned to be cautious this time and didn't rush to make a wish. After all, if the wish couldn't be fulfilled again, it would be embarrassing. I've already embarrassed myself enough to the point of reaching Planet Vegeta. This time I'd better clarify things first. Yes, the Eternal Dragon Purunga's voice echoed, state your first wish. Vegeta's eyes lit up, sparkling with excitement. The dragon said we could make a wish. That should be no problem. Hey, let me Vegeta become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta hurriedly made his wish to the Eternal Dragon. The Eternal Dragon Purunga did not respond. Dragon, give me an Aladdin's lamp. Luo Tian calmly made his first wish in Namekian. The Eternal Dragon. The Grand Elder was surprised, not expecting Luo Tian to actually use Namekian language. I taught him, Delta said proudly. Although he doesn't speak fluently, the meaning is quite clear. Muley silently wiped his sweat. I increasingly feel. This kid learned Namekian just to make wishes. Just now he learned a few pronunciations and composed these few sentences. This kid is too mischievous. Vegeta turned his head, looking at Luo Tian in confusion. Hey Luo Tian, are you speaking some bird language? Vegeta asked curiously. The Grand Elder. The Namekians present glared at him. What is this little brat saying? That is our Namekian sacred language. The Aladdin's lamp you mentioned can summon the genie by rubbing the lamp, and the genie grants a wish, right? Purunga felt that the entire dragon was in trouble. So your wish can't be fulfilled by me, but needs the genie to do it. You summoned me just to ask for a lamp. Yes, that's the idea. No wonder you are the Eternal Dragon. You know everything. Luo Tian nodded vigorously. Purunga. A brief silence. This is merely an ancient myth. It does not exist in reality, and thus this wish cannot be fulfilled. Purunga replied. I knew it would be difficult to achieve. Then let me change my wish. Luo Tian said, once again wishing in the language of Mexing. My wish is for the universe to be free of conflict, for the universe to be at peace forever. Purunga. I'm sorry. This wish cannot be realized. Cold sweat broke out on Purunga's forehead. Is it impossible? Luo Tian was taken aback. Yes. The existence of humanity inevitably leads to conflict. Even the gods cannot avoid it. Purunga wiped his sweat. This won't work. That won't work. Fine, then I'll change my wish. Grant every inhabitant of this planet the ability to survive unaided in the vacuum of outer space. How about that? Luo Tian asked. Of course, he uttered his final wish in Namekian. I'm sorry, replied Purunga, but I can only bestow this ability upon one individual at a time. Purunga wiped his brow again. Suddenly, he felt utterly ineffectual. His composure began to fray. Then grant me the ability to survive in outer space. Luo Tian sighed deeply, his expression sullen and disheartened. Very well. Purunga nodded apologetically. A ripple of invisible energy shimmered within his crimson eyes and swiftly enveloped Luo Tian. Luo Tian distinctly felt as though his body's meridians had been unblocked, Ren and Du channels alike, flooding him with indescribable ease. It seemed he would no longer even require breath to sustain life. Sometimes life unfolds with astonishing wonder. Your first wish has been fulfilled. Now speak your second. The dragon Purunga sighed. A strange sensation stirred within him, as if he were somehow indebted. Elder Guru and Malya exchanged glances, both exhaling long, quiet sighs of relief. It appeared this young man, though fond of mischief, possessed genuine kindness, and had made no unreasonable or excessive wish. Vegeta, it is your turn to speak your wish. Luo Tian stepped forward and lightly clapped Vegeta on the shoulder. Vegeta, still dazed where he stood, flinched sharply at the touch and snapped back to awareness. What just happened? What language was that you spoke? Vegeta demanded urgently. Namekian, Luo Tian replied with a faint smile. It seems wishes must be voiced in Namekian. Vegeta fell silent. Wait, when did you learn Namekian? He asked, puzzled. That no longer matters. Hurry, before the dragon vanishes. Luo Tian urged. Vegeta clenched his teeth, scowling darkly as he muttered, Did you hear all this from Beerus, and that being beside him? No. Luo Tian shook his head. No. Then how do you know? Vegeta asked, intrigued. There's an old book at home, used as a pot stand. The other day I picked it up and flipped through it idly. It recorded all sorts of bizarre lore, and astonishingly it turned out to be true. Luo Tian mused aloud. That book? Could it possibly be the 10,000 races of the cosmos, the very text my father has searched for relentlessly? Vegeta suddenly recalled. Legend says it chronicles the unique traits of every sentient race across the cosmos, compiled millennia ago by our ancient Saiyan deity during his celestial wanderings. Luo Tian stared blankly. Truly such a book exists. I only spoke in jest. This ancient deity, what was his name? Luo Tian asked curiously. Naturally, the Super Saiyan God himself. Vegeta answered, gazing upward as he pondered. His name began with Ya, something like Yamoshi. Luo Tian ventured. Yes, that's it. Yamoshi. Vegeta nodded, then gritted his teeth and rolled his eyes at Luo Tian. How did that sacred text end up propping up your cooking pot? I have no idea, Luo Tian said, shaking his head. It must have been taken by your father. Unbelievable. Wasting such a priceless tome as kitchenware. Vegeta bristled with indignation. Luo Tian scratched his head thoughtfully. So Yamoshi had indeed compiled his cosmic travels into a written chronicle. As a devoted Dragon Ball enthusiast, Luo Tian knew precisely who Yamoshi was, the primordial Super Saiyan God whom Beerus encountered in dreams, the true origin of the divine transformation. Purunga the dragon fell silent. Elder Guru fell silent. Malya and the other Namekians fell silent. Each observer grew more speechless than the last. Their silence wasn't born of outrage over a sacred text used as a pot stand. It stemmed from sheer disbelief. The dragon stood ready, waiting for a wish, yet the two of them had drifted into idle chatter. Couldn't this conversation wait? Ahem. I am still awaiting your second wish, Purunga finally interjected, unable to bear the delay any longer. Luo Tian. Tell him make me the legendary Super Saiyan. That is my wish, Vegeta declared with a huff, commanding Luo Tian as if issuing an order. Speak respectfully. This is not how one petitions a boon, Luo Tian rebuked. Vegeta froze, speechless. Rage trembled through his entire frame. Yet needing the dragon's favor, Vegeta swallowed his pride, suppressed his imperious tone, and, after a twitching grimace, rephrased his wish with deliberate civility. Luo Tian conveyed Vegeta's wish to Purunga in flawless Namekian. I regret. I cannot fulfill this wish, the dragon announced. Why do you keep proposing wishes beyond my power? Vegeta stared dumbfounded. You mean you cannot make me the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta reeled, shaken to his core. Correct, Purunga replied, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. Because you are not the legendary Super Saiyan. I'm not the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta's eyes widened in shock. He instantly pointed at Luo Tian and demanded of the dragon, if I'm not, then is he? He is not either, Purunga answered. A wave of unexpected relief washed over Vegeta. Then tell me, who is the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta gritted his teeth and asked, Is that your wish? Purunga inquired. Vegeta fell silent. Vegeta, don't squander your wish. Does it truly matter who holds that title? Luo Tian admonished nearby. I know the answer. I'll tell you later. You know who the legendary Super Saiyan is? Vegeta gasped, stunned. There is nothing I do not know, Luo Tian replied calmly. Vegeta wiped his brow. Though I cannot make you the legendary Super Saiyan, I can reveal the path to becoming a Super Saiyan. Purunga added. What? Is there truly a distinction between those two? Vegeta blinked, bewildered. Is it not obvious? My prince, Luo Tian sighed. One bears the word legendary, the other does not. Simply put, one is mythic transcendent, the other attainable mortal. Clear now. Vegeta silently wiped his brow again. Such a distinction exists. Today truly broadened his horizons. A brief, thoughtful silence followed. Then tell me, how does one become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta paused, reflecting carefully before asking. May I confirm, does this question constitute your wish? Purunga asked. Very well, tell me, Vegeta nodded. Please make your wish in the Namekian language, Purunga replied. Vegeta felt a pang in his heart once again. Vegeta, haven't I already explained how to become a Super Saiyan clearly? Luo Tian sighed. Do you really want to waste a wish? If I want to hear it directly from the dragon, who knows if what you're saying is true? Vegeta expressed his disbelief. You better think carefully, this is your only wish. Luo Tian said. Isn't there still one wish left? Vegeta snorted. Vegeta, you need to understand one thing, never be too greedy as a human, a one wish is enough. Luo Tian patted Vegeta's shoulder, imparting his lesson. Vegeta, Elder, the many Namekians present rolled their eyes in unison. Isn't it too greedy to ask for so much? Was that you who said it? Just now you wanted a dragon god, and to make a few more wishes. Indeed, being lenient with oneself while strict with others is human nature. Of course, as long as I know how to become a Super Saiyan, I can forego other wishes. Vegeta huffed, coming to a realization. As long as he could become a Super Saiyan and the strongest in the universe, what need did he have for other wishes? I am still young. I do not need immortality. Once I become the true strongest in the universe, then I can consider other wishes. All right, I will grant your wish. Luo Tian nodded and, using somewhat clumsy Namekian, reiterated Vegeta's wish. Dragon, please explain in detail about the Super Saiyan. This is our wish. Super Saiyans in simple terms can be categorized into the legendary Super Saiyans and the ordinary Super Saiyans. The voice of Purunga echoed, and the legendary Super Saiyan is a widely known warrior among Saiyans born once every 1,000 years who must possess the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan to achieve it. An ordinary Saiyan cannot become a legendary Super Saiyan without possessing the bloodline. Does that mean neither I nor Luo Tian have the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta felt indignant. Yes, Purunga nodded. Vegeta glanced deeply at Luo Tian, feeling a sense of balance in his heart. If there were a legendary Super Saiyan nearby, it would be quite disheartening. But who exactly is the legendary Super Saiyan? Could it be the Kakarot that Luo Tian mentioned? That shouldn't be. His battle power is only 2. How could a warrior with such low power be the legendary Super Saiyan? Wait a minute. I seem to remember something. I recall overhearing someone say that among those born in the same batch as me besides Luo Tian, there was another very talented warrior. He seems to have been exiled by my father. What was his name? Could that person be the legendary Super Saiyan? Whether it's a Super Saiyan or a legendary Super Saiyan, it's all a form of transformation. Although you all cannot become the legendary Super Saiyan, you can transform into an ordinary Super Saiyan through hard work and training. The voice of the dragon Purunga rang out in the sky. Transforming into an ordinary Super Saiyan can enhance one's power by 50 times. What? 50 times? Naira's expression changed dramatically. That kid's great ape transformation was already quite outrageous. But to think that a Super Saiyan transformation can boost power by 50 times. Vegeta. He turned to glance at Luo Tian. Luo Tian had mentioned earlier that a Super Saiyan might be a form of transformation. It turns out he was right. To transform into an ordinary Super Saiyan, the first prerequisite is to possess a peaceful heart. A peaceful heart will give rise to S cells within you, and when your battle power reaches a certain level and the S cells are saturated, you can complete the transformation into a Super Saiyan through a tremendous emotional surge. The dragon Purunga elaborated on the Super Saiyan and added, your second wish has been granted. Please state your third wish. Dragon, we have no more wishes, thank you. Luo Tian smiled lightly. As a person, one should not be too greedy. I was actually thinking of asking for another 100 wishes. Purunga. All right then. Farewell. Purunga nodded, and his form suddenly dissipated. Whoosh! The 7 Dragon Balls swiftly flew up into the sky. Shortly after, the 7 Dragon Balls began to rapidly descend from the air. Tap, tap, tap. The 7 Dragon Balls landed beside Luo Tian, having turned into stones. The sky returned to brightness. Luo Tian heard that the Dragon Balls of Namek, after granting wishes, do not scatter across the world, but gather together. The Dragon Balls of Earth were initially gathered together as well, but later the god of Earth scattered them across the world due to human greed. The elder looked at Luo Tian with a face of surprise and admiration. This little fellow, though a bit irritating in speech, is indeed quite rare. To forego the last wish is a rare feat. Purunga mentioned having a peaceful heart, and it seems this Luo Tian already possesses one. However, their prince seems a bit temperamental and still needs to be refined. Do you really not need a third wish? Vegeta was momentarily shocked and immediately turned to look at Luo Tian. Luo Tian appeared indifferent. His greatest wish was simply to have the ability to survive in the universe. As long as he overcomes this shortcoming, everything else will become much easier. As for desires like immortality, Luo Tian feels the Dragon of Namek may not be able to fulfill that. Besides, once he cultivates into a true angel, his lifespan will reach eternity. This is not a problem. Great Elder Muley and friends, we must take our leave now. Luo Tian smiled and waved to the Namekians present. All right, do come visit us sometime, Muley said, stepping forward and holding Luo Tian's hand warmly. Definitely, Luo Tian nodded and then asked, how many days until the Dragon Balls recover next time? Muley suddenly lost his desire to speak. Are you dissatisfied that you only had one wish left? Cough cough. Because there was one wish left, it will take about 80 days for the Dragon Balls to recover. The elder silently wiped his sweat, but still explained. I will be back. Luo Tian waved his hand. The elder. Then Luo Tian bid farewell to the Namekians and boarded the spaceship with Vegeta. The spaceship soared into the sky. Whooshed. The spaceship broke through the planet's atmosphere, leaving behind a bright trail in the air as it swiftly flew into the vast universe. Watching the direction in which the spaceship disappeared, the elder fell into deep thought. Elder, is there something wrong? Nilo asked. This kid named Luo Tian might become a great god in the future. The elder smiled slightly. A god? Is he a god? Nilo was taken aback, momentarily stunned, displaying a face full of surprise. Muley and the other Namekians also curiously looked at the elder. The special energy fluctuations emanating from him, if I'm not mistaken, should be the aura of a god. The elder sighed. Could it be that he is the so-called Super Saiyan god? Muley asked in astonishment. Perhaps he will go even further. The elder smiled faintly. After a brief silence, he continued, after all, he effortlessly saved the entire Namek. Besides a true god, it's hard for ordinary humans to accomplish such a feat. The elder lamented, even the dragon Shinron cannot eliminate the negative energy of our Namek. All the Namekians present fell into deep thought. Clap. Delta immediately kneeled, bowing towards the starry sky, proudly stating, I once taught a god and learned the Namekian language. The elder. Muley. The many Namekians silently wiped their sweat. In the vastness of space. Inside Luo Tian's spaceship, Vegeta had been silent the entire way, until the spaceship flew through the starry sky for about 10 minutes. Vegeta suddenly snapped back to reality, turning to Luo Tian and asking, can we talk about who that legendary Super Saiyan is now? Let's not talk about it, it's rather heart-wrenching. Luo Tian sighed. Come on, no matter what, we too are considered the most talented warriors of our generation, right? Yet we are not the chosen ones. Vegeta, hearing you say that makes me feel even more heart-wrenched. We are at least the most talented warriors of this generation. Yet both of us are not the legendary Super Saiyan. The legendary Super Saiyan is someone else. What a vexing predicament. Enough, Vegeta muttered coldly, unwilling to press further. Perhaps he is already dead. Luo Tian, you truly are ruthless. Yet speaking of which, this trip to Namek felt strangely illusory. Illusory? Vegeta frowned, stroking his chin in quiet contemplation. How so? Luo Tian blinked in surprise. It feels like a trap. Vegeta snorted. A trap? Luo Tian was puzzled. Was everything that Dragon said true? Vegeta asked, skeptical. False, every word of it. Luo Tian sighed. I knew it was false. While I lay unconscious, you deliberately colluded with the Namekians to stage this charade for my benefit, didn't you? Vegeta huffed again. Luo Tian froze in astonishment, staring unblinkingly at Vegeta's youthful face, speechless for a moment. You truly are brilliant. Conspire with the Namekians to put on a show just for me. Do I look that idle? No retort. Are you utterly stunned? Vegeta chuckled smugly, interpreting Luo Tian's shock as confirmation of his theory. Luo Tian. He nearly choked on his own silence. Then why did that dragon's words match yours so precisely? Vegeta sneered, narrowing his eyes at Luo Tian. Explain that to me. What is the logic behind it? Fine, you're right. You are brilliant. Luo Tian exhaled deeply and stepped forward to pat Vegeta's shoulder. So I was correct after all. Vegeta scoffed repeatedly, tail swaying triumphantly overhead. I knew that Dragon's words bore uncanny resemblance to yours. Peaceful heart. Utter nonsense. Luo Tian refused to engage further and turned to leave. Just before departing, he tossed over his shoulder, You're truly an irredeemable weakling. Who is Ado? Is he famous? Vegeta paused, perplexed. Indeed, very famous, Luo Tian nodded earnestly. Then tell me, what is Ado's battle power? Vegeta instantly perked up with interest. Luo Tian. I recall playing a game once. His martial prowess stood at 21 intellect, at 16 political acumen, at 15 charisma, at 20, and command at 18. Beyond that I can't recall. Luo Tian mused thoughtfully. Vegeta. What gibberish is this? What on earth are you babbling about? Vegeta stared, utterly bewildered. Luo Tian ignored Vegeta entirely and strode toward his quarters. Yet Vegeta darted swiftly after him. Hey, don't walk away. Vegeta called urgently. Anything else, Your Highness? Luo Tian sighed. Humph, so this is your much-doubted distinctive planet. Vegeta simmered with quiet resentment. Luo Tian sensed the Saiyan Prince's defiant, untamable spirit, and wondered, should he perhaps seek a new disciple? Who would be suitable? Luo Tian pondered carefully. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. Broly. Yes. Should he track down Broly instead? Bringing Broly into his fold might prove far more manageable than this Vegeta, and Broly could even train alongside him. Vegeta is still too weak. Moreover, a fiercely independent warrior like him requires the crucible of Kakarot's brutal confrontations, their bitter rivalry and reluctant bond, to accelerate his growth. By the way, what are your plans next? Luo Tian asked abruptly. Staying with you is dreadfully dull. I'd hoped your healing arts might hasten my power growth, but I've reconsidered. I'll cultivate through sheer will and effort alone. Vegeta scoffed. This prince is the galaxy's most prodigious warrior. I need no one's assistance. Then, shall I take you to Raditz and Nappa? Luo Tian proposed. Acceptable, certainly preferable to your tiresome pacifism. Vegeta nodded. I'd anticipated fierce combat on Namek. Had you not intervened, I would have razed the entire planet to dust. Very well, I'll take you to Raditz and the others. Does that satisfy you? Luo Tian offered no objection. Our scouters were destroyed. How do you intend to locate them? Vegeta inquired. Only the navigation system of our starship was damaged. Its communications array remains fully functional. We can contact them directly. Luo Tian replied. Precisely. Vegeta's eyes gleamed. He immediately rushed to the ship's comm console and established contact with Raditz. Raditz's voice crackled through the speaker. Ah, Prince Vegeta. We're on Curate Planet. Its resources are exceptional. We've just seized it and expect a handsome profit. Raditz responded hastily. Curate Planet. I've heard of that planet. You all wait there, it'll come find you shortly, Vegeta replied. Raditz was stunned at that moment. You want to come find us? Previously you drove us away and made us operate alone. Why do you want to come find us now? What? Not welcome? Vegeta asked. Welcome, of course. If His Highness Vegeta can team up with us, it would truly be our honor. Raditz responded. That's good. A slight smile lifted the corners of Vegeta's mouth, revealing a face full of pride. Raditz is a good subordinate, at least he knows how to please me. Then there's that guy Luo Tian showing no respect for this prince. By the way, Your Highness Vegeta, there's something. Raditz's tone suddenly became heavy. What is it? Vegeta asked. The two unlucky ones who teamed up with us were killed by that guy Dodoria. Now it's just me and Naba left. Raditz gritted his teeth and said, Dodoria said he killed those two because we acted on our own. That's fair, I killed his brother. Vegeta chuckled. Is it Dodoria? Raditz was stunned. I've heard his battle power has reached a height of 17000. My battle power is now 18000. Vegeta said proudly. His Highness Vegeta's battle power has increased to 18000 already. Raditz exclaimed in surprise. Of course this prince is a genius, Vegeta smiled even more brilliantly. You all wait there, it'll come over right away. Whooshed. The spaceship changed direction in the starry sky, speeding toward the star domain where Naba and Raditz were located. Frisia's spaceship. Vegeta and Raditz were in communication, and since the communication line was controlled by Frisia, his subordinates immediately received messages from both sides. Lord Frisia, we've received a message from Vegeta, a subordinate reported. Where is he? I want to kill him and avenge my brother. Dodoria clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth, and coldly stared at the reporting subordinate. Frisia squinted his eyes at Dodoria. Dodoria immediately backed down and hurriedly shut his mouth. What did Vegeta say? Frisia asked with interest. He said he's going to find Naba and Raditz. Oh, Frisia was a bit puzzled about Vegeta's intention. It was supposed that Vegeta and Luo Tian had damaged the spaceship's communication system, so they shouldn't be contacting Naba and Raditz anymore. Perhaps the spaceship's positioning system malfunctioned. Bolibulus speculated. Since he could kill Dodoria, it shows his battle power has surpassed Dodoria's. Frisia pondered, in that case. Saying this, Frisia turned to Dodoria. Dodoria immediately bowed and saluted, but a bad premonition arose in his heart. Dodoria Vegeta is still useful to me. I don't wish for you to seek revenge just yet. Do you understand? Frieza instructed Dodoria with a cold face. Yes, Lord Frieza. Dodoria replied again with a salute. You may leave for now. Frieza waved his hand at Dodoria. Dodoria left Frieza's room with a face full of gloom and hatred. Lord Frieza, should we keep Vegeta alive? Bilibulu asked. I want to know how he managed to raise his battle powers so quickly. Something must have happened during this time. Frieza said, sitting in a baby carriage, his tail swaying back and forth as he revealed a smile. He managed to kill Dodoria, which means his battle power has at least reached 18000. Wasn't his previous battle power only 15000? Bilibulu analyzed. His battle power increased by 300 all of a sudden. That's rather interesting, Frieza snorted. Your Excellency Fu Li Sa, I have heard that Saiyan people grow stronger when faced with greater foes. They often improve continuously through battle. Bei Li Bu Lu said with a smile. In this confrontation, Vegeta may well have found the very opportunity to ascend. You have a point. Fu Li Sa nodded slightly, his expression turning cold. So a slight increase in combat power, and he already thinks himself invincible. We must find a way to teach him a sterner lesson. Simply annihilating him seems far too easy. Didn't Your Excellency Fu Li Sa say you intended to keep him alive and fatten him up? I have a very good plan. Bailey Bulu smiled mysteriously. Oh, speak then, Bailey Bulu. Fu Li Sa wore a smile. Has Your Excellency Fu Li Sa ever played an online game? Bailey Bulu asked with a smile. Fu Li Sa. Well then, forgive my presumption. Bailey Bulu hurriedly apologized, then explained in games characters that level up quickly usually face monsters of comparable strength. Only by fighting equals can they gain abundant experience, and it is that experience which allows them to level up and enhance their abilities. If they encounter monsters far stronger or far weaker than themselves, one will be slain in an instant, while the other will earn no experience at all. What exactly are you getting at? Fu Li Sa's face darkened. Your Excellency Fu Li Sa, hear me out. Bailey Bulu replied. If you let Vegeta grow up in such an environment, I guarantee that his combat strength will scarcely budge for 10 or even 20 years. Oh, intriguing. As expected of Bailey Bulu, you strike at a man's very will. Fu Li Sa narrowed his eyes at him. Bailey Bulu bowed to Fu Li Sa. But I like it. Fu Li Sa smiled faintly. You flatter me, Your Excellency Fu Li Sa. Bailey Bulu bowed again. Do as you suggested. You will be responsible for this matter, Fu Li Sa instructed. Yes, Your Excellency Fu Li Sa. Bailey Bulu accepted readily. 20 days later, Luo Tian's spaceship descended upon the Ku Li Te planet. Na Ba and La Dz immediately came to greet them. The two had been nearly frightened out of their wits by Duo Lia earlier. With Vegeta present, they felt they now had a solid pillar of support and were much more at ease. Prince Vegeta, you have finally arrived. La Dz said, flattering his gaze upon Vegeta. Prince Vegeta, we have even prepared a sumptuous feast for you. Naba hurriedly added the same. Let us eat first, though I happen to be a little hungry. Vegeta nodded with satisfaction. Luo Tian followed behind Vegeta as they walked off into the distance. The four of them soon appeared within a vast castle. This is the palace where the king of the Ku Li Te people resides. It will come in quite handy now, Naba said with a smile. A group of individuals arrived at the royal palace. Luo Tian carefully sensed the surroundings and discovered that everyone on the planet had been eradicated by Naba and Raditz. Such deeds were not uncommon among the Saiyans. Typically, they exterminated all inhabitants of a planet before selling it off. Luo Tian had grown accustomed to this and felt no sympathy for the people of the planet. He cultivated the power of angels and possessed a heart of tranquility, which was not the same as being kind. A heart of tranquility means remaining unshaken regardless of how significant the events may be. Not only in the Dragon Ball world, but even in Luo Tian's past life, the survival of the fittest was a common reality. Luo Tian was feeling a bit hungry. The food in the spaceship was unpalatable, and he hadn't had delicious meat in a long time. He then enjoyed a hearty meal with Naba and Vegeta. Planet Vegeta. Oh, ha ha ha. Frieza let out strange laughs while holding a crimson planet-destroying bomb high above. Surrounding Frieza were his subordinates, including the Jinyu Force Zarbon and Dodoria. Whooshed. A bright beam of light surged up from beneath the planet, striking at Frieza's subordinates with fierce blows. The one who appeared on the scene was Bardock, Goku's father. Frieza, Bardock shouted, gathering a massive energy ball in his hands and launching it upward toward Frieza. Frieza did not even bother to look directly at Bardock. He pressed down with his right hand and the massive planet-destroying bomb descended toward Bardock. Bang! The energy ball released by Bardock was instantly shattered by the planet-destroying bomb. At the same time the bomb continued to fall, Bardock was alarmed and hurriedly used his hands and knees to block the incoming planet-destroying bomb. However, the moment Bardock's hands made contact with the bomb, a sense of impending death enveloped him instantly. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, Bardock was blown to bits by the planet-destroying bomb, leaving nothing behind. The bomb continued its descent. Before long, the planet-destroying bomb struck the ground of Planet Vegeta. Boom! The entire planet erupted in brilliant colors in the cosmic expanse, exploding like fireworks. With the destruction of Planet Vegeta, Frieza erupted in maniacal laughter. Lord Frieza, today is a day worth celebrating. Let us dance in your honor, Jinyu suggested. Frieza? Far away on planet Curate. What? Planet Vegeta has been destroyed. After receiving the news, Raditz was stunned. Lord Belibru, is this true? I regret to inform you that a massive meteor suddenly flew from the starry sky, crashing into Planet Vegeta, causing the entire planet to shatter and leading to a core explosion. Well, that's how it happened. Belibru sighed. Did no one spot the meteor in advance? Raditz exclaimed. I don't know about that. Belibru shook his head and remarked, please accept my condolences. After saying this, Belibru ended the call. Raditz's eyes widened, his expression changing repeatedly as he immediately conveyed the news of Planet Vegeta's destruction to Vegeta. Looks like I can't become king of Vegeta anymore, Vegeta nonchalantly remarked while munching on a drumstick. Raditz. Naba. It seems there are only 4 Saiyans left, right? Raditz said with a wry smile, stroking his chin and gazing out at the sky. Naba remained silent. Vegeta continued to eat his drumstick, appearing unfazed. Luo Tian had long known about the impending destruction of Planet Vegeta and found nothing surprising about it. I just remembered my mother mentioned that I have a brother who seems to have been sent to another planet by my parents. Raditz scratched his head, falling into a brief silence before turning to Vegeta. Prince Vegeta, you have a brother too, right? If he's a useless one, why bring him up? Vegeta scoffed, glancing at Raditz. Your brother's name is Kakarot, right? Yes, Kakarot. Raditz nodded. Luo Tian said that your brother Kakarot will become my lifelong rival. Vegeta suddenly chuckled while saying this, unable to contain his laughter. Raditz. Ha, that's too funny. Naba, who had been quiet, suddenly burst into laughter. Isn't that a bit of a stretch? Raditz said with a wry smile. My brother is just a low-class warrior. How could he possibly become Prince Vegeta's rival? I'm full. Luo Tian patted his belly and reflected for a moment. The mission of becoming an angel is a long and arduous one. Luo Tian knew that the angelic race would not starve even if they didn't eat. They consumed food merely to enjoy the flavors. Angels can go without food and sleep. The fact that Luo Tian still felt hunger indicated that he could only be considered human, far from attaining divinity. He realized he had to continue honing his skills. After nearly a month of training, the purity of Luo Tian's angelic power had improved. Currently, the purity of Luo Tian's angelic power had reached a height of 8. According to his calculations, if he could elevate it to 10, he might awaken the transformation of Super Saiyan God. Of course, all of this was Luo Tian's speculation, and its accuracy needed to be validated through practice. Vegeta, are you not planning to join me? Luo Tian stood up and asked Vegeta. Following you would be utterly dull. What I need is to battle across various planets, not to learn bird language with you. Vegeta felt irritated just thinking about it. Accompanying Luo Tian brought him little satisfaction aside from the minor accomplishment of defeating Leela. It took 10 days to reach Namek, only to have none of his wishes fulfilled. That shameless Luo Tian had teamed up with the Namekians to deceive him. I see now you want me to train in healing. I, Vegeta, would never train in such a boring trick. I am the Prince of the Saiyans, and that dragon dares to say I am not the legendary Super Saiyan. Besides this prince, who else is qualified to become the legendary Super Saiyan? Just looking at that dragon, it's clear he's just making things up. And to grant 3 wishes. I don't believe you can survive in the vastness of the universe. Vegeta rolled his eyes, not wanting to pay any attention to Luo Tian. In that case, we shall part ways here. Luo Tian did not insist. Vegeta snorted. Do your best, and I hope that when we meet again in a few years your battle power will have improved rather than remaining at the current 1800. Luo Tian stepped forward and patted Vegeta's shoulder. By the next time we meet, my battle power will have already exceeded 1000. Vegeta smiled confidently. Luo Tian nodded slightly. Your indifferent attitude really annoys me. Vegeta snorted. Take care, Vegeta. After saying this, Luo Tian immediately flew into the sky. Hey Luo Tian, aren't you going to join us? Although your battle power is relatively low, you could help with logistics. Raditz waved at Luo Tian. Why don't you come with us? Nappa also chimed in. Luo Tian ignored them and swiftly entered the spaceship. Whoosh! The spaceship soared into the sky, breaking through the planet's atmosphere in an instant and leaving the planet behind. Goodbye. Raditz waved to bid farewell. Oh no. Vegeta's pupils shrank and his expression darkened. What's wrong, Prince Vegeta? Nappa asked, confused. That guy Luo Tian. He took off with that small spaceship. Vegeta gritted his teeth in anger, his whole body trembling violently. What? What should we do? Raditz was dumbfounded. That bastard Luo Tian. Vegeta's fury flared. That was my spaceship. Nappa explained from the side, there are 2 more spherical spaceships on this planet. Should we go after him? Vegeta, what's the point of chasing? That spaceship is a mothership. How could we catch up? Forget it, let's clean up this planet and then move on to another one. Vegeta thought carefully and instructed Raditz and Nappa. Luo Tian controlled the spaceship and flew into the starry sky. The spaceship left a bright trail in the cosmic space. Luo Tian had already decided to visit Planet Wampa. Since Luo Tian was destined to become a true angel, he would naturally have a god of destruction as his subordinate. Initially, he intended to train Vegeta as his god of destruction. However, seeing Vegeta's rebellious nature, Luo Tian suddenly changed his mind. It would be better to train a more obedient subordinate. Luo Tian seriously considered it and felt that Broly was indeed a very good choice. Broly was the legendary Super Saiyan and his strength was absolutely formidable. Who knows, maybe Broly's battle power is already over 1,000,000. Luo Tian felt a slight excitement, as if the Saiyan bloodline within him was boiling. It would take at least 6 days to reach Planet Wampa. During these 6 days, Luo Tian tirelessly gathered angelic power and refined it. The 6 days quickly passed. Luo Tian looked out the spaceship window and saw a yellow-brown planet in the distance, Planet Wampa. This was an extremely harsh planet, barren and devoid of vegetation, even lacking liquid water. Additionally, the planet was constantly covered in wind and sand, with fierce winds howling as if wild beasts were wailing. Broly lived in such an environment. Broly was of a similar age to Luo Tian, both being 5 years old. When Broly was 3, he was sent to this planet by King Vegeta. Broly's father landed on this planet with him, but the spaceship malfunctioned and could no longer return. If nothing unexpected happened, the father and son would be trapped here for 40 years. During these 6 days, Luo Tian's refinement of angelic power also improved. Unfortunately, the purity of his angelic power remained at 8 and had not reached 9. Luo Tian desperately wanted to raise the purity of his angelic power to 10 so he could see if he could verify his conjecture and transform into a Super Saiyan god. Luo Tian's eyes were filled with anticipation. He floated the spaceship above Planet Wampa. Clap! Luo Tian pressed the button to open the hatch and flew out of the spaceship. Whoosh! Luo Tian rapidly descended. On the surface of Planet Wampa, in a natural open-air cave filled with insect eggs. 2 years. 2 years. I've been trapped here for 2 years. Paragus sighed at the sky, gazing at the endless yellow sand, his expression filled with despair. Broly on the side ate the insect eggs, and instead of feeling disgusted, he appeared to enjoy it. Paragus glanced back at Broly, especially at the insect eggs he was eating, and felt nauseated every time. Is this something for humans to eat? The environment on this planet is truly too harsh. There's nothing to eat or drink besides insect eggs. There isn't even the most basic freshwater resource. When will this kind of life come to an end? Damn King Vegeta. Broly, I'm going out to search again. This time I'll go further. Perhaps I will make a better discovery. Paragus, undeterred, decided to explore further. This planet had already been explored by Paragus over a large area, but there remained a small part that had not been thoroughly investigated. Perhaps the end of the desert leads to an oasis. Broly obediently nodded. Paragus soared into the air, facing the raging yellow sand, quickly flying away until he vanished from sight. Not long after Paragus left, Luo Tian descended from the sky, appearing in front of Broly. Broly looked up curiously, examining Luo Tian. Broly. Luo Tian greeted with a smile. Broly nodded, looking confused. Attack me with all your might, and let me test your level. Luo Tian waved at Broly. After a brief hesitation, Broly nodded in agreement. Then Broly's energy erupted as he swiftly charged towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian sensed Broly's energy intensity. This kid is indeed not simple. No wonder he is the legendary Super Saiyan. Just a slight burst of energy, and his battle power had already reached a height of 1000. Watching Broly rush towards him, Luo Tian raised his left hand with angelic power shimmering in his palm. Clap! Broly's fist struck heavily against Luo Tian's hand. Luo Tian also caught Broly's attacking fist with his own hand. With a resounding bang, Luo Tian thrust his right hand forward, unleashing a radiant flame that sparkled like the stars. Accompanied by a muffled sound, Luo Tian's hand struck Broly's body. Boom! Broly's body hurtled backward like a meteor, slamming violently into a distant mountain and embedding deep into its rocky face. Letting out a guttural cry, Broly surged with energy, once more regaining his composure before roaring toward Luo Tian's position. Thud! 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 Broly launched a furious barrage of attacks against Luo Tian. Yet Luo Tian evaded every strike, effortlessly moving with the transcendent grace of the Ultra Instinct state. After minutes of relentless assault, Broly hadn't even grazed Luo Tian's clothing. Ahawk! Fury seized him. His entire frame trembled violently, and raw energy erupted from his body like a tidal wave. In an instant, Broly's pupils turned stark white, devoid of all color and consciousness. His physique swelled dramatically, and his power surged to its absolute zenith. Luo Tian sensed it clearly. Broly's base battle power had soared to at least 1 million. A true legendary Super Saiyan, as spoken of in myth. And yet, he hadn't even transformed. He was only 5 years old. A 5-year-old whose combat strength already eclipsed 1 million. It was simply incomprehensible. Were Vegeta brought here, he would be obliterated instantly. And now, with his body enlarged, Broly's power skyrocketed further to 10 million. He hadn't undergone a transformation, only unleashed the latent might of the Great Saiyan form. His power multiplied tenfold in an instant, but with it came total loss of rational thought. How could he possibly retain his sanity? He'd struck at Luo Tian for ages, yet not a single blow landed. Enraged beyond reason, Broly roared anew, his aura blazing wildly as he charged headlong toward Luo Tian. Broly hurled himself forward in another blistering assault. Luo Tian refused direct confrontation, instead closing his eyes entirely, relying solely on the boundless awareness of Ultra Instinct to evade every attack. 3 minutes later, huff huff, Broly panted heavily, overwhelmed by despair, his youthful face twisted with childlike frustration. Wah! Without warning, Broly burst into full-blown tears. Luo Tian. Ahem, why are you crying? Luo Tian wiped sweat from his brow. And you're currently in a berserk state, yet still sobbing like a toddler. Broly wept even harder. You're cheating. I've been hitting you forever, and haven't landed a single blow. It's unbearable. It was like watching 2 children fight, one swinging wildly, never making contact. How could he not burst into tears? At heart, Broly was still just a 5-year-old child. Luo Tian, however, was a transmigrator, his maturity and composure utterly alien to his apparent age. Fine, I won't dodge this time, Luo Tian sighed, resigned. Broly's eyes lit up instantly, even the pallid whiteness in his irises softened, regaining faint warmth. Kurum. Broly's energy flared anew, his aura erupting so fiercely it scattered the surrounding desert sands into swirling tempests. Luo Tian assessed his power. It had climbed to roughly 20 million. He recognized this as Broly's current physical limit, the peak his young body could sustain. At this stage, his maximum battle power stood at 20 million. Remember, he was only 5. Given time and space to grow, his future potential was truly incalculable. Eyes blazing with unquenchable fervor, Broly surged forward once more, every fiber of his being alight with warlike intensity. Crack! His fist slammed squarely into Luo Tian's palm. Divine energy shimmered across Luo Tian's hand as he caught the blow with effortless ease. Broly's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Not bad. Your striking force is commendable, Luo Tian remarked calmly, then swiftly gripped Broly's wrist with his small hand. Thud! Luo Tian wrenched Broly's arm and slammed him hard into the planet's surface. Ugh! Broly spat blood, his body feeling utterly shattered. Swish! With a flick of his hand, Luo Tian sent a wave of divine energy enveloping Broly. Instantly, Broly's lifeless, colorless eyes fluttered, and clarity flooded back into his gaze. Rise, Luo Tian said, gently extending his hand in friendship. Up. Broly blinked rapidly and grasped Luo Tian's hand without hesitation. Luo Tian pulled Broly upright, then released another pulse of divine energy, wrapping it tenderly around the boy's form. In a flash, Broly's injuries vanished completely. Huh. His expression shifted to pure astonishment. Childlike wonder etched across his youthful face. Broly, would you like to explore the cosmos with me? Luo Tian smiled warmly. Broly tilted his head, then nodded vigorously, though he barely understood the words. Then, follow me. Luo Tian smiled again. Without another word, he shot skyward in a streak of light. Broly scratched his head, hesitated for only a heartbeat, and then dashed after him. At sufficient altitude, Broly spotted it immediately, the massive starship hovering silently in the upper atmosphere. "Let's go," Luo Tian called out, and stepped aboard the vessel. Broly paused briefly, then followed closely behind, stepping into the ship without reservation. Once inside, Broly gazed around curiously, his expression growing increasingly bewildered as he took in the ship's intricate interior. "Depart." Luo Tian pressed the activation sequence. Whis. The vessel ignited with brilliant light surging forth from the planet's surface and soaring into the vast stardust expanse. Daddy." Broly scratched his head, suddenly recalling something, and spoke haltingly. "I'm not your father. My name is Luo Tian." Luo Tian smiled gently. "Broly." "No, Daddy." Broly pointed toward the receding world of Vampa. "I truly am not your father. We're nearly the same age. How could I possibly be your father?" Luo Tian shook his head. Broly grew flustered, struggling desperately to articulate his meaning. "My daddy is still back on that planet." Broly knew it all, yet lacked the words to express it. "Let's drink some water first." Luo Tian shifted the topic, handing over a bottle of water. Luo Tian knew all too well that Broly's father Paragus was still on Planet Vegeta. However, Luo Tian would never allow Paragus to stay by his side. Broly's father, like most Saiyans, was filled with malice and sought to control Broly. If Paragus' spaceship had not malfunctioned on planet Wampa, he would have surely found a way to control his son Broly and raise him as a tool to seize the throne. Keeping such a person around was not Luo Tian's style. Broly was different from his father. He was a comparatively innocent Saiyan, even somewhat resembling son Wukong in personality. Luo Tian only wanted to take Broly away. Broly held the water bottle that Luo Tian handed to him, carefully inspecting it, unsure of how to open it. He looked up at Luo Tian, confusion written across his face. "You do this? Then like this, and then this." Luo Tian produced another water bottle, pressed the button on top, revealing a straw. Luo Tian took a sip through the straw. Broly imitated Luo Tian, opened the lid of the bottle, and placed his mouth on the straw to take a sip. Suddenly, Broly's eyes lit up, his expression brimming with excitement and surprise. "What is this? Why is it so delicious?" Gulps, gulps. A large bottle of water was soon emptied by Broly. He wiped the water from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and even smacked his lips. Broly felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. "Good person." Broly looked at Luo Tian with gratitude. Luo Tian was speechless. "You drink a bottle of water and call me a good person? Do you want some ham?" Luo Tian took out a piece of ham and handed it to Broly. Broly's eyes once again sparkled with confusion as he sniffed the ham like a dog. Upon catching the aroma of the ham, surprise, confusion, and a hint of greed appeared in Broly's eyes. He quickly snatched the ham and opened his mouth wide to take a bite. After tasting the ham, Broly experienced an endless delight. He suddenly felt that the food he had eaten before was worse than excrement. Now this was what one could call delicious. Broly felt that happiness had come too suddenly. There were such delicious things in this world. As he ate, tears streamed down Broly's face. He wanted more and was greedy. Broly was crying from greed. "No need to rush. There will be even better food waiting for you in the future." Luo Tian smiled. Broly nodded vigorously, quickly finishing every last bit of the ham in his hand, then looked up at Luo Tian with anticipation, licking his lips. Luo Tian remarked, "Broly, you are a person, not a dog." Broly did not quite understand what a dog was. "You will understand in the future." Luo Tian smiled slightly. "Dad." Broly suddenly remembered something and turned to look towards planet Wampa. "I am not your father. Just call me Luo Tian from now on," Luo Tian replied. Broly scratched his head, unsure how to respond to this. Planet Wampa. When Paragus returned from exploring outside, he saw the chaotic scene near his home. "That guy Broly. Has he gone berserk again?" Paragus frowned. "This bastard. This son of a tortoise. Look at this mess." Paragus looked around, searching for Broly's figure. "Where is that little rascal Broly now?" Paragus muttered quietly and called out Broly's name loudly. However, there was no response from Broly. Yet Paragus was not worried, for Broly had also gone berserk before and had a tendency to go missing. If he was lost, it was fine. He would return once he calmed down. The longest time it took Broly to come back was 7 days. However, what Paragus did not know was that this time Broly would never return. "It's been 2 years. 2 years. I, Paragus, have been stuck on this desolate planet for 2 years. Paragus sighed deeply. In the vast starry sky amidst the boundless universe, Luo Tian's spaceship cut through the sea of stars in a brilliant arc, soaring swiftly. Next, Luo Tian planned to visit Earth. After all, there were many wonderful things on Earth. For example, the senzu beans. Although Luo Tian had the ability to heal himself, if his angelic power ran out, he would be unable to heal himself unless he waited for it to slowly recover. Previously, while on Namek, Luo Tian had used his powerful angelic power to eliminate all negative energy. At that time, his angelic power was nearly depleted, taking several hours to replenish. If he had a senzu bean, replenishing would be much easier. Moreover, Luo Tian also planned to collect some delicacies on Earth and conveniently store them in the universal capsule. The most important thing was that Luo Tian wanted to modify this spaceship to resemble a capsule for easy carrying. Though Luo Tian could survive in space, his speed was still considerably slower compared to the spaceship. Until his speed surpassed that of the spaceship remained the best means of transportation. Additionally, Broly was currently unable to survive in space. If necessary, the Dragon Balls on Earth could help Broly gain the ability to survive in space. Of course, this was predicated on Broly being obedient. If he were as unruly as Vegeta, Luo Tian would not hesitate to send him back to planet Wampa. The spaceship sped towards Earth at an incredible pace. About 10 days passed. Luo Tian saw that familiar yet strange blue planet, Earth, floating in space. From space, Earth appeared as a blue gem radiating an enchanting blue glow. Yet amidst the vast universe, Earth seemed so small and fragile, like an abandoned orphan silently facing the expanse of the cosmos. However, this lonely planet bore the hopes and dreams of countless lives. Broly also saw this beautiful planet and could not help but rub his eyes, widening them in shock. It seemed to be the first time Broly had seen such a beautiful planet. This is... Broly spoke hesitantly, pointing at the blue planet with surprise and turning to look at Luo Tian. That's Earth, Luo Tian replied. Dad. Broly patted his forehead, suddenly recalling that his father was still on planet Wampa. That's not your father, that's Earth. Don't call everyone father indiscriminately, Luo Tian remarked. Broly responded with silence. I truly didn't mean it that way. I just didn't know how to express myself. Whoosh! The spaceship broke through the planet's atmosphere, rapidly descending towards the Earth. In the eastern capital, the Western District was bustling with people, all engrossed in their work as usual. The lively streets were filled with a continuous flow of pedestrians. Two beautiful women were sitting at the entrance of a cafe, sipping coffee and chatting casually. The weather today is quite nice. The sky is clear without a single cloud in sight. Are you planning to become a poet? As the two women chatted, suddenly a massive shadow loomed high above, casting a gray hue over the area. The two women were momentarily stunned, immediately looking up at the sky. Above them, a saucer-shaped spaceship hovered in the air. The spaceship has a diameter of approximately 30 meters, presenting itself as a colossal object in the sky. Although this spaceship is touted as a small spacecraft, it still appears quite large within the context of this city. The two beautiful women were stunned, gazing up at the spaceship in the sky, unable to utter a single word. Is it a spaceship? One of the beauties blinked rapidly, her face pale. Is it extraterrestrials? The other beauty stammered, spilling coffee from her cup, completely unaware that her pants were now wet. Other residents nearby also looked at the spaceship in astonishment. Creak. The spaceship's hatch opened and Luo Tian flew out, hovering in the high sky like a deity descending. However, because Luo Tian is only 5 years old this year, he appeared relatively small, and with the tail behind him swaying in the wind, he looked somewhat comical at that moment. Following closely behind, Broly flew out, scratching his head as he looked down at the humans and the strange buildings from a high vantage point. Broly's expression grew increasingly puzzled. Where is this place? It looks so strange. It's my first time seeing humans without tails. The people in the city were dumbfounded by the sight, their expressions serious. Nearby, a clueless 6-year-old boy excitedly shouted, "Wow, so cool. Is it extraterrestrials?" His sister looked up at Luo Tian with a face full of wonder. The boy's mother, however, was startled. "Hey, extraterrestrial, take me away. I'm so fed up, I don't want to do homework anymore." The child shouted loudly at Luo Tian. As if you have so much homework." The sister snorted. "When have I not done your homework for you? Take me and my sister away together." The child exclaimed loudly. The mother quickly covered her son and daughter's mouths, her face pale, with fear, tightly hugging them, as if afraid they would be taken away by extraterrestrials. Luo Tian silently wiped his sweat. Are the kids in the Dragon Ball world this intense? These two children don't seem that big either. They look like they are in the first grade at most. Is there a lot of homework? Wait a minute. Why do these two kids seem familiar? They feel like people I know. Little friends, what are your names? Luo Tian turned to the little boy and asked curiously. He spoke. The two children hadn't spoken yet, but the two beauties drinking coffee nearby were trembling in fear. I'm Lapis and my sister is Lazuli, the boy revealed their names. Lapis. Lazuli. Luo Tian was slightly taken aback. No wonder he felt these two little ones looked familiar. They turned out to be the future androids 17 and 18. From their appearances, they indeed did not differ much from the future androids 17 and 18. Do you have a lot of homework? Luo Tian asked. It wasn't much at first, but after finishing my homework, I still have to do it for my brother. Lazuli replied glumly. Us extraterrestrials don't have homework. I'm about your age, or I can travel to outer space at just 5 years old. Isn't that interesting? Luo Tian said with a smile. Lapis and Lazuli immediately showed a face full of envy. Traveling to outer space at just 5 years old. Extraterrestrials really are so carefree. Look at us, we only know how to do homework every day. Please take us away, or we want to travel with you. Yes, take me and my brother away, Lazuli said, looking at Luo Tian with anticipation. Extraterrestrial adult. The kids are just joking, or please don't take it seriously. The children's mother was nearly in tears. Can you fly, eh? Luo Tian asked. Lapis and Lazuli both shook their heads. Learn to fly first, Luo Tian smiled. Lapis and Lazuli fell silent. Does anyone know where West City is? Luo Tian inquired from above. It's in that direction. The beauty drinking coffee cautiously pointed to a certain direction. Beautiful lady, your pants are wet. Luo Tian pointed at the lattice pants. The lady looked down and exclaimed in shock. Good luck to everyone. Luo Tian waved goodbye and returned to the spaceship. Broly scratched his head and followed Luo Tian back into the spaceship. Whooshed. The spaceship ascended into the sky and vanished in an instant. The crowd stood wide-eyed for a long time, gazing up at the sky before regaining their senses. Bang, bang, bang. Then Lapis and Lazuli were met with a flurry of hits. Their mother gave the two little ones a good thrashing. Not going to school in first grade, writing homework, and the sister still helps the brother with his. The two siblings wailed loudly. Wow, extraterrestrials are so cruel. Lapis cried heartbrokenly. When I learn to fly, I won't let him off. Lazuli pouted angrily, constantly wiping her tears. West City headquarters of the Capsule Corporation. The spaceship slowly descended in the yard of the Capsule Corporation headquarters. The appearance of such a large spaceship soon attracted the attention of Bulma's father, Dr. Briefs. Dr. Briefs immediately rode over on his bicycle, adjusting his glasses as he looked at Luo Tian and Broly, who walked out from the spaceship. Oh my, are you extraterrestrials? Dr. Briefs gazed at Luo Tian and Broly in surprise. Hello, doctor, I heard you are the most famous scientist on this planet, right? Luo Tian took the initiative to greet him. Broly followed behind Luo Tian like a little tail, filled with curiosity about everything. Ha ha ha, am I held in such high regard in the universe? You flatter me. Dr. Briefs couldn't help but laugh heartily at Luo Tian's praise. Immediately after Dr. Briefs curiously examined the spaceship behind Luo Tian. Ahem. What brings you to me? Two friends from outer space, Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses and asked friendly. I heard there is something called a capsule invented by a doctor on Earth, right? Indeed, it is my invention known as the universal capsule. Dr. Briefs nodded, speaking candidly as he took out a universal capsule to explain. To put it simply, it compresses objects into particles and stores them inside the capsule, and when needed it decompresses and restores them. Can you help me turn this spaceship into a capsule, eh? Luo Tian pointed to the spaceship behind him. Of course, no problem. Dr. Briefs was visibly excited. I was just about to say, I wanted to study this spaceship thoroughly. Feel free to study it, just don't break it. Luo Tian readily agreed. I won't break it, don't worry. Dr. Briefs laughed heartily, eagerly approaching and admiring the spaceship. This is truly remarkable technology. There are such genius figures in this universe. What material is this made of? It seems there is no similar material on Earth. Luo Tian remained silent. As for what the material was, he was also unsure. Broly, on the other hand, was completely clueless and filled with curiosity about everything. So curious was Broly that he found himself staring at a black cat, locking eyes with it. The black cat crouched low, eyeing the unfamiliar face with suspicion. Broly, don't stare at the black cat. That guy is quite formidable, Luo Tian called out to Broly. Broly. A long time ago, I personally witnessed a black cat holding a pistol and shooting off a mouse's ear with a single shot, Luo Tian reminisced. Broly looked baffled, completely unable to comprehend. Is there really such a powerful black cat? Dr. Briefs asked in surprise. Yes, it even made the news back then, Luo Tian nodded. Is that so? Did that happen on your planet? Dr. Bryphus asked while examining the spaceship. Luo Tian nodded again and asked how long will it take to transform this spaceship into a capsule. They'll go inside and take a look at the structure first. Dr. Bryphus crawled into the spaceship. Go for it. Luo Tian cheered him on from behind. Dr. Bryphus. Broly looked around in confusion, unable to understand anything. Soon after, Broly ran aside to examine a small plant, suddenly feeling that it looked quite strange. Dr. Bryphus entered the spaceship and began an unknown exploration of its internal structure. Such advanced technology. After studying for a full half-hour, Dr. Bryphus finally emerged from the spaceship. Based on the structure of this spaceship, it will take at least a month to transform it into a universal capsule. Dr. Bryphus pondered. All right then, I'll trouble you, Doctor. Luo Tian nodded gently. Not at all, it's my honor to study advanced alien technology. Dr. Bryphus adjusted his glasses, speaking with some excitement, and then added, during this time, if you don't mind, you can stay at our house. I don't mind. Luo Tian nodded. But speaking of which, is the height of you aliens really like this? Dr. Bryphus, noticing no malice from the other party, curiously inquired. Just as Luo Tian was about to speak, a voice suddenly came from a distance. I'm back. After the voice fell, Bulma came running joyfully from afar. Luo Tian glanced at Bulma in the distance. Bulma was only 5 years old this year, 1 year younger than Luo Tian. Strictly speaking, Bulma was 10 months younger than Luo Tian, so now they were considered the same age. At only 5 years old, Bulma had a cute chubby face, her blue hair tied into a high ponytail, and she wore a pink dress bouncing around like a little rabbit. Bulma, did you finish school? Dr. Bryphus looked at the approaching Bulma with a doting expression and ruffled her hair. Dad, do you know? I heard that a large spaceship appeared in the suburbs of East City today, and 2 aliens flew out of it. Bulma excitedly explained, gesticulating, I told you the universe is so vast there must be aliens. Dr. Bryphus. Then Dr. Bryphus turned to Luo Tian. Dad, who is he? Your illegitimate child? Bulma pointed at Luo Tian, asking Dr. Bryphus. Dr. Bryphus silently wiped the sweat from his brow. Luo Tian also held his forehead, momentarily speechless. How does the little girl speak? Dad, what's that huge thing behind you? Is it the new technology you just developed? Bulma blinked her big bright eyes and quickly noticed the spaceship behind her father. Saying that, Bulma rushed over and touched the surface of the spaceship with her little pink hand. What a strange material. Dad, what is this material? I've never seen such a material before. Bulma curiously asked, is it the new alloy you developed? This is my daughter Bulma. Dr. Bryphus quickly introduced to Luo Tian. Kids don't understand, I hope you won't mind. It's fine, it's fine. Luo Tian smiled nonchalantly, it seems she's about the same age as me. Oh, are you really only 5 years old this year? Dr. Bryphus was astonished, adjusting his glasses on his nose, staring at Luo Tian unblinkingly. Yeah, Luo Tian nodded. Ahem. Amazing traveling at the age of 5. Dr. Bryphus smiled bitterly, his eyes filled with endless admiration. Dad, what are you talking about? Bulma looked curiously first at Luo Tian, then at her father Dr. Bryphus. Bulma, if I'm not mistaken, he is the alien you just mentioned. Dr. Bryphus said with a smile. Bulma was immediately stunned, her eyes wide open, revealing a face of disbelief. Tap, tap, tap. Bulma quickly ran forward, examining Luo Tian from top to bottom, tilting her little head in curiosity. Bulma, don't be rude, Briefs quickly interjected. Huh, is this a tail? Bulma exclaimed, disregarding whether Luo Tian agreed or not, and grabbed his tail. Luo Tian, are you being polite? What a fun tail. Bulma said, rubbing it in her hands. It's fluffy, just like my little teddy bear toy. Briefs fell silent, displaying an apologetic expression. Fortunately, he noticed that Luo Tian wasn't angry, and he finally relaxed. Bulma, you play with our alien friend for a while. He'll go find something to transport the spaceship to the research institute. Briefs called out, you two are about the same size, so you should be able to play together. Bulma naively nodded. Briefs rode his bicycle away. Broly, on the other hand, was intently watching a clump of dogtail grass not far away. The poor child, having grown up, was seeing plants for the first time and was very curious about this fluffy thing. In fact, Broly even brushed the dogtail grass with his own tail. Soon after, Broly's tail was tickled by the dogtail grass, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hearing Broly's laughter, Bulma glanced over. Who is that guy? Bulma asked curiously. Is he your companion? That's right, his name is Broly. Luo Tian nodded. My name is Luo Tian. You really are an alien. Bulma still couldn't believe it, carefully examining Luo Tian again. You don't look too different from us except for having an extra tail. I heard you can fly. Is that true? Bulma blinked rapidly and asked again. I can do a little bit of it. As Luo Tian spoke, he slowly floated up. Bulma. Bulma was immediately astonished. Luo Tian gently descended. Hey, do aliens also have men and women? Bulma asked again. Yes, Luo Tian nodded, but the women on our planet have probably gone extinct. What do you mean? Bulma asked in surprise. When we left our planet, it was destroyed by a villain. Luo Tian sighed slightly. Destroyed by a villain. How pitiful does that mean you have no home now? Bulma sighed in sympathy and then comforted him. It's okay, you can treat this place as your home from now on. That works. Luo Tian nodded. Tomorrow is my kindergarten graduation ceremony. Can you come with me? Bulma giggled. Luo Tian. Going around in circles, are you trying to make me attend your kindergarten graduation ceremony? Are you trying to show off in front of your classmates? Sure I can. Luo Tian readily agreed. That evening, Bulma's family prepared a sumptuous dinner to entertain Luo Tian and Broly. Luo Tian and Broly indulged in the delicious food. Bulma's family was stunned. What an incredible appetite. They ate as much as over 40 people combined. Bulma's mother BGNI widened her eyes in surprise and said, Are they reincarnated starving ghosts? Bulma muttered softly. You guys eat as much as you want, no need to be polite. Briefs laughed heartily and instructed the chef beside him, Go prepare some more food. Yes. The chef was also stunned. Luo Tian indeed hadn't eaten such delicious food before. Most of the food on Planet Vegeta was ham. Luo Tian's starchy sausage was even more sought after on Planet Vegeta than ham. You have to know that the ham on Planet Vegeta was made entirely of meat. I must say Earth's food is indeed more delicious. Meanwhile, the television nearby was broadcasting a news report about Luo Tian and Broly appearing in the suburbs of East Capital. At that time, the Dragon Ball world on Earth hadn't yet popularized mobile phones, so the appearance of Luo Tian and Broly hadn't been captured by any cameras. According to eyewitness accounts, two aliens descended from a spaceship hovering over the western suburbs of East Capital, standing about 1 meter tall. The announcer said. Experts later confirmed that the spaceship was a new technology developed by the Capsule Corporation, and the aliens that emerged from the spaceship were actually figures formed through holographic projection. Bulma. Has the news started fabricating stories now? Bulma said, sounding a bit speechless like a little adult. This afternoon, experts visited our home, and to avoid unnecessary trouble, I told them that, Briefs replied. Bulma felt a little down at that moment. You've already debunked the alien story. How am I supposed to show off with Luo Tian at our kindergarten tomorrow? It's truly puzzling. Luckily, Luo Tian can fly. Perhaps this way they will realize that Luo Tian is an alien. By the way, is Bulma graduating from kindergarten tomorrow? Bai Ji and I gently inquired about Bulma. I finally don't have to worry about kindergarten homework anymore. Bulma sighed deeply. Luo Tian, don't aliens need to go to school? Bai Ji and I asked Luo Tian again. We never attend school, Luo Tian nodded. No need for kindergarten, elementary school, or even middle school. Bulma questioned as well. No, otherwise how could I possibly travel at the age of 5? Luo Tian said with a smile. Mom, I want to travel too. I'm about to graduate from kindergarten. Bulma pouted and requested. Where does Bulma want to travel? Bai Ji and I asked with a loving expression. Of course, to travel to outer space. Once Daddy finishes modifying the spaceship, I want Luo Tian to take me to travel to outer space. Bulma proposed. That could work, but some planets are not suitable for your survival. If you're not careful, you might die as soon as you arrive on that planet. Luo Tian spoke the truth. Bulma. Luo Tian was right. With so many planets in the universe, the gravity of each planet is vastly different from that of Earth. Not to mention, if the gravity is twice that of Earth, Bulma, standing on it with her delicate body, would be life-threatening. Luo Tian has many planets to visit in the future, and it's impossible to bring Bulma along as a burden. Once I become a deity, they'll take you out to play. By then, no matter which planet you go to, I can ensure your safety. Luo Tian added. Become a deity. Bulma was taken aback. Do you wish to become a god? Briefs adjusted his glasses, gazing at Luo Tian with astonishment. A god? Bulma also looked on with keen curiosity. Broly alone devoured his meal with unrestrained gusto, grease glistening on his lips, utterly oblivious to Luo Tian's words. Yes, I shall become the greatest god in the entire universe. Luo Tian smiled faintly as he explained. My, what an extraordinarily lofty ambition. Briefs chuckled heartily. After the meal, Bulma's parents excused themselves to attend to their own affairs. Luo Tian and Bulma remained in the courtyard. Broly sprawled lazily upon the lawn, patted his distended belly, and gazed up at the star-strewn sky, his expression one of serene contentment. A sudden warmth bloomed within Broly. He realized for the first time how truly wonderful such a life could be. How splendid it would be, he mused, if every day brought such unadulterated joy in eating. Hey Luo Tian, where shall we go next? Bulma tugged eagerly at Luo Tian's hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Shall I carry you skyward for a leisurely flight? Luo Tian suggested. Yes, yes. Bulma burst into unrestrained delight. Come, I'll lift you, Luo Tian said, gently slipping one arm around her waist before soaring upward into the night air. Whoa, this is absolutely thrilling. Bulma cried out exuberantly. Enjoying it? Luo Tian asked, a quiet smile playing upon his lips. Faster, she urged. Very well, let us accelerate. Luo Tian tightened his embrace and surged forward, cutting swiftly through the heavens. Amazing. We're nearly matching the speed of my father's aircraft. Bulma's exhilaration deepened, until glancing ahead, she spotted a towering spire piercing the velvet darkness of the night sky, its silhouette stark and arresting against the stars. Oh, what an impossibly tall tower. Bulma blinked rapidly, her face alight with wonder. Let's ascend and explore, Luo Tian said, and still holding her close, soared ever higher. At last they reached the summit, and beheld the tower's crown, a low dome-like chamber weathered and ancient in appearance. Is that a dwelling? Could someone actually live inside? Bulma whispered, her voice trembling as she clutched Luo Tian's arm tightly. Let's go in and see. Be careful. Anyone dwelling in such a place might well be a monster. Bulma's cheeks paled, her eyes wide with apprehension. Fear not. If it is a monster, I'll strike it down with a single blow. Luo Tian smiled serenely and stepped forward, carrying Bulma across the threshold. At once Bulma's gaze fell upon a feline humanoid, its fur a soft silvery gray, leaning upon a gnarled cane. The cat being stared in stunned silence. Luo Tian and Bulma stood mirrored in equal astonishment. It is a monster, a cat demon. Bulma gasped, her face draining of color. Luo Tian, strike it down at once. Demon, reveal your true form this instant, or face annihilation. Luo Tian thundered. The feline being quietly wiped a bead of sweat from its brow. Ahem, I am no demon. The creature spoke, clear, articulate, unmistakably human. He spoke. He truly spoke. So he must be a demon. Bulma shrieked, ducking behind Luo Tian in terror. The feline being slumped inwardly, then coughed again, offering a wry, self-deprecating smile. To be precise, I am a cat immortal, known also as Master Karen. A cat immortal? Bulma blinked, bewildered. Indeed, there is little I do not know. You, young lady, are Bulma, the second daughter of Capsule Corporation, am I correct? Master Karen asked, his gentle smile unwavering. How could you possibly know that? Bulma stared awestruck, then pointed toward Luo Tian. And what of him? Do you know him? This gentleman hails from another world, does he not? Master Karen replied, radiating quiet confidence. You really do know everything. Are you truly an immortal sage? Bulma gazed upon him with profound reverence. Then tell me, do you know which planet I call home? Luo Tian asked calmly. Master Karen. His smile froze, Madare. Yes, yes. Do you know his homeworld? Bulma chimed in eagerly. Ahem. Truth be told, my knowledge is confined largely to events transpiring upon Earth. Matters beyond our world lie far beyond my ken. Master Karen's expression turned sheepish. I see. That makes sense, Bulma murmured, nodding thoughtfully. Since you are said to possess boundless wisdom, there is indeed one matter I wish most earnestly to consult you about. Luo Tian spoke with quiet gravity. Please, speak freely, honored guest from the stars, Master Karen replied courteously. I have long sought a miraculous substance, one that when consumed instantly restores vitality and heals even grievous wounds. Do you know where such a thing may be found? Master Karen, you mean Senzu beans. You've come to the right place. I happen to possess precisely such a marvel. Allow me to fetch them at once. With that, Master Karen descended and returned bearing a large earthenware jar. He placed the jar reverently before Luo Tian. Luo Tian glanced within. Thousands of Senzu beans gleamed softly in the dim light. How he wondered silently, did so vast a store vanish so completely in later years? Had the corpulent Yajirobe truly devoured them all as mere snacks? This honored visitor is the Senzu bean, Master Karen declared, his voice warm with pride. One bean sustains life for 10 days and restores full strength, healing even mortal wounds in an instant. Truly, these humble beans hold such power. Bulma stepped forward, scooped up a handful, and studied them closely, then murmured, they look no different from ordinary legumes. May I taste just one? Certainly, Master Karen assented without hesitation. No, on second thought I'd rather not. 10 days without hunger means 10 days without savoring delicious food. Right. Bulma shook her head decisively and returned the beans. Master Karen stared momentarily nonplussed. What peculiar logic was this? Luo Tian stepped forward unhurriedly, and with subtle grace let a faint, invisible aura of angelic energy ripple over the beans. Master Karen blinked, startled. What did this youth intend? Luo Tian turned to him, smiling gently. Master Karen, how many beans reside within this jar? Ah, I've never counted them precisely. Master Karen dabbed his brow. Perhaps several thousand. But you are an immortal sage. Surely a glance would suffice. Bulma asked, puzzled. Master Karen fell silent, then sighed inwardly. Yes, I am an immortal. But why on earth would I count sins of beans in a jar? Master Karen, might I take all these sins of beans? Luo Tian asked, his tone courteous, his smile unfaltering. Master Karen. He wiped his brow again. You truly ask without restraint. You seek everything. This? I wouldn't object if you took 10 or 20. But if you insist on taking them all. Ahem. Well, Immortal Jalan declined with gentle tact. I could have simply seized them by force, but I prefer reason. Luo Tian sighed. Hey, raise a proposal. If I correctly guess the exact number of immortal beings in this jar, you'll hand them all over to me. What do you say? Immortal Jalan. Na brief silence fell, and he gave a slight reluctant nod, signifying consent. Nas, if you of all people could possibly guess the count. Let's see whether you truly can. N. Luo Tian, can you really guess it? Bulma whispered softly. No problem. Luo Tian smiled calmly. There are precisely 6,158. Is that so? Then let's count. A chill settled over Immortal Jalan's heart as he peered intently into the jar of immortal beans. Very well, let's count. As Luo Tian spoke, he snapped his fingers. Snap. With a soft, resonant chime, the immortal beans levitated from the jar as if summoned by unseen hands. Whir, and instantly the beans darted through the air in swift, graceful arcs, gathering in precise clusters of 3 or 4 before coalescing into 6 distinct hovering piles. Upon closer inspection, each of the 6 piles was further subdivided with meticulous care into 10 smaller sections. We now have 6 floating piles before us, Luo Tian explained, voice serene. Each pile contains 10 subsections, and each subsection holds exactly 100 immortal beans. You may verify the count yourself. And as for the remaining 158 beans, they've been set aside separately for your inspection, Luo Tian added with a gentle smile. Immortal Jalan's eyes widened, his expression frozen in profound, speechless awe. How did he accomplish this? And why do I suddenly feel as though he is the true deity, not I? And even that ancient being in the heavens could not achieve such precision. No need to count. You've won. Immortal Jalan wiped sweat from his brow. Then I'll accept without hesitation. With no pretense of modesty, Luo Tian snapped his fingers once more. Whir. In an instant, every immortal being realigned flawlessly, soaring back into the jar in perfect, silent unison. Thank you, Luo Tian said, bowing slightly. You're welcome. Immortal Jalan offered a wry, hollow smile. Let's go, Luo Tian called to Bulma. Might as well check whether there are other treasures. He is an immortal after all. Bulma murmured softly. I suspect there aren't any others. Immortal Jalan remained silent, exhausted, defeated. You've just stripped my jar bare. Now you ask for more. I doubt there's anything left. Luo Tian shook his head. Then let it be. After all, I'm the heiress of wealth. I lack for nothing. Bulma pouted playfully, her laughter light and bright. Immortal Jalan. You lack for nothing, yet still inquire after other treasures. Let's go. Luo Tian stepped forward, gently lifting Bulma into his arms, and soared skyward, departing Jalan Tower. Simultaneously he unfurled a delicate thread of angelic energy, draping it like gossamer over the jar of immortal beings. Instantly the jar rose into the air, gliding obediently in Luo Tian's wake. Even the jar can fly. Bulma gasped, astonished. The jar? Luo Tian blinked in mild surprise. Luo Tian. The beans are yours, but the jar is mine. Bulma's eyes lit up with sudden delight. I've never seen a flying jar before. Luo Tian. Fine, you may have it. He raised no objection. And had you known the jar couldn't fly on its own, you might have felt quite differently. By the way, could you design a device to store immortal beings? Something like a spatial storage artifact. Luo Tian asked Bulma. Leave it to me. Bulma patted her chest confidently. Luo Tian knew full well Though only 5 years old, Bulma was unquestionably a prodigy. A scientific prodigy. In the special episode Galactic Patrol, 5-year-old Bulma had already engineered a high-yield energy rifle. When she pulled the trigger, its beam struck the ocean surface, hurling waves over 40 meters high, leaving Galactic Patrol Officer Jack visibly green with shock. That was precisely why Luo Tian entrusted the spatial storage project to Bulma. And he believed without reservation that she would fulfill this noble and formidable task. What kind of spatial storage should we make? Bulma mused thoughtfully. A ring. Worn on the finger, it's convenient and discreet. Brilliant idea. Yes, let's do exactly that. Bulma nodded decisively. It'll take about a day. It's not difficult. Just a minor modification of the universal capsule. So simple. Then I thank you in advance. No trouble at all, though I'll need to borrow your tail for 2 days. Bulma giggled and reached out, her small fingers curling playfully around Luo Tian's tail. Luo Tian. What's so entertaining about a tail? He asked, utterly bemused. It's so soft and fluffy, she chirped, stroking it affectionately. You only find it amusing because you don't have one. Exactly, that's why. Bulma nodded earnestly. Someday you'll have an even more fascinating tail. Indeed, Luo Tian replied with a knowing smile. Bulma. Where? She asked eagerly. You'll understand when you're older. Humph, don't act like you're older than me. Aren't we the same age? Bulma pouted. Luo Tian said nothing more, soaring swiftly across the velvet night sky. Before long, he carried Bulma back to the headquarters of Capsule Corporation. It was nearing 9 o'clock in the evening. A slender crescent moon hung serenely in the star-strewn sky, a gentle breeze stirred the air, carrying freshness and quiet poetry, evoking the timeless grace of willows beneath the moon. Broly lay sprawled upon the lawn, gazing upward at that same pale crescent, lost in silent contemplation. At their arrival, he sprang to his feet. Broly, what are you watching? Luo Tian asked curiously. Father. Broly pointed wordlessly toward the moon, suddenly remembering his father alone on Planet Vegeta. My father remains on that world. Shouldn't we bring him here too? Luo Tian. Your companion speaks. I'd assumed he was mute. Bulma whispered, wide-eyed with astonishment. He speaks. Though his articulation remains imperfect, Luo Tian affirmed with a nod. What did he just call you? Bulma asked, having missed the word. Father. Broly repeated, pointing again at the moon, still struggling to translate memory into language. Ah, you are his father. Bulma's childish face flushed with incredulous shock. Have you married and had children already? Do extraterrestrials marry at 5? How blissfully fortunate you must be. I am not married, Luo Tian shook his head. Then is he your illegitimate child? Bulma looked at Luo Tian with increasing astonishment, as if she were looking at a monster. Luo Tian pinched Bulma's cheek irritably. Don't pinch my face, or you'll drool. Bulma huffed. Luo Tian slowly released her cheek. Bulma's little face was so delicate that pinching it felt like it would almost ooze water. The sensation was delightful. Just kidding. Although I am only 5 years old, I certainly know that someone your age cannot be married and have children. Bulma smiled mischievously, revealing a row of white teeth, and then curiously asked, but why does he call you Dad? He calls everyone Dad who knows. Luo Tian shook his head. Bulma. Bulma stepped forward, tilting her head as she examined Broly. Dad. Broly pointed at the moon in the sky again. Call Mom. Bulma wiped her sweat. Broly scratched his head in confusion, mumbling softly, Mom. Mom. The next morning, Bulma went to Lottie's room and pulled him out of bed. To be honest, Lotte had never slept so soundly before. Perhaps it was because Lotte had returned to Earth, coupled with the fact that he had lived on Earth in his past life, making him relatively adaptable to this environment. Although the Earth in the Dragon Ball world was slightly different from that of Lottie's past life, it was at least superior in terms of air quality. After all, the ecological protection of the Earth in the Dragon Ball world was quite good. Moreover, the cars in this world used the most advanced energy technology, resulting in relatively reduced carbon dioxide emissions. It can be said that the oxygen content of the Earth in the Dragon Ball world is still very high. When Lotte first arrived here, he felt as if he were living in an oxygen bar. Although Lotte no longer needed to breathe to survive, occasionally absorbing some fresh air was still very beneficial. Are aliens this lazy? Hurry up and get out of bed. I need to attend the kindergarten graduation ceremony. Today is the biggest day of my life. Bulma pulled Lotte along. Lotte, it's just kindergarten graduation, nothing special, Lotte sighed. You promised to accompany me to kindergarten. Bulma pouted, fearing that Lotte would break his promise. All right, let's go then, Lotte nodded, not opposing. Just before they set off, Latte specifically reminded Broly not to run around or cause any trouble. Broly nodded, seemingly understanding. Latte was relatively at ease with Broly. As long as no one provoked him, he generally wouldn't go berserk. When not in a berserk state, Broly's personality was quite easygoing, almost indistinguishable from the amiable boy next door. Moreover, Broly had many things he was curious about to study. He could even watch ants moving for several hours. Bulma usually went to kindergarten by herself. Briefs and Pan had instilled independence in Bulma since she was little. Additionally, Bulma's home was very close to the kindergarten, just over 200 meters away. Bulma happily carried her little backpack holding Lottie's hand as they ran towards the kindergarten. Bulma. Just as they reached the school gate, someone called out her name. Latte turned around and saw a little girl with blue hair. Emily. Bulma greeted the little girl warmly and introduced Latte. This is my good friend Emily. Bulma, who is he? Emily ran up, curiously examining Latte, and immediately noticed the tail behind him. That tail looks so fun. As she spoke, Emily reached out to grab Lottie's tail. Latte. Are little girls this casual nowadays? They just go for my tail. Smack. Bulma reacted faster, stepping in to block Emily's little hand, and said angrily, Emily, don't move around. That tail belongs to me. I'm so stingy, can't we just play with it? Emily pouted, looking very displeased. No way. Bulma had already regarded Lottie's tail as her private property. Latte was at a loss for words. Isn't that my tail? Just for a moment. Emily pleaded. Not even for a moment. Bulma decisively shook her head. Stingy, I'm not playing with you anymore. Emily stomped her foot and turned to leave. I'm not playing with you either. Bulma huffed. Latte silently wiped his sweat nearby. What a pair of plastic sisters. They turn on each other just like that. Latte, I'm telling you, you must not play with Emily. Bulma said to Latte seriously. Fine, if you don't want to play, then I won't. Latte shrugged. I really don't have anything fun to do with you two little girls. If it weren't for the fact that I still had to stay here for a while, do you think I would come to the kindergarten to watch your graduation ceremony? However, I heard from Dr. Briefs that the kindergarten teacher is quite beautiful. It's worth seeing. To avoid causing any more trouble with his tail, Latte simply wrapped it around his waist. Then he followed Bulma into the classroom. As soon as they entered the classroom, Latte spotted Bulma's teacher. Indeed, she was a beauty. Although she wasn't as pretty as the future Bulma, her looks were at least above 90 points, and her figure was impeccable. Especially the teacher's long legs, which were strikingly alluring. When the teacher saw Latte, she paused for a moment, blinking her beautiful big eyes as she looked at Bulma. Teacher, this is my boyfriend here to attend my graduation ceremony, Bulma introduced. Latte, is that how you introduce people? Does this little kid even know what a boyfriend is? The teacher was momentarily taken aback, then smiled wryly, shaking her head without saying much. The teacher felt a bit unsettled. The kindergarten kids already had boyfriends. Here I am still single. Bulma pulled Latte to sit down in her place. Bulma, is he really your boyfriend? Emily, her desk mate, asked curiously. Didn't you say you wouldn't play with me, eh? Bulma huffed. I was wrong, please forgive me, Bulma. Emily said, holding Bulma's hand in apology. All right, I forgive you. Bulma nodded readily. Can I borrow your boyfriend for 2 days? My cousin, who is a year younger than me, already has a boyfriend, and I'm not satisfied. You can borrow him, but you must not play with my boyfriend's tail. Bulma thought for a moment and replied seriously. Latte was at a loss for words. Have these two plastic sisters reconciled so quickly? All right, it's a deal. Emily happily stepped forward and took Luo Tian's hand. Luo Tian. Hey Emily, I'll lend it to you again tomorrow. Today, he is my boyfriend. Bulma pulled Emily's hand away. Fine, a promise is a promise. Emily did not oppose. Luo Tian silently wiped his sweat on the side. I really am defeated by these little brats. As a future angel, I never expected to be treated like a pet by 2 little girls in a kindergarten. Aren't you being too much? Bulma, when did you secretly talk about having a boyfriend behind my back? How come I didn't know? Emily blinked her eyes and curiously asked, then looked at Luo Tian again, adding, but your boyfriend is really handsome, even more so than my cousin's boyfriend. What do you mean by secretly having a boyfriend? Bulma huffed, disagreeing with that statement. You said you would marry me when you grow up. Emily looked a bit unhappy. You are a girl, and I am a girl, we can't possibly get married. Bulma shook her head. Sometimes love can overlook gender, Emily asserted firmly. Luo Tian wiped his sweat again. I am truly defeated by the kindergarten students of today. Is this something a kindergarten kid would say? Luo Tian decided to counter a little. You all have thrown me off my rhythm. Luo Tian, which kindergarten did you attend? Emily curiously asked. Me? I never attended kindergarten. Luo Tian shook his head. Emily was slightly taken aback, shaking her head in disbelief. That can't be true. How could you not have attended kindergarten? Who doesn't attend kindergarten nowadays? Luo Tian is from outer space. There they don't even have kindergarten, let alone elementary or middle school. Bulma giggled and explained on the side. From outer space. Are you an alien? Emily was even more astonished. You really know me, Luo Tian nodded. Indeed, I come from another planet at least several hundred billion light years away from Earth. Huh, several hundred billion light years. Emily gasped, her mouth agape, as if it could fit an egg. A brief silence ensued. Bulma, tell me, how long is several hundred billion light years? Emily turned to Bulma for clarification. Luo Tian. You're so foolish, a light year is a unit of distance, not time. Bulma scoffed. Several hundred billion light years means the distance light travels in several hundred billion years. The speed of light is currently the fastest speed we know, reaching 3.0 kilometers per second. Huh. Although I don't understand, it seems very far. Emily scratched her head. It should be farther than from our home to the southern hemisphere. Humph, really uneducated. Bulma ignored Emily and asked Luo Tian, Luo Tian, your planet is so far from Earth, does that mean your technology is quite advanced? Luo Tian nodded. But why did you come to our planet? Emily asked again. I came for travel. There's a saying, what is it? Reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. That's the reasoning, Luo Tian replied. So I truly feel sorry for you Earthlings spending all day in school. And there's endless homework too. Who says it isn't? But it's okay, Bulma and I will graduate from kindergarten soon, and we won't have to do homework anymore. Emily let out a slight sigh of relief, shaking her little head as she spoke. Don't be too happy too soon. I've heard that for you Earthlings, kindergarten is just for play, and elementary school is when real studies begin. Especially in middle school, the homework increases a lot, and there are many subjects like physics, chemistry, biology, geography, and science, and the homework is. You won't finish it until midnight. Luo Tian let out a long sigh. This is still middle school. When you get to high school. TSK. I'd better not say more lest you get discouraged. Emily, Bulma. The two little girls exchanged glances, then immediately turned to look at Luo Tian. Who told you that? Emily and Bulma asked in unison. I'm an alien, of course I know everything. If you don't believe me, you can check it out. Luo Tian lowered his voice and whispered to the two. After speaking, Luo Tian paused for a moment. By the way, if you want to inquire, ask about middle school students. Never ask your parents, because they won't tell you the truth. Luo Tian added. Emily and Bulma exchanged looks, their innocent faces filled with grievance and fear for the future. Is what he said true? Bulma. Emily wanted to cry. It seems to be true. Bulma thought for a moment and nodded seriously. I see my sister often has endless homework and goes out to play before the holidays. At least we are lucky. Look, him only 5 years old and already traveling. Luo Tian sighed. Wow. Emily could no longer hold back and burst into tears, immediately attracting the attention of her classmates. The teacher also curiously looked over at Emily. Emily, what's wrong? The teacher approached with concern. Wow. Woo. He said we have more homework in elementary and middle school. Emily cried even harder. The teacher was momentarily unsure how to comfort her, because what he said was too true. Emily's words were heard by many classmates, and many were affected, following her lead and crying loudly. The entire class was filled with cries. Bulma did not cry. You really have a way ruining the graduation ceremony, making all our classmates cry. Bulma glared at Luo Tian. I only spoke the truth. Luo Tian sighed slightly. Why are you crying? Luo Tian asked. No tears have fallen. How can I not cry? All the classmates in the class are crying, and they think I made them cry, then the teacher will scold me. Bulma pouted and murmured softly. You're about to graduate. Why are you afraid of your teacher? Luo Tian asked. What you said makes so much sense. Bulma thought about it carefully too. The teacher comforted for a long time. After calming one, the other started crying, and for a moment it was a bit chaotic. Teacher, he said he is an alien. Emily sobbed a few times and raised her hand to report. Immediately, all the little friends stopped crying and turned their attention to Luo Tian. I don't ask for anything, just look and see. Indeed, I am a warrior from another world, and I am also the greatest god in the universe of the future, Luo Tian said, slowly hovering into the air. Wow. The kindergarten children of Bulma cheered and danced with excitement. Luo Tian reached out his hand to Bulma. A special graduation ceremony. Bulma was taken aback, hesitated for a moment, but still extended her hand. Luo Tian grabbed Bulma's hand, lifted her up, and flew out through the window. The teacher was startled, her face pale with shock. Snap! Luo Tian snapped his fingers. At the same time, he gently raised his hand, and a dazzling flame burst forth. The flame shimmered like a diamond, looking incredibly beautiful at that moment. Let's go. Luo Tian waved his hand again. The brilliant flame quickly condensed and transformed, instantly forming several large characters. Happy graduation, Bulma. Bulma was both shocked and delighted, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement. Can you snap your fingers? Luo Tian asked. I can't, but I can give it a try. Bulma replied, momentarily stunned, and mimicked Luo Tian's gesture, gently snapping her fingers. Although it wasn't very loud, the 7 large characters suddenly burst forth, forming a splendid display of fireworks that bloomed throughout the entire kindergarten. Wow! All the students and teachers in the kindergarten were dumbfounded, naively thinking this was the latest technology developed by Bulma's family. I'm leaving. Luo Tian waved to everyone, taking Bulma into the sky, quickly disappearing from sight. Hey Bulma, you promised to lend me your boyfriend for a few days. Don't forget. Emily shouted loudly from below. Luo Tian nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. Today's little girls are truly remarkable. Can we wait until you grow up to play? You're so little now, what fun can we have? In an instant, Luo Tian brought Bulma back to the courtyard of the Universal Capsule Group headquarters. Broly was intently watching ants move their home, looking quite happy. Luo Tian temporarily ignored Broly and raised his hand, condensing a sparkling golden sphere with 2 stars at its center. Bulma was still immersed in the very special graduation ceremony. Wait, I feel like I haven't attended my graduation ceremony yet. You released a very special firework, and then we left the kindergarten. Bulma, have you seen this thing before? Luo Tian inquired. What? Bulma was taken aback and looked at the golden sphere Luo Tian had conjured, showing a puzzled expression. She scratched her head and said, I feel like I've seen it somewhere. But I can't remember. Think hard, Luo Tian suggested. I'm thinking. Bulma pondered deeply, suddenly looking up at Luo Tian with her bright, wide eyes and asking, Hey Luo Tian, are you a magician? If you want to understand it that way. That's okay. Luo Tian nodded seriously. Bulma, what does that's okay mean? If it's true, then it's true. If it's not, then it's not. I remembered, it seems we have a similar ball in our warehouse. Come with me. Bulma said, pulling Luo Tian's hand and running towards the direction of the warehouse. Broly looked up at them, quickly abandoning his observation of the ants and chasing after them. Luo Tian, Bulma. The two looked at Broly together. Eat. Broly asked excitedly. What time is it to eat? It's only 9 a.m., and we have 3 more hours until mealtime. Bulma rolled her eyes and said to Broly impatiently. Broly looked confused, his eyes filled with disappointment. How long is 3 hours? I want to eat. Hungry. Broly patted his belly. There's a robot over there, or whatever you want to eat, let it prepare it for you. Bulma pointed to a robot in the distance and called out to it. Xiao AI, come here and prepare some food for Broly. Whatever he wants, you go make it for him. Xiao AI is a floating robot resembling a ball. Upon hearing Bulma's command, its eyes lit up, and it quickly flew over from a distance, responding, received. Go ahead, ask Xiao AI for something to eat, Bulma said to Broly. Broly scratched his head, curiously examining the robot Xiao AI. In an instant, Broly was captivated by this strange object. Luo Tian continued to run towards the warehouse with Bulma. Broly stared unblinkingly at the robot Xiao AI. Xiao AI suddenly spoke. What are you looking at? Broly mimicked Xiao Ai's voice. What's it to you? Xiao AI replied. What's it to you? Broly continued to mimic. Zzz. Suddenly 2 bolts of electricity shot from Xiao Ai's eyes. The electricity struck Broly, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. Xiao AI burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. Broly joined in the laughter. Xiao AI. It feels so good. Broly thought it was incredibly enjoyable. Xiao AI fell silent, her eyes flashing with light, seemingly unable to keep up with the rhythm. According to the program settings, shouldn't you say something like I give up at this moment? Why are you still so happy? What's it to you? Broly asked again. Zzz. A bolt of electricity shot from Xiao Ai's eyes, once more striking Broly. Broly trembled all over, followed by excited laughter. What's it to you? After laughing, Broly added. Zzz. What's it to you? Broly was unfazed, continuously trembling from the electric shock. Under Bulma's lead, Luo Tian arrived at the warehouse with her. The warehouse was filled with clutter, a jumble of items stacked together. The air was thick with the scent of dust. Bulma rummaged through the warehouse and quickly found a 2-star Dragon Ball. Is this it? Bulma bounced over to Luo Tian holding the Dragon Ball. Yes, that's the one. Luo Tian nodded. What is this? Bulma tilted her head, curiously examining the 2-star Dragon Ball. This is called a Dragon Ball. It is said that there are a total of 7. If you gather all 7 Dragon Balls, you can summon the dragon and make a wish to fulfill any desire. Luo Tian replied truthfully. Just say, come forth dragon, and the dragon will appear. Really? That's amazing. Bulma was immediately intrigued, but also a bit puzzled, asking, but how do we find the other 6 Dragon Balls? Luo Tian remained calm and said nothing. Let me see this Dragon Ball. Bulma extended her hand. Luo Tian handed the Dragon Ball to Bulma. Bulma examined the Dragon Ball carefully and then took out a strange device from the warehouse to study the Dragon Ball. I have a solution. This Dragon Ball emits a special light wave. We can find the other 6 Dragon Balls by using a device that detects the light waves. Bulma's youthful face was filled with excitement. Oh, you can do that? Luo Tian was slightly taken aback. Of course. I'm a genius after all. Bulma chuckled. I can finish it in a day. This isn't difficult. Let's head back to the lab. Luo Tian nodded. Bulma was indeed a genius. At just 5 years old, she could create a dragon radar. Truly impressive. Luo Tian was deeply impressed by Bulma's brilliant mind. Everyone has their own place in life. Just like someone like Bulma, who is naturally suited for research and scientific endeavors. In the story, Sun Wukong was misguided by his mother. Despite being a very capable warrior, he insisted on becoming a scientist. In terms of technological prowess, Sun Wukong and Bulma were worlds apart. However, in terms of combatability, there was simply no comparison. After Luo Tian and Bulma exited the warehouse, they found Broly lying on the ground laughing heartily, with smoke rising from his body. The robot Xiao AI had stopped blinking. What happened? Bulma ran over quickly, checking Xiao A's battery level. Only 2 left. How is that possible? Xiao A's standby time should be at least 10 years. How could it run out of power so quickly? What are you looking at? Broly grinned, uttering those 4 words. A flicker of residual energy from Xiao AI sparked in the air. However, before it could reach Broly, it dissipated midair. Did you have Xiao AI electrify you the whole time? Bulma was utterly speechless. Though this voltage won't kill you, it certainly hurts. No, it doesn't hurt. Broly shook his head. Aren't you hungry? Why did you ask Xiao AI for something to eat, and it ended up shocking you? Luo Tian asked curiously. It said, Then. Broly still struggled to express himself. You should just stop talking or I have a recording. Bulma pressed a button on Xiao AI. Immediately, Xiao AI played back the conversation between her and Broly. Listening to their exchange, Luo Tian silently wiped his sweat, even considering whether to train Broly to become a god of destruction. Would I be laughed at for making a fool like him a god of destruction? Hey Luo Tian. Bulma immediately pulled him aside and whispered, your companion isn't a fool, right? He's quite unfortunate. He grew up on a planet where even water is scarce, always hungry and cold, Luo Tian lamented. That's why he seems a bit foolish. Why doesn't he eat meat? Bulma asked curiously. Luo Tian. Bulma truly was a genius in technology. In less than a day, with just her father's simple guidance, she created the Dragon Radar. Luo Tian examined the Dragon Radar Bulma had made and noticed it was almost identical to the one from 11 years in the future. It was also a circular device the size of a palm, with a button on the top. By pressing the button on the device, the circular screen would display the precise location of the Dragon Balls. Luo Tian, look, this point in the center indicates the location of our Dragon Ball. As long as we find the locations of the other 6 points, we can gather all 7 Dragon Balls. Bulma excitedly pointed at the 6 points on the screen. Broly, come over here. Luo Tian waved at Broly, who was lying on the lawn staring blankly at the clouds. Broly quickly got up and ran over. Luo Tian explained to Broly how to use the Dragon Radar. Broly scratched his head, nodding as if he understood. Now I entrust you with an honorable task. Take this Dragon Radar and go find the first Dragon Ball, Luo Tian instructed. Remember, don't break this radar and don't harm anyone. Broly indicated that he understood. Put this on. Luo Tian placed a monitoring camera on Broly's head. The monitoring camera was responsible for capturing the footage of Broly searching for the Dragon Balls. Broly curiously glanced down at the camera, smiling foolishly. Go ahead. Luo Tian handed the radar to Broly, pointing towards a distant Dragon Ball. Broly scratched his head again, then took off into the sky, rapidly flying away. The reason for sending Broly to find the Dragon Ball was that Luo Tian hoped this kid wouldn't be so foolish. If he couldn't even find the Dragon Ball ID, rather send him back to Planet Wampa and swap him for Vegeta. I certainly don't want to cultivate a fool into a god of destruction. Luo Tian. Do you think he can do it? I hope he doesn't get lost. Bulma expressed her doubts about Broly, feeling that he exuded an air of foolishness. Let's wait and see, Luo Tian pondered. Even if Broly got lost, he could still find him by sensing his energy, so it wasn't a problem. Luo Tian, what wish do you want to make? Bulma asked with her bright, sparkling eyes. To give Broly the ability to survive in space, so he can train with me in the universe. Luo Tian answered honestly. Ah, what kind of wish is that? Bulma shook her head, her ponytail swinging back and forth. Let's see if he can find the Dragon Ball first. Luo Tian added another remark. He believed that Broly shouldn't be foolish, he just lacked experience. As long as he traveled through the world more, he would quickly adapt to this realm. In the high sky, Broly swiftly advanced with the Dragon Ball radar in hand, flying towards the direction of the first Dragon Ball pointed out by Luo Tian. Meanwhile, he occasionally glanced at the Dragon Ball radar. 20 minutes later, Broly looked down and noticed a light that appearing at the center of the Dragon Ball radar. He scratched his head, gazing downwards, his eyes catching sight of a miniature island below. The island was small and exquisite, with elegant contours featuring a distinctive miniature house standing upon it. Broly glanced at the Dragon Ball indicated by Luo Tian on the radar, then looked at the Dragon Ball in the center before finally turning his gaze towards the small island below. After a brief moment of hesitation, Broly made his decision and descended from the sky, landing accurately on the small island. Broly pressed the button on the Dragon Ball radar and immediately looked towards the house indicated by the radar. He stepped forward and entered the house. Creak. Broly pushed open the door. Suddenly the room was filled with beautiful rhythmic music. Broly turned his head towards the source of the sound and saw an old man with a turtle shell, his face pressed against the television, watching a show. Curious, Broly leaned closer and saw three beauties in bikinis dancing gracefully on the screen. Having watched television at Bulma's house, Broly was not particularly surprised by the device. What puzzled Broly was what was so appealing about these three beauties. He ignored them and started searching for the Dragon Balls with the radar. Suddenly, Broly caught a glimpse and realized that a Dragon Ball was hanging around the old man's neck. The happiness came too suddenly for Broly, and he stepped forward to yank the Dragon Ball off the old man's neck. The old man immediately regained his senses and looked at Broly in surprise. "What are you doing?" he asked, glancing between Broly and the Dragon Ball around his own neck. "It's mine," Broly declared, holding the Dragon Ball. "Who are you?" the old man asked curiously. "How did you get here?" "I flew here," Broly pointed towards the ceiling. The old man replied. "Flying technique. Are you a disciple of Master Roshi?" The old man frowned, looking at Broly. "Who?" Broly didn't understand. "That bastard Master Roshi sent a kid to disturb me. Why didn't he send a few beauties instead to bother me?" Master Roshi said angrily, clenching his fists, gnashing his teeth. Broly scratched his head, completely confused. After a brief silence, Broly pointed at the Dragon Ball and said, "Mine. That ball is one I found in the sea this year. Do you want it?" "Humph." Master Roshi snorted, "I won't give it to you." As he spoke, he stepped forward and snatched the Dragon Ball back. "It's mine." Broly was somewhat angry, glaring at Master Roshi. "If I don't give it to you, I just won't." Master Roshi made a face at Broly. Whoosh. Broly quickly stepped forward and pressed down on Master Roshi's head. Master Roshi thought, "What incredible speed. When did Master Roshi take in such a powerful disciple?" Bang. Broly pressed Master Roshi's head, directly breaking through the wall of the room and crashing onto the small island. Immediately, Master Roshi's head made close contact with the beach. Then Broly rubbed Master Roshi's head vigorously against the sand. Master Roshi cried out in pain. A minute later, Broly snatched the Dragon Ball from Master Roshi's hand and stepped on his body. "It's mine," Broly said, holding the Dragon Ball and looking at Master Roshi. Master Roshi was almost in tears, thinking, as a martial arts master, I was actually beaten by a kid today. What a disgrace. Who on earth is this kid? "It's mine," Broly stubbornly repeated. Master Roshi said nothing. "You said it," Broly added. Master Roshi felt as if he was losing his mind. "Kid, I see you're not very old, and I don't want to argue with you, but if you provoke me, I won't be polite." Master Roshi was furious. Smack. Broly grabbed Master Roshi's turtle shell and slammed his body around. Another minute passed. "It's mine." "You said it," Broly said stubbornly, holding the Dragon Ball toward Master Roshi. "Fine. It's yours." "Take it," Master Roshi said, tears streaming down his face. "How can you be so lacking in martial ethics?" Broly, finally satisfied, tucked the Dragon Ball into his pocket. Then Broly slowly flew up into the sky. "Hey, are you really that guy's disciple?" Master Roshi quickly asked loudly. "No. I don't know him," Broly replied, pressing the button on the Dragon Ball radar, and a glow erupted from his body. Whoosh. Broly transformed into a bright light, leaving a trail in the sky before quickly vanishing. Master Roshi's eyes widened in shock. Then Master Roshi, enduring the pain, got up from the ground and removed his turtle shell. However, when he saw the edge of the turtle shell, his eyes nearly popped out. He noticed that the edge of the turtle shell was somewhat loose. When he poked it gently with his finger, the edge shattered immediately. Master Roshi broke out in a cold sweat. That kid didn't hold back. If he did. Master Roshi shivered, his face turning pale instantly. Who exactly is he? He doesn't seem to be a disciple of Master Roshi. As long as he isn't a disciple, that's good. Master Roshi let out a sigh of relief, still feeling a bit scared. 40 minutes later, Broly returned to the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Corporation with 2 Dragon Balls and appeared beside Luo Tian, taking the 2 Dragon Balls out of his pocket. I found them, Broly grinned. Oh, why are there 2? Luo Tian asked, a bit surprised. Just by chance. I took them from the old man. Broly replied. Forget it, I'll just check the surveillance, Luo Tian said, removing the camera from Broly's neck and connecting it to a computer to operate. Broly followed behind, stretching his neck curiously to watch. Suddenly, the computer screen displayed Master Rose's image. That's him. He wouldn't give it to me. I beat him, Broly explained. Then Luo Tian saw Broly pulling and beating Master Roshi, swaggering away with the Dragon Ball. Luo Tian thought. He didn't really go too hard. Considering Broly's combat power level, even a little effort could easily turn Master Roshi into a mess. However, it seemed that Master Roshi was not seriously injured, or it looked like just a few superficial wounds. Not bad, not bad, Luo Tian nodded in satisfaction, patting Broly on the shoulder and praising his performance. Don't be fooled by how silly this kid appears. In reality, he is not foolish at all. Luo Tian merely asked Broly to find a Dragon Ball, yet this kid conveniently brought back another one along the way. Luo Tian smiled and said, now let me give you another task. A task? I like it. I can hit people, Broly replied. Luo Tian. Don't always think about hitting people. Luo Tian wiped the sweat from his brow. Hitting people? So exhilarating, Broly exclaimed. Luo Tian was left speechless. This kid truly has the style of a god of destruction. I released 3 chapters today. How could you consider giving a reward or a monthly ticket? Do you see the location of this Dragon Ball? Luo Tian pointed to another Dragon Ball in a different direction and gradually zoomed in on the map, providing the exact location. Broly scratched his head and nodded. Remember the location of this Dragon Ball with your mind. This time you're not taking the Dragon Radar. Can you find this Dragon Ball? Luo Tian inquired. Broly carefully examined the Dragon Radar, memorizing the map and its location in his mind. About 10 seconds passed. Got it, Broly replied. Go ahead. If you come back early, you can catch lunch. Luo Tian smiled, attaching the camera around his neck. Luo Tian mainly wanted to see the experiences that unfolded around him. If everything went well, he would help Broly develop the ability to survive in outer space. To further cultivate his own god of destruction, he opened the door. Lunch. Broly's eyes lit up, and he immediately took off into the sky, flying swiftly towards the location of the Dragon Ball. As soon as Broly left, Bulma came out of the room and saw 3 Dragon Balls placed on the table. 2 of them were found by Broly, and the other was the 2-star Dragon Ball from Bulma's storage. Luo Tian, did Broly come back just now? Bulma asked in surprise. He did, Luo Tian nodded. He found 2 Dragon Balls so quickly. Bulma's big eyes sparkled as she approached, picked up the 2 Dragon Balls, examined them closely, and earnestly commented on they are real. Luo Tian, did you need something from me? Luo Tian asked. According to our agreement, I'll lend you to Emily tomorrow, Bulma replied. Luo Tian wiped the sweat off his forehead, speechless. I'll say this first, you must not let her play with your tail. Bulma pouted and warned. Let's talk about it later. Luo Tian neither refused nor agreed. What do you take me for? I am supposed to be the greatest god of the future. You actually want to lend me to your little friend to play with? I'm going to search for Dragon Balls, Luo Tian said, soaring into the sky, not wanting to talk to Bulma anymore. This little girl is really something. So young and already lending her boyfriend around. I wonder what she will think when she grows up. Hey, take me with you, Bulma shouted loudly from below. Luo Tian ignored her, quickened his speed, and soon disappeared from sight. Following the guidance of the Dragon Radar, Luo Tian swiftly appeared right above a Dragon Ball. Looking down, he suddenly felt that he seemed to have visited this city before. Isn't this the suburb of Dongdu where my spaceship landed when I first came to Earth? So the Dragon Ball is located here. Luo Tian found that the Dragon Ball was stored in a quaint little house with a yard of about 10 square meters. Inside the yard, a small boy was playing with a sandbag. The boy looked to be around 5 or 6 years old, with short black hair, a fair face, and a somewhat fierce gaze. Luo Tian had seen him yesterday. His name was Lapis. If nothing went wrong in the future, Lapis would be transformed into Android 17 by Drive. Jero. Luo Tian looked in the direction of the room and saw Lazuli sitting by the window table, biting her lower lip and writing furiously. She's doing her homework. Poor future Android 18. Does she really have this much homework in the 1st grade? Not only does she have to finish her own homework, but she also has to help her brother with his. Is the world of Dragon Balls this competitive? The two little ones' parents weren't home. They must have gone out to attend to other matters. Luo Tian guessed that Lazuli and Lapis's father must be someone from the Red Ribbon Army, holding a significant position, at least a vice commander or something similar. After all, Lazuli's family appeared to be quite wealthy. Moreover, Dr. Gero wouldn't just randomly select a pair of siblings for his research. As for the Dragon Ball, according to the Dragon Radar, it was right in Lazuli's home. Luo Tian slowly descended from the sky and appeared beside Lapis. An alien. Is it you? Lapis recognized Luo Tian at a glance. Practicing punches here? Luo Tian asked with a smile. Of course I'm going to become the strongest man. Lapis's youthful face was filled with pride and confidence. Have you finished your homework? Luo Tian reprimanded. Lapis immediately felt a pang in his heart. You mind your own business. Lapis glared at Luo Tian angrily. Homework is a breathing pain living in everyone's mind. In first grade you only learn that 112. Luo Tian sighed. Once you get to middle school and high school you'll know there are even harder problems that will give you headaches. Not being able to solve problems will hurt, even just looking at them will be painful. Lapis. You're talking nonsense. Lapis retorted angrily. How's your punching practice going? Luo Tian asked with a smile. I'm quite amazing. Lapis said, stepping forward and throwing a punch at the sandbag, boasting a bit. How's that? Alien. My punch is quite strong, right? Don't underestimate me just because I'm only 6, even adults would find it hard to bear my punch. Oh. Luo Tian leisurely walked up and gently tapped the sandbag with his finger. Crash. The sandbag burst at once, scattering sand all over the ground. Lapis was stunned, frozen in place, his eyes wide open, displaying disbelief. Being an alien is really tough. We don't practice on sandbags, we train on solid stones from a young age. Luo Tian stepped forward and patted Lapis on the shoulder. Lapis was speechless, unable to say anything. Just then Lazuli stepped out of the room. At only 6 years old, Lazuli had a cold expression, much like future Android 18. Her blonde hair was tied in a ponytail, swaying back and forth as she moved. An alien. Lazuli quickly recognized Luo Tian's identity as well. My name is Luo Tian. Luo Tian smiled. You are so mean. Do you know? After you left, my mom gave my brother and me a good beating. Lazuli pouted angrily, addressing Luo Tian. However, if you are willing to take my brother and me for a ride in your spaceship, I can choose to forgive you. Do you have this ball at home? Luo Tian said, lifting his hand slightly, condensing a glowing sphere resembling a Dragon Ball. The siblings exchanged glances. That thing seems to be in my mom's jewelry box. Lazuli blinked and whispered. I've seen it too. Lapis nodded. Give me that thing, and I can find time to take you both to outer space for fun. Luo Tian smiled. I'll go get it. Lapis immediately dashed into the room, rummaging through everything, and finally found the Dragon Ball, ready to hand it over to Luo Tian. Wait a moment, brother, we can't just give it to him like this. Let's have him take us to board the spaceship first. Lazuli immediately stopped Labizi. However, Labizi leaned closer to Lazili's ear and whispered softly to her. The voice was quiet, but it was clearly heard by Luo Tian. Labizi said, sister, that alien just shattered the sandbag with a light blow. They usually practice using stones as sandbags. We should not provoke him. Hearing Labizi's words, Lazili quickly glanced at the sand on the ground, unfazed, and lowered her voice, saying, we have guns at home. You hurry back and get the gun. If he dares to bully us, we will shoot him. All right. Labizi quickly ran back home, took out a handgun, and showed it off to Luo Tian, saying, do you know what this is? Luo Tian. A brief silence. I don't know. Luo Tian shook his head. This is a gun. I know you are powerful, but no matter how powerful you are, it can't compare to the bullets. Lapis' confidence surged with the gun in hand. Is this thing really powerful, eh? Luo Tian lightly curled his fingers. Bang! The handgun in Lapis' hand suddenly flew out and directly landed in Luo Tian's hand. You can use magic. Lapis was stunned. Lazili's face turned pale with fear. The two siblings trembled as they looked at the gun in Luo Tian's hand. How do you play with this thing? Luo Tian aimed the gun at his temple. Is this how you shoot? Don't. You'll die like that. Lazili was horrified and hurriedly said. Bang! The gun fired. Luo Tian gently raised his hand and caught the bullet with just 2 fingers. Immediately after, Luo Tian handed the bullet in his hand to Lapis and Lazili, smiling as he called out, you can play with it, the bullet is still warm. Lapis was dumbfounded. Lazili was astonished. The two looked at Luo Tian as if he were a monster. Are aliens really this powerful? Lapis stuttered as he spoke. Kids shouldn't play with guns, but it's dangerous. I will confiscate this gun. Luo Tian said, his angelic power flickering with brilliant light, instantly turning purpler. The purplured light immediately acted on the handgun. Bang! In an instant, the handgun was reduced to nothingness, utterly destroyed. Can I have that ball? Luo Tian extended his hand. Lapis tightly clenched the Dragon Ball in his hand and glanced at his sister. Give it to him. Latsili decisively instructed Lapis. Here. Lapis immediately threw the Dragon Ball to Luo Tian. Luo Tian caught the Dragon Ball effortlessly and slowly flew into the sky. I will take you out to play sometime. Luo Tian waved goodbye to the siblings and added, however, Lapis, don't forget to do your homework. Lapis, if you don't complete your homework properly, or if you don't do it at all, you won't qualify to board my spaceship. Luo Tian smiled. Then I won't go. Lapis huffed. Luo Tian silently wiped the sweat from his forehead. The future number 17 really has a strong personality. Even a spaceship couldn't pique your interest in doing homework. You promised to take me on the spaceship. Latsili shouted, placing her hands to her mouth. Luo Tian said no more and quickly left the scene. Shortly after, he glanced at the dragon radar in his hand and swiftly headed toward a certain mountainous area. In just about 10 minutes, Luo Tian appeared above the location of Baozi Mountain. On a peak of Baozi Mountain, an elderly man dressed in martial arts attire, wearing a green hat and sporting a grizzled beard, was practicing his martial arts at his doorstep. Notably, a 4-star Dragon Ball was embedded at the top of this green hat. From his vantage point, Luo Tian easily recognized the identity of the person. This elderly man was none other than Sun Wukong's adoptive father, Old Wu Fan. If nothing went awry, he would take in Kakarot, who had drifted from Planet Vegeta to Earth, and name him Sun Wukong. Thus began the legendary tale of Sun Wukong's life. One night, after being taken in by Old Wu Fan, Sun Wukong transformed into a giant ape after secretly looking at the full moon, while urinating, and accidentally stomped Old Wu Fan to death. Later, when Sun Wukong had a son, he intentionally named him after his grandfather Old Wu Fan to honor him. Luo Tian had always found Sun Wukong's logic somewhat baffling. You honored your grandfather by naming your son after him. You're truly talented. Luo Tian gazed downwards, but did not spot Sun Wukong, which was a bit surprising. Logically, Sun Wukong should have arrived on Earth long ago. After all, Luo Tian and Vegeta stayed on Namek for a while before looking for Nappa and Raditz, which delayed them for quite some time. Although Sun Wukong's spaceship was relatively slow, he should have reached Earth several days ago. Luo Tian slowly released his sensing ability, searching for Sun Wukong's whereabouts. After 10 seconds, Luo Tian indeed sensed Sun Wukong's aura. Though Sun Wukong's battle power was only 2, Luo Tian cultivated angelic power, making it easy to detect his presence. Sun Wukong was currently about 3 kilometers away from Old Wu Fan in a direct line on another peak, so it was no wonder Old Wu Fan hadn't noticed him. At this point, Sun Wukong, or rather Kakarot, was in the forest eating wild beasts raw. The wild nature of the Saiyans was vividly expressed in him. Moreover, as Sun Wukong ate, he cried, sobbing loudly with each bite of raw meat, lamenting that his parents had abandoned him and sent him to this strange planet. It could be said that Sun Wukong still retained some memories from Planet Vegeta. Luo Tian slowly descended from the sky and appeared next to Old Wu Fan. Seeing Luo Tian descend from the sky, Old Wu Fan, who was practicing, was instantly stunned, his face showing an expression of shock. You flew here? Old Wu Fan rubbed his eyes, looking at Luo Tian in surprise. Yes, Luo Tian nodded. You seem quite young. Old Wu Fan examined Luo Tian and mused. 5 years old. Luo Tian extended 5 fingers and smiled. I heard you're very powerful, so I came to spar with you today. Haha, indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Then I will spar with you a bit. Old Wu Fan responded, his demeanor becoming serious, as he didn't underestimate Luo Tian simply because he was a child. Attack me with all your strength, Luo Tian waved to Old Wu Fan. Then I shall not hold back. Old Gohan said no more, taking a swift step forward and throwing a punch at Luo Tian. Slap. Luo Tian extended a finger and effortlessly caught Old Gohan's fist with it. Old Gohan's fist rested on Luo Tian's finger, and he felt as if he had struck against a void, the force of his punch seemingly dissipating in an instant. Old Gohan was stunned, his face reflecting confusion, and his graying beard trembled up and down. I concede, Luo Tian said. Old Gohan, is this really appropriate to say? After a brief pause, he swiftly leaped back, creating some distance from Luo Tian, his expression slightly changing. You're only 5 years old, yet this powerful. Who is your master? My master. Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback, then calmly pulled out a book and tossed it to Old Gohan. Old Gohan caught the book that flew over, glanced at the large characters on the cover, and couldn't help but mutter, The Guide to Supreme Self-Realization. My master is this book. What was the saying? There are golden houses within books, and there are beautiful ways within books, Luo Tian replied. Old Gohan. Ahem. Old Gohan coughed to mask his awkwardness. Is that how the saying goes? Are you a new disciple of my master? Old Gohan casually asked. After all, someone who could say such a thing might very well be a new disciple of Master Wu Tian. Only Master Wu Tian could have such a preference. Luo Tian. Do I really resemble that old pervert, the turtle hermit? The Guide to Supreme Self-Realization. Old Gohan said no more. Opened the cover, glanced inside, and immediately fell into deep thought, somewhat amazed. Such profound martial skills. The body instinctively evades unknown dangers without needing the brain's judgment. Would you like to learn? Luo Tian smiled. After finishing his words, he lightly curled his finger. Whooshed. In an instant, the book in old Gohan's hand flew back into Luo Tian's grasp, manipulating objects from a distance. Old Gohan was once again utterly shocked. How is it? Luo Tian asked with a smile. Do you want to learn? I want to learn. Old Gohan nodded seriously. I just showed you a glimpse earlier, Luo Tian said with a smile. Old Gohan. If you truly wish to learn, I will leave this book on this mountain for you to find yourself. As Luo Tian spoke, he casually tossed the book in his hand. Whooshed. The book traced an arc in the air, landing in a distant mountainous region, quickly disappearing from sight. If fate allows, you will find this book, Luo Tian said as he slowly flew into the sky. Old Gohan. Goodbye. Luo Tian soon vanished without a trace. Watching the direction Luo Tian disappeared, old Gohan fell into deep thought. Soon after, he felt as if something was missing. It felt as if his head had become lighter. Old Gohan reached up to touch his hat, and suddenly realized that the glowing orb on top was gone. Old Gohan was truly at a loss for words. When did he take my orb away? I didn't even notice. This little guy is truly remarkable. If he had wanted my life, I would have been dead by now. Old Gohan was drenched in cold sweat. However, he suddenly recalled something. Write the book. That book seemed quite interesting. I'll go look for it. If I can find it, I might be able to cultivate well and possibly elevate my martial arts realm. Old Gohan slung a bamboo basket over his back and quickly hopped towards where the book had fallen. The book that Luo Tian threw was indeed the Guide to Free and Unfettered Cultivation, but it was a copy. Luo Tian had used angelic power to recreate Whis' book. He planned to leave this copy on Earth, waiting for a fated person to discover it. Moreover, Luo Tian believed that the only one who could truly cultivate free and unfettered would be Goku aside from himself. However, according to the storyline, Goku would need to be at least 40 years old to cultivate it. By leaving this book here, perhaps it would help Goku enter the realm of free and unfettered cultivation more swiftly. Old Gohan was hopping through the mountains, soon appearing on another peak. Old Gohan stretched his neck, searching for traces of the book. In the next moment, he suddenly sniffed the air and caught a whiff of blood. What a strong smell of blood. What happened over here? Old Gohan turned, and to his shock saw blood splattered in the nearby jungle, a scene of chaos indicative of a struggle. What left Old Gohan speechless was the numerous torn pieces of paper on the ground. Even on a rock, there were the two characters from the cover of the book, free and unfettered. Old Gohan was at a loss for tears. Did this book get torn apart by beasts? What a pity. Just as Old Gohan sighed, a shadow suddenly darted out and pounced towards him. Smack! Old Gohan raised his hand slightly, easily blocking the attack, and focusing his gaze to see the assailant's face. Before Old Gohan stood a child, one even younger than the last person. This child appeared to be only 3 years old, and his attire was quite similar to that of the previous individual. Old Gohan was startled, fearing this child might be as powerful as the last one, which would be troublesome. He leaped back, creating distance from Kakarot. However, Kakarot lunged at him again, launching a fierce attack. Though Kakarot's battle power was only 2 when he was sent out upon arriving on Earth, it had slightly increased due to being in a dangerous environment. Of course, compared to Old Gohan, it was still worlds apart. After a few rounds of confrontation, Old Gohan had gauged the opponent's strength. Little guy, you're no match for me. Old Gohan laughed heartily, slapping Kakarot to the ground. Kakarot winced in pain, glaring at Old Gohan. Little guy, what are you doing here? What is your relationship with that last person? Old Gohan asked kindly, looking at Kakarot. Kakarot remained silent. You seem quite angry because I hit you earlier. Old Gohan chuckled. How about this? I won't fight back, and you can hit me back. Kakarot seemed to understand, his eyes shining brightly as he rushed forward and began to scratch Old Gohan's face. In an instant, Old Gohan's face transformed into a colorful mask. Old Gohan. Kakarot laughed heartily after seeing his masterpiece. Are you calm now? Old Gohan smiled. Kakarot nodded. Have you seen a book before? Old Gohan asked as he picked up the torn cover of the book. This one. Kakarot pointed at his mouth, patted his belly, and then grinned widely, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Did you eat it, eh? Old Gohan wiped his sweat. Kakarot nodded vigorously. Was it delicious? Old Gohan felt like crying. Kakarot immediately shook his head like a rattle. After shaking his head, he patted his belly again. Gurgle. Kakarot's stomach growled hungrily. Are you hungry? Old Gohan understood. Kakarot nodded. Then come back with me, and it'll get you something to eat. Old Gohan suggested, placing down the bamboo basket and saying to Kakarot, come up here, and it'll carry you back. Kakarot leaped lightly and landed directly in the bamboo basket. By the way, what's your name? Old Gohan asked. Kaka. Kakarot could only say one or two simple words. Kaka. What kind of name is that? Old Gohan shook his head. Forget it, let's just get you something to eat first. After returning home, Old Gohan prepared a lavish feast for Kakarot. Kakarot was overjoyed as he ate. You really can eat. You've devoured a month's worth of food in our house. Old Gohan wiped his sweat. But speaking of which, although I don't know where you came from, you at such a young age possess skills like your companions. If it weren't for my decent strength, I would have been in trouble long ago. Moreover, seeing how you eat, it seems you haven't received much education. If you have nowhere to stay, you can remain here, and I can teach you many things. Kakarot grinned foolishly and casually picked up a leftover bone, smashing it onto Old Gohan's head. Old Gohan. Why is this kid so strange? That hurt. Old Gohan rubbed his head. Kakarot charged at Old Gohan, once more scratching his face again. Old Gohan's face turned into a colorful mask once more. Take it easy, the scratches from before haven't healed yet. Old Gohan said with a smile. After scratching Old Gohan, Kakarot jumped a few times and quickly dashed into the jungle, soon disappearing from sight. At this time, the sky around Bowsy Mountain had turned dark and the jungle was pitch black, occasionally interrupted by the sound of a wolf howl. Old Gohan glanced in the direction Kakarot had vanished and suddenly felt as if there was no movement. What happened to that child? Old Gohan was taken aback, feeling a surge of worry as he quickly chased after him. When he got closer, he was left speechless. He saw Kakarot lying in the jungle, sound asleep, drooling all over the place. About 3 meters away from Kakarot, a large-tailed wolf was staring hungrily at him. As the large-tailed wolf prepared to pounce, it tragically discovered Old Gohan nearby. Old Gohan glanced at the large-tailed wolf. The large-tailed wolf seemed to recognize Old Gohan and immediately let out a low growl and retreated several steps in fright. Ha ha ha, it's you. Are your injuries healed? Old Gohan waved at the large-tailed wolf with a smile. The large-tailed wolf seemed to recall the last time it was abused by this old man, and in fright it tucked its tail and immediately fled the scene. Child, how did you fall asleep in this place? You nearly got eaten. Old Wu Fan sighed and stepped forward to pick up Kakarot. Kakarot stretched lazily, snuggling deeper into Old Wu Fan's embrace and sleeping even more soundly. Let's go home and have a good sleep. Old Wu Fan smiled, carrying Kakarot back home. This was the most restful sleep Kakarot had experienced since arriving on Earth. When Luo Tian returned, he also happened to find another Dragon Ball. Thus, Luo Tian now had a total of 6 Dragon Balls in his possession. Have we really gathered 6 Dragon Balls so quickly? Bulma looked excitedly at the 6 Dragon Balls on the table, asking, once Broly returns, will we be able to gather the 7 Dragon Balls? Yes, Luo Tian nodded. About an hour later, Broly swiftly flew from a distance and landed in the yard, holding a Dragon Ball out to Luo Tian. Not bad, Luo Tian praised. Broly scratched his head and grinned foolishly. Now that we have gathered 7 Dragon Balls, we can make a wish. Luo Tian wore a smile. Broly nodded stupidly, his face filled with anticipation. Bulma also stared intently at the 7 Dragon Balls on the table, curiously murmuring, I really want to see what Shenron looks like. Luo Tian placed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground and called out to them, come forth, Shenron. Suddenly, a golden light flickered above the 7 Dragon Balls, growing brighter and forming a golden pillar of light. Whooshed! The golden pillar shot into the sky, flickering like a golden lightning bolt, coloring the entire sky in gold. Broly's eyes widened in shock. Bulma also stared with her big, cute eyes at the astonishing phenomenon. Pop! In an instant, the sky suddenly turned dark. The black night sky made the nearby gold appear even brighter. At the same time, the golden pillar transformed into a massive azure dragon, coiling majestically in the night sky. Is this Shenron? Wow, it's so big! Bulma exclaimed. Broly scratched his head, showing a face of astonishment and even seemed eager to punch the dragon. Luo Tian quickly pulled Broly back. What are you trying to do? The one who gathered the Dragon Balls, speak your wish, and I will do my utmost to grant any wish you have. Shenron's voice echoed, glancing warily at Broly. Why do I feel like this kid wants to hit me? Besides, his energy has far surpassed mine. Truly the legendary Super Saiyan. At such a young age, he possesses such powerful energy. Shenron, my wish is simple: grant Broly the ability to survive in outer space. That should be possible, right? Luo Tian made his wish. I believe it shouldn't be a problem. After all, the Shenron from Namek can do it. You should be able to do even better. Shenron, have you ever been to Namek? Shenlong asked Luo Tian in surprise. Yes, Luo Tian nodded, answering honestly, I too acquired the ability to survive in the void of space through the Shenlong of Namek. As far as I know, the Shenlong of Namek can grant 3 wishes. Why did you not wish for Mr. Buluwali to gain the ability to survive in the cosmos? Shenlong asked with curiosity. Are you here to make a wish or to ask questions? Luo Tian rolled his eyes. Shenlong fell silent. You began the conversation, and now you blame me. Very well, I will grant you that wish at once. Shenlong nodded. The so-called ability to survive in cosmic space encompasses, but is not limited to, enduring the vacuum of space, the nothing realm, and other hostile environments. As he spoke, an invisible divine force flickered in Shenlong's eyes and quickly spread over Buluwali's body. Buluwali looked down at himself, then scratched his head in bewilderment. Good dragon. I won't hit you. Buluwali gave Shenlong a thumbs up. Shenlong fell silent, thinking, so, if I had refused to grant your wish, you would have come to beat me up. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down Shenlong's scaled face. Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell. With that, the great body dissipated, and the 7 Dragon Balls shot up from the ground into the sky. Luo Tian waved his hand without haste. Instantly, the angelic power in his palm shimmered and spread to cover the 7 Dragon Balls that were preparing to fly away. The 7 Dragon Balls, which had been about to scatter in all directions, felt Luo Tian's angelic power and were forcibly diverted from their intended courses. With a soft plop, while 6 of the Dragon Balls scattered across the world, one traced a parabolic arc through the air and fell just outside Burma's family warehouse. The stone-turned Dragon Ball rolled a few times on the ground and came to rest in an inconspicuous spot. Hey! Luo Tian, the Dragon Ball seemed to have flown away. Burma stared in astonishment at the vanished Dragon Ball. Yes. After a wish is made, the Dragon Balls turn to stone and scatter across the world. A year later, they will awaken once more, Luo Tian explained. So if you want to make another wish, you must wait a year. Burma asked, blinking her wide, innocent eyes. Exactly, Luo Tian nodded. On Gixian Ren's little island, Gixian Ren was stretching on the beach, waving his arms, bending his old back, and swinging his staff from time to time. 3 punches left, 3 punches right, twist the neck, wiggle the hips, let the nightclub life move. Gixian Ren chanted shamelessly as he exercised, humming a brazen little ditty. Suddenly, Gixian Ren sensed something rushing toward him. What? He blinked, then without a moment's hesitation swung his staff high. With a crash, a Dragon Ball struck Gixian Ren's staff. The staff snapped on the spot. With another dull thud, the stone-formed Dragon Ball hit Gixian Ren squarely on the forehead. Gixian Ren pitched backward and landed sprawling on the sand. The Dragon Ball bounced off his head and tumbled rolling into his house with a soft clatter. Gixian Ren groaned and rubbed his sore head, grimacing in pain. Why are stones falling from the sky? He scratched his head in bewilderment and hurried inside, where he found a round, egg-like stone on the floor. Gixian Ren was baffled. What is this thing? Such a perfectly round stone. He pondered, why did this stone come to my house, and why did it fall from the sky? In the next instant, anger flared across Gixian Ren's face, and he began stomping furiously at the stone. I'll squash you. A minute later, limping, Gixian Ren tossed the stone onto the outer beach. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Dongdu, La Bizi had just retied the punching bag and was about to deliver a blow when a round stone hurtled down from the sky and slammed heavily into the bag. With a tremendous bang, the punching bag burst, sand spilling everywhere. La Bizi was terrified and began to wail. What's the matter? What's the matter? La Zili ran out of her room. A stone fell from the sky. La Bizi pointed at the round rock in the yard. A stone fell from the sky. La Zili picked up the stone and looked up at the sky in puzzlement. Yes, that very stone. La Bizi nodded fearfully. Is that alien causing trouble again? La Zili pouted and snorted in annoyance. That damned alien only knows how to scare me. When I grow up, I'll make him pay. La Bizi clenched his small fists, his youthful face alight with righteous fury. On Baozi Mountain, within the home of old Gohan, he was cuddling with Kakarot, who was fast asleep. Suddenly, a round stone plummeted from the sky, landing at the entrance of old Gohan's house with a dull thud. Startled, old Gohan jumped up and curiously looked outside. What was that? Kakarot, who had been soundly asleep, was jolted awake, his dazed eyes fixed on old Gohan. Upon recognizing him, he began to scratch his face playfully. Easy, easy. It's only been a few hours and you've scratched me 3 times already, old Gohan said with a mix of amusement and helplessness. Kakarot laughed heartily, completely carefree. As he chuckled, he dove back into the blankets, falling into a deep sleep once more. This kid has quite a temper. Old Gohan was not angry, his face showing affection. Poor child, abandoned by your parents at such a young age. Is it because of the tail behind you? It was truly strange, or was it becoming a trend to have tails lately? That powerful child also had a tail behind him. Old Gohan muttered to himself, rising to go outside, where he saw the round stone lying on the ground. Where did this stone come from? Old Gohan looked curiously at the stone embedded in the ground, then glanced up at the sky, murmuring softly, "Did it fall from the heavens?" Then old Gohan shook his head in confusion and returned to his room to continue sleeping. As Kakarot slept, he shifted slightly, resting his head on old Gohan's thigh, his mouth moving as if grinding his teeth. Old Gohan suddenly had a bad premonition. "Don't you dare chew on my thigh as if it were chicken." Immediately, old Gohan put on a thick pair of pants. Several hours had passed. Old Gohan exclaimed, getting up and rubbing his thigh. "Fortunately, I had prepared in advance. This kid really bites hard." Looking at the soundly sleeping and grinding his teeth Kakarot, old Gohan was not angry, instead a hint of affection shone in his eyes. West Capital headquarters of the Capsule Corporation. At 4 in the afternoon Dr. Briefs received a phone call and hurried over to where Luo Tian was. Seeing her father walk over to Luo Tian, Bulma rushed over from a distance with a quick pace. "Luo Tian, my daughter called me and said she encountered an alien. The alien spaceship had a malfunction and asked me to help fix it." Dr. Briefs told Luo Tian honestly, "Do you have time? Can you accompany me to take a look?" "Sure, no problem," Luo Tian nodded. Dr. Briefs' daughter. Is it Bulma's sister Ties? There is a high possibility. So the alien Ties encountered should be Galactic Patrolman Jace. As a fan of Dragon Ball, Luo Tian had naturally read the comic Galactic Patrolman Jace. He even read the materials of Bardock and Android 18, let alone those that belong to the canon of Dragon Ball. The so-called Dragon Ball canon is actually the plot certified by Uncle Toriyama. Moreover, Galactic Patrolman Jace appeared not only in that comic, but also played a supporting role in Dragon Ball Super for quite some time. Additionally, in the Dragon Ball Super manga, there is a very outstanding elite among the Galactic Patrol. His name is Meruz. Meruz is the most outstanding elite warrior in the Galactic Patrol. Furthermore, Meruz has another identity as a trainee angel. Luo Tian even thought about meeting this trainee angel Meruz. Perhaps he could meet this trainee angel through Galactic Patrolman Jace. "Dad, I want to go too," Bulma quickly said. "I also want to see what the alien my sister encountered looks like." All right, let's go together." Dr. Briefs did not object. "Tatata." Bulma quickly ran into her room and came out holding an energy gun. "Bulma, what do you need the gun for?" Dr. Briefs was taken aback. "If that alien dares to bully my sister, I'll shoot him." Bulma tightly gripped the energy gun. "Broly, let's go." Luo Tian called out to Broly, who was staring into space. Broly swiftly jumped up from the ground, flying over while obediently nodding without asking where they were going. On a deserted island, Galactic Patrolman Jace stood on a high platform looking up at the sky with a serious expression. Bulma's sister Ties, however, was swimming in the sea like a mermaid. In addition, there was an old man with a scruffy white beard wandering around nearby out of boredom. "By the way, I heard that Jace came to Earth for a warning." Ties poked her head out of the water and looked at the old man. "Now that you mention it, I remember he said that a terrifying guy would descend on Earth." The old man nodded gravely. "A terrifying guy? What exactly is going on?" Ties climbed ashore and wiped her hair and body with a towel. "He said that guy is here to destroy Earth." "I thought he was joking." The old man replied. "I remember he said his radar captured a planet of wicked aliens launching a spaceship, and the destination of the spaceship seems to be Earth. They'll go ask." Ties stepped up towards the high platform and appeared next to Jace, greeting him. "What is it?" Jace asked without turning his head. "You said a terrifying alien is coming to Earth. Is that true?" Ties inquired curiously. "Yes, according to calculations it will indeed land nearby, which is why I came here." Jace looked up at the sky and nodded lightly. "According to calculations it should fall here like a meteor. You will definitely defeat him, right?" Ties asked with a smile. "If what falls is a small guy, that's fine. I wouldn't be able to handle a grown-up." Jace shook his head. Then what should we do?" Ties began to feel a bit scared. What do you want me to do? Of course I will run away, and the Earthlings will be wiped out. Jace said this casually, even with some righteousness in his tone. Ties, so if what falls is a child, then it would be okay. Ties asked again. Pretty much 3 to 5 years old should not be a problem. Jace nodded confidently. Ties silently wiped her sweat. 3 to 5 years old. Isn't that the same age as my sister? Is it appropriate for an alien to bully a 3 to 5-year-old child? Hasn't it come yet? Did it deviate from Earth and go to another planet? Ties asked again. If that's the case, then we got lucky. Jace replied without looking back. Forget it, no need to think too much. Ties shook her head looking at Jace, unable to help but say, by the way, the material of your outfit is quite good. That's for sure, but this isn't my full outfit, it's just my upper armor, Jace answered leisurely. Ties immediately stood up from the ground, her face filled with shock as she glared at Jace and asked, what do you mean? Have you not been wearing pants all this time? Is there a problem? Jace replied unfazed. So you've not been wearing pants all along. Ties suddenly felt that Jace was being indecent. Don't say it so lewdly, this is how it is on our planet, Jace huffed. Ties looked seriously at Jace's legs and noticed they were unusually smooth with a purplish color and no special parts, making her curious to ask, how do you pee? Jace leisurely sprayed 2 blobs of liquid from the top of his head. From here, Jace pointed to 2 small holes on his head. Ties, so can you pee while eating? You won't end up peeing into your mouth, right? Ties asked while covering her mouth and laughing. Jace suddenly felt that he was at a loss. What do you mean? Is there someone who talks like that? I'm here for free to help you solve problems. Jace gritted his teeth and said angrily, what kind of guy is that dangerous alien? Does he pee like you? He really won't pee into his mouth, right? Ties suddenly became interested. Jace, I don't want to talk to you. Jace glared. Enough teasing. I want to hear more about that alien. Tai urged. The alien I mentioned seeks to conquer other planets. Most terrifying of all, their race is inherently warlike. Even the Galactic Patrol cannot stand against them. Jayak's expression grew increasingly grave. Humans on Earth, utterly defenseless, would be infiltrated by sending a child here first. Then slowly but surely, every human on this planet would be eradicated. So dire. Tai's face paled. From childhood through adolescence, they retain the appearance of infants, lulling adversaries into complacency. Jayak spoke grimly. Then in an instant they transform into their battle form, the adult human shape you recognize on Earth, and remain locked in that form, showing no signs of aging. As for their appearance, they are nearly indistinguishable from humans, except for one feature, a tail. I'd assumed you resembled them, but it seems they look just like us. Tai, now fully comprehending, asked, which planet do they hail from? Their homeworld is Planet Vegeta, and they are Saiyans. Jayak replied, Vegeta doesn't sound particularly impressive, but whatever the name, their arrival on Earth bodes no good. Let's descend. It appears they won't come today, Jayak sighed, shaking his head. So you've been up here observing the Saiyans' arrival on Earth. Tai suddenly realized. What else did you expect? Jayak rolled his eyes. The two descended from the high platform. Actually, I just called my father. He's agreed to come and help resolve your spacecraft issue, Tai told Jayak. Your father? How could he possibly help? The elder asked, puzzled. Jayak glanced curiously at Tai. We've known each other for so long. Why bring him up now? Is your father famous? Have you heard of the Capsule Corporation? Tai asked the elder. The Capsule Corporation? Of course. Isn't that the enterprise of Dr. Briefs, the legendary genius scientist of West City? Why mention it now? You don't mean you actually know Dr. Briefs? Yes, I know him very well, Tai smiled. Very well. The elder blinked in astonishment. He's my father, Tai declared. The elder froze, then shrieked, utterly speechless. Jayak, standing nearby, looked equally bewildered. A long silence followed. Miss Tai, you're the heiress of the Capsule Corporation. The elder gaped. I'd rather not have revealed it. Tai sighed. The elder stared wordless. So, you're extremely wealthy. Jayak studied Tai. I only disclosed it for your sake. Please don't treat me differently because of it. Tai giggled. I want. Jayak shook his head. Tai fell silent. The boast had fallen flat, especially before an alien. My father says they'll arrive shortly, by evening at the latest, Tai added. Still, as the heiress of immense wealth, and arguably the world's richest family, why leave home to work? And why settle on this humble remote island? Jayak asked, perplexed. The elder frowned. Who called it humble? Because I aspire to become a science fiction writer. Such experiences are indispensable. Tai smiled. Growing up amidst opulence leaves one unable to imagine life like this. In truth, these conditions are ideal, and fortuitously you, an alien, appeared here. Besides, you're an alien who won't lay a hand on me. A beautiful woman. I feel perfectly safe. Jayak felt a pang of discomfort. That's disturbingly logical. I can't even counter it. As dusk approached, a luxurious amphibious airship glided smoothly toward the shore. Wait, I want to fly. Broly attempted repeatedly to launch himself from the airship. Stay still. Bulma scowled fiercely at him. Broly scratched his head sheepishly and grinned. The airship docked. Dr. Briefs, Luo Tian, Bulma, and Broly disembarked one by one. Jayak and the others stood ready to greet them on the shore. We're deeply honored by Dr. Briefs' journey across such distance. The elder rushed forward to shake hands. So, you're the alien Tai mentioned. Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses, peering curiously at the elder. The elder hesitated. Ahem. I'm Dr. Dashing. He wiped his brow. Father, this is the alien. Tai pointed to Jayak beside her. Yet as she turned, she noticed Jayak drenched in cold sweat, trembling violently. What's wrong, Jayak? Tai asked, puzzled. She looked closer and saw Jayak's gaze locked unblinking onto the two children. The children had arrived with their father and Bulma. Are you classmates of Bulma's from kindergarten? Tai approached warmly. No, Luo Tian replied. Broly scratched his head again and grinned dumbly. Big sister. Bulma dashed forward, embracing her sister fervently. Luo Tian, calm and unhurried, began walking steadily toward Jayak. Jayak trembled even more violently. Don't come closer. He instantly assumed a combat stance, pointing toward the sea. Take another step and I'll leap in. Whoosh! Even as he spoke, Broly shot forward from afar, slamming Jayak's head hard into the ground. Thud! Jayak's skull met earth with brutal intimacy. Broly seized his arm and swung him wildly, left, right, front, back. Everyone present stood frozen in disbelief. Even Luo Tian seemed momentarily at a loss. I never told you to act. You shall not jump. Broly planted a foot on Jayak's chest, arms crossed, commanding. Jayak burst into tears. I never said I'd jump. When Luo Tian speaks, you jump. Broly rebuked in halting speech, impolite. Jayak sniffled, cheeks flushed with wounded dignity. They truly are Saiyans. How extraordinary. Why have two more Saiyans landed on Earth? And how formidable this one's power is. Moreover, why did our sensors detect nothing? The moment Luo Tian and Broly stepped down from the airship, Gak recognized their identities at a glance. How could Gak not be afraid? The information I received clearly stated that only one Saiyan came to Earth. This is quite strange. Sister, the alien you know is quite weak. Bulma suddenly burst out laughing, holding her sister's hand, and saying, my alien was easily defeated, and ended up crying. Taisi. Aliens. Are they both aliens? Taisi was taken aback and immediately scrutinized Luo Tian and Broly from head to toe. Immediately Taisi noticed the tails behind the two. Her pupils shrank sharply and her face lost color. Aren't they the warrior race Saiyans that Gak mentioned? How could they be here? Why do they know my father and sister? Sister, let me introduce them. They are also the aliens that Dad and I just met. This is Luo Tian, and that silly guy is Broly. Bulma immediately introduced. Silly guy. Taisi paused slightly and turned to glance at Broly. Broly remained silent, still standing on top of Gak. Gak felt as if he wanted to die. Taisi carefully observed and confirmed that this person seemed a bit foolish. The old man trembled in fear after witnessing such a terrifying scene. Before this, both the old man and Taisi had clearly seen the immense strength of Jaik. Many armed individuals were effortlessly taken down by Jaik. However, when he encountered that child named Broly, he was actually beaten to tears by the child. Broly, do not be rude, Luo Tian admonished. Broly grinned, foolishly released Jaik, and returned to Luo Tian's side. Luo Tian stepped forward, extended his hand towards Jaik in a friendly manner, and asked with concern, are you all right? You? Jaik was about to refuse to shake hands with Luo Tian when he suddenly saw Broly glaring at him from behind Luo Tian. Jaik's face turned pale in an instant, and the words of that child immediately surfaced in his mind. Luo Tian made it clear that when he spoke, others should be polite. Otherwise, they would be beaten. Jaik shivered and hurriedly extended his hand to shake hands with Luo Tian. Luo Tian pulled Jaik up, patted the dust off him, and with a hint of apology said, sorry, my friend, might have been a bit rough. Are you okay? I'm fine. After all, I'm considered an elite warrior of the Galactic Patrol, so that level of attack is nothing. Jaik forced a bitter smile. Luo Tian patted Jaik's arm, nodded gently, and smiled. That's good to hear. I'm fine. Jaik wiped the sweat from his brow. Luo Tian knew clearly that although Broly seemed foolish, he was actually quite sharp. Just now, Broly had definitely controlled his strength well. Otherwise, with Broly's combat power, those few hits could have left Jike either dead or crippled. Bulma, how did you meet these two aliens? Tai-Si curiously looked at Bulma. Luo Tian asked my dad to help modify the spaceship and landed it at our home. Bulma replied truthfully. Luo Tian, the one who looks quite handsome. Tai-Si asked again. Yes. Bulma nodded. Do you know their identities? Tai-Si, a bit frightened, whispered to Bulma. Aliens. What more identity do you need to know? Bulma blinked her big adorable eyes asking curiously. I heard Jike say that they might be Saiyans here to eliminate all Earthlings. Tai-Si's voice trembled slightly. Hey Luo Tian, my sister says you and Broly are here to eliminate all Earthlings, is that true? Bulma directly asked. Tai-Si. Tai-Si was at a loss for words. Why did you ask so directly? You silly sister. What do you think? Luo Tian smiled. I don't think so, you don't look like a bad person. Bulma shook her head, her big eyes sparkling. That won't happen or I wouldn't do such a thing. Luo Tian nodded. Sister, are you at ease now? Bulma giggled. Tai-Si fell silent. After a brief silence, she stepped forward and said, Hello Luo Tian, I am Tai-Si, Bulma's sister. Luo Tian shook hands with Tai-Si and silently examined her. Tai-Si was quite good-looking, though perhaps due to her age, she hadn't fully developed. Her attractiveness was decent overall, and her hands were quite delicate. Luo Tian, how old are you? Tai-Si inquired. I'm 5 years old. Luo Tian replied. Oh, truly a young prodigy. Tai-Si nodded and glanced at Broly before continuing to ask Luo Tian, what about him? The same age as me, Luo Tian said. Tai-Si didn't say much more and walked over to Jike, lowering her head to quietly ask, didn't you say you could handle Saiyans aged 3 to 5? Shut up. Jike wiped the sweat from his brow. This is an exception, all right. So about the aliens attacking Earth. Is it true or false? I'm confused by what you're saying, Tai-Si asked, almost in tears from laughing. I don't think Luo Tian looks like a bad person. Would a bad person have bad guy written on their face? You have no idea how terrifying Saiyans can be. Jike gritted his teeth, his voice barely above a whisper, afraid Broly would hear him. Haven't you eaten? I can't hear you when you speak so softly, Tai-Si said. If I wasn't talking, Jike huffed. The old man, also known as Dr. Dashing, prepared a sumptuous dinner for Dr. Briefs. However, with Broly the big eater around, this entire table of food was simply not enough. Fortunately, Dr. Briefs had been well prepared, bringing along a capsule of snacks, which finally filled Broly up. Luo Tian didn't eat much. Saiyans do not eat as much as 40 people's worth of food every meal. Sometimes they only need to eat a bit more than regular people. Only after intense battles, or when transforming into a great ape, consuming large amounts of food is necessary to replenish their energy. By the way, you just said you are a galactic patrolman. Luo Tian suddenly focused his attention on Jike. Broly stopped eating and turned to stare at Jike intently. Jike swallowed a mouthful of food, glanced at Broly in fear, quickly nodded at Luo Tian, and honestly replied, Yes, I am Galactic Patrolman Jike. How strong are you among the Galactic Patrolmen? Luo Tian asked. I am an elite warrior of the Galactic Patrol, Jike replied. Bulma. Tai-Si. The two sisters exchanged glances. What an elite warrior indeed. He was beaten to tears by a 5-year-old child.